The cold metal tore through flesh. The sound was unmistakable, clean, cruel. Chen Ping'an's body locked up mid-motion. The furious sword strikes he had been unleashing froze in place. He lowered his head in disbelief. A blood-soaked blade tip jutted out of his chest, etched with eerie blue runes that pulsed faintly, almost mockingly. Pain detonated through his nerves like a tidal wave. He forced his head to turn inch by agonizing inch. The final battlefield of Doomsday Era lay drenched in blood. Corpses of allies and enemies were piled beneath his feet. Red soaked everything, yet all of it blurred. Only one face remained painfully clear, burned into his soul. Yuanyuan, the woman he had given everything to, the woman he had protected with all his resources, carving out a survival spot just for her. Tears streamed down her once bright face. The face that had captivated him countless times. Her lips trembled. She struggled, then finally spoke. "Ping'an, I'm sorry, I had no choice." "Why?" Blood surged up Chen Ping'an's throat. The roar never made it out. Instead, he spat a mouthful of burning red, his chest screaming in protest. She didn't answer. Through her tears, her gaze hardened. Resolute, cold, her grip tightened. She twisted the blade. The world went black, death wrapped around him like ice. In the final fragment of consciousness, a system announcement surfaced. Character Sword Dance Beauty Smile has died. Player Chen Ping'an has died. Your strategy is complete. You are eliminated. Boom, everything collapsed into endless darkness. Light, blinding, scorching light stabbed into his eyes. Noise followed, unrestrained laughter, the whirring of a milk tea machine, soft love songs playing overhead. A cloying sweetness filled his nose, cheap creamer, artificial flavoring. Chen Ping'an sucked in a sharp breath, chest heaving like a man dragged back from drowning. The metallic taste of blood still clung to his throat. The memory of his heart being pierced made him instinctively clutch his chest. Fabric, soft fabric. A cheap t-shirt with a cartoon bear print. Unbroken, untorn, he froze. In front of him sat a small, greasy round table. 2 cups of matcha milk tea rested on it, greenish and untouched. Across from him sat a girl. Long, straight black hair, fair skin, delicate features, doll-like and youthful. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled at him. Pure, bright, unaware. She wore a simple white dress, clean and fresh like a campus goddess. Yuanyuan. Not the tear-streaked traitor of the battlefield, but the girl from 3 years ago, his smiling, devoted girlfriend. "Ping'an, why are you spacing out?" Her voice was light, playful. She waved a hand in front of his face. "Still thinking about that inter-school competition? Don't worry, with your skills you'll definitely make the finals. I'll buy a whole case of your favorite iced cola to celebrate, okay?" She lifted her milk tea and took a big gulp, cheeks puffed like a hamster stealing food. Chen Ping'an's breathing stopped. Betrayal, death, pain, and that innocent smile. The clash shattered his thoughts. He lowered his head stiffly. The phone on the table vibrated. The screen lit up. The date and time burned into his vision. October 28, 2035, 3:17 p.m. His mind exploded. 3 days, only 3 days left. October 31, 2035, midnight, the alien reapers would descend. A global electromagnetic pulse would cripple all modern technology. Civilization would collapse within hours, and that cursed helmet, Doomsday Era, would forcibly appear before every living person. Only the top 100 agents would survive. In his past life, he had climbed to the edge of the summit, carrying love and trust like shackles. What he received in return was a blade through the heart. Pain surged, hatred burned. Why? Then, ring ring ring. The sharp piano ringtone of Fuer Elise cut through the noise. Yuanyuan's phone was vibrating violently at the corner of the table. Chen Ping'an's eyes locked onto it. Her smile froze. She glanced at the screen. An unfamiliar number, no contact name. For just a split second he saw it. Panic, raw, uncontrollable panic flashed through her eyes. She grabbed the phone and swiped furiously. The ringing stopped. The shop's noise rushed back in. Another telemarketing call," she said quickly, voice stiff. "So annoying." "Telemarketing?" Chen Ping'an sneered inwardly. No, this was the beginning, the prelude to betrayal. "It's over," Yuanyuan. Her eyes widened. Ping'an. "What are you saying? What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Was it just now?" "I said," he cut her off, voice steady and absolute, "we're done. From today onward for the rest of our lives, we have nothing to do with each other." He stood up and turned without hesitation, slamming the glass door open as he strode into the sun-drenched chaos of the university streets. Chen Ping'an, stop, explain yourself." Her tearful cries vanished beneath traffic and noise. He didn't look back. He ran, through the crowd, through the noise like a wounded lone wolf. The afternoon sun was blinding yet cold against his skin. His heart hammered wildly, threatening to burst through his ribs, betrayal from a past life, the pain of death, and the ticking countdown to the apocalypse. "I'm back," he whispered. "I'm really back." This time he would take everything. Power, survival, the right to stand at the summit. Anyone who owed him would repay it 100-fold. He didn't slow down, he couldn't. Every second mattered because the Reapers were coming. The game that would drag the world into the abyss was about to begin, and his chance to rewrite fate was closing fast. Only 56 hours left. Chen Ping'an smashed through the rusted iron gate of his off-campus apartment and slammed it shut behind him. Bang, he slid down the door, back pressed against the cold metal. Huff, huff. Sweat soaked through his cheap t-shirt, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. His chest heaved, lungs burning as if on fire. The cramped studio was silent. On the desk, a photo sat in plain sight. Him and Yuanyuan at an amusement park. In the picture, she was laughing without a care in the world, radiant and bright, bathed in sunlight. Chen Ping'an raised his fist and smashed it into the floor. Thump! Sharp pain shot up his fingers, instantly clearing the lingering haze of Rebirth. Late-stage Doomsday Era. By then, everyone knew the rule: character death meant real death. When the top 100 spots on the leaderboard became the only way to survive, humanity collapsed. Online, players slaughtered each other over boss loot and rare resources. Offline, it was worse. Track down an opponent's real-world address. Break in while they were immersed in the game. Kill them. Kidnap family members for leverage. Destroy their gaming helmets. He had seen it himself. A powerful solo player, careful and cooperative, stabbed to death in real life for occupying a prime grinding area. He had heard of guild leaders whose entire families were tracked down and burned alive in their homes. The Reapers watched from above, indifferent as humanity devoured itself. Offline killings, open box executions. In that world, humans were deadlier than the monsters in the game. A fortress. An absolutely secure fortress. A place that could completely sever the connection between the online battlefield and the real world. Nothing mattered more. Without it, no matter how strong you were in the game, you were nothing but prey offline. He needed money, a massive amount of money. And he had only 3 days, enough to build a force capable of surviving the early chaos and resisting offline vendettas later. Chen Ping'an sprang to his feet, rushed to the desk, and yanked open his laptop. The cold glow of the screen lit up his face, sharp and focused. The fundraising plan began. He grabbed a large travel bag and tore through the apartment without mercy. Brand new textbooks on the shelf, into the bag. In the apocalypse, they were worth less than toilet paper. Designer coats and shoes in the wardrobe. Everything except what he was wearing went in. Under the desk sat his prized gaming PC, top-tier graphics card, high-end monitor. His fingers paused on it for a single moment. Scenes of blood-soaked battles from his past life flashed through his mind. Then his expression hardened. He ripped out the cables and shoved the tower and monitor into the bag. Games? In 3 days, the entire world would become one. In the corner, inside a shoebox, were several pairs of limited edition sneakers he had saved for months to buy. Once treasured, carefully maintained, he tossed them into the bag like garbage. In the apocalypse, they wouldn't buy a single bite of moldy bread. His gaze finally landed on the photo frame, the two of them smiling in front of a carousel. Pain and hatred flickered in his eyes. He grabbed the frame and slammed it face down on the desk. No valuation, no sentiment. He logged into multiple second-hand trading platforms and campus forums, snapping photos as fast as his fingers could move. Gaming PC plus monitor. Urgent sale, 5,000 yuan, pick up today only. Limited edition sneakers. Package deal, 3,000 per pair, not sold separately. First come, first served, textbooks and clothes. Bulk sale. Pay what you see. Every post title was bold and blood red. Urgent need for cash, clearance sale, everything must go today. He posted his address and phone number, then began pacing the apartment like a caged animal. phone in hand. Screen lit, the calls came almost instantly. Can you do 3,000 for the computer, sell the monitor separately? I'll take all the shoes, 1,500 per pair, I'm coming now. 10 yuan per textbook. 5 final offer. Chen Ping'an's voice was cold and flat. Computer is 5,000, shoes are 3,000 per pair, no splitting, textbooks 10 each, cheaper in bulk, cash only, come now or don't come. No negotiation. Speed mattered more than profit. Within 2 hours, the apartment filled with people. A bespectacled student carried off the still-warm computer and monitor. A fashion-forward young man counted out 9,000 yuan with a scowl and took 3 pairs of sneakers. Several underclassmen spent a few hundred on clothes and textbooks. When the last person left, the room was nearly empty. Chen Ping'an stood amid the mess, counting the cash without expression. 21,400. He opened his banking app. Including the compensation from his parents' accidental deaths, his balance stood at 1,028,532.82 yuan. Not enough. Not even close. Without hesitation, he opened every financial app on his phone. Microloans, installments, online credit platforms. He moved like a man possessed. Maximum limit, apply all, instant disbursement. Face verification. Done. Link bank card. Done. Loan purpose, personal consumption. Interest rates didn't matter. Credit records didn't matter. 3 days later, none of this would mean anything. He wasn't planning to repay a single cent. He only needed money. Now, loan applications flew out. Notification chimes rang non-stop, sharp and relentless. Loan approved, 50,000 yuan disbursed. Credit limit increased, 35,000 yuan withdrawn. 5,000 yuan credited to your account. 18,000 yuan transferred. Please repay on time. Repay, let the debt collectors argue with the aliens. Chen Ping'an drained the limits of 39 platforms in succession. The numbers climbed, 50,000, 80,000, 120,000. After maxing out his credit card as well, the final total appeared. 1,259,443.55 yuan. Chen Ping'an stared at the number, his gaze was steady, unshaken. This was only the beginning.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
This amount of money isn't even enough for a down payment on a villa in the suburbs. He took a deep breath, suppressing the last trace of useless shame in his heart, and opened his phone's contacts. Anyway, you won't need this money when the apocalypse comes. The first call was to Li Qiang, a rich second-generation student from the class next door whose family owned a small factory. Hello, Qiangzi. I'm safe. Chen Ping'an's voice deliberately carried a hint of anxiety and weakness. Cough. Cough. Bro, you're in big trouble. Acute appendicitis perforation. The surgery deposit is 50,000 yuan, and my family can't afford it right away. Can you lend me a hand in this emergency? 1 month at most. Interest will be double that of the bank. I'll teach you how to play after you recover. I, Chen Ping'an, keep my word. Li Qiang on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat suspicious. Ping'an, your voice sounds off. Appendicitis, that's serious. It hurts. It hurts so much I'm about to faint. The doctor said I'll die if I don't have surgery immediately. Please help me, bro. Chen Ping'an's voice trembled with severe pain despite its weakness, making for a flawless performance. Okay, send me your account number. I'll transfer 30,000 to you first. Forget about the interest, just focus on getting better. Li Qiang ultimately still held onto some of his classmate friendship. The second call was to Zhang Wen, a senior who had once played games with her. Her parents were both doctors and her family was well off. Sister Wen, help. Chen Ping'an's voice was choked with sobs. I've been scammed. I got involved in some kind of agency, and I've lost everything. I still owe over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans. They said they'd cut off my hand. Sister Wen, please help me, lend me 50,000. No, 30,000 will do. I've found a new part-time job. I'll pay you back as soon as I get paid. I'll write you an IOU. You decide the interest rate. Zhang Wen on the other end of the phone was clearly frightened, peaceful. Don't panic, don't do anything foolish. Loan sharks, call the police. Don't call the police, their network is incredibly deep. If they find out, they'll kill me. Sister Wen, only you can help me. Please. Chen Ping'an's voice was filled with desperate pleas. Sai, give me the account. Let's make it clear first, it's 20,000. That's all the pocket money I have. You'd better pay off that loan shark loan right now. Interest, we'll talk about interest when you've recovered. Zhang Wen eventually softened. The third, the fourth, based on the other party's personality and financial situation, Chen Ping'an fabricated different reasons for borrowing money, each urgent enough yet difficult to verify. He claimed to be seriously ill, had been scammed in his business venture and desperately needed funds, even fabricating a story about his girlfriend having an abortion and needing immediate medical expenses. Their tone might be anxious, weak, desperate, or full of promises of high-interest returns. He completely abandoned all pretense of decency. Morality and shame were worthless in the face of survival. With each phone call, the image of Yuanyuan's tearful face when she betrayed him flashed before his eyes involuntarily. The scene was like a whip, lashing him mercilessly, extinguishing the last vestiges of hesitation in his heart, leaving only a colder, more resolute will to plunder. Betrayal, deception? Yuanyuan, what does this amount to compared to what you gave me? In this life, I will live only for myself. When the last friend in his contacts who might be able to lend him money hung up, Chen Ping'an frowned as he looked at the 1,550,126.98 yuan displayed on his mobile banking app. This is still a very, very long way from what he needs, at least several million to build a true doomsday fortress. He has almost exhausted the potential of these three channels, selling off assets, online lending, and borrowing money. The only remaining path is the one with the lowest risk but also requires precise execution, the information gap of the reborn. He closed his eyes and memories of his past life flashed through his mind like a vast database. A lottery ticket drawn within 3 days ... cannot be a jackpot. The double color ball and super lotto prizes can easily reach tens of millions of yuan. Once you win, the prize claim process is cumbersome and time-consuming, and it will inevitably attract the attention of officials and countless people. This poses a huge hidden danger before the end of the world. What he needs are small lottery games with low prize money, clear numbers, and easy operation. Got it. Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. He clearly remembered that the city's daily lottery draw would be held this afternoon. This is a small lottery game similar to the 3D lottery with only one first prize and a fixed prize of 800,000 yuan. The winning numbers were 9, 5, 2, 7. I even joked about that number with Yuanyuan back then. Time is of the essence. He grabbed his phone and keys, dashed out of the apartment like a gust of wind, and headed straight for the lottery betting station closest to the school as far as he could remember. The small lottery station was filled with smoke, and several middle-aged lottery players were pointing at the trend charts on the wall, discussing the secrets. Chen Ping'an's intrusion seemed somewhat out of place. "Boss, I'd like to place a bet on the daily lottery." His voice was steady, trying not to attract attention. "Self-selection or machine selection?" the boss asked without looking up. "Self-selected numbers 9, 5, 2, 7. Single bet." Chen Ping'an gave out the number and handed over 10 yuan. The shop owner skillfully entered the numbers into the machine, printed out a small lottery ticket and handed it to him. Chen Ping'an took the lottery ticket, didn't even look at the numbers, and turned to leave. Back in the deathly silent apartment, Chen Ping'an slumped into the only remaining chair as if all his strength had been exhausted. The phone screen remained lit, showing the official website of the local welfare lottery center. Time passed second by second and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. Finally, at exactly 9 p.m., the website refreshed. Daily lottery draw number 89,531, winning numbers 9527. First prize 800,000 yuan. I won. The immense joy did not cloud Chen Ping'an's judgment. Instead, it made him even more vigilant. He carefully recalled the prize redemption process. For prizes under 800,000, the winnings can be redeemed directly at the municipal lottery center without the need for complicated identity checks and interviews. For larger prizes, you will need to go to the provincial center. I'll go claim the prize first thing tomorrow morning. He leaned wearily against the back of his chair, the only light in the apartment coming from the dim glow of his phone screen, illuminating his bloodshot yet still sharp as a hawk's eyes. In a single day, he sold almost all his possessions and exhausted all his credit limit. He shamelessly borrowed from every friend he knew, and now he has this 800,000 yuan lottery ticket that's about to be cashed out. The total is 2,350,126.98 yuan. Chen Ping'an's face showed no joy at having raised a huge sum of money, only a cold solemnity and an almost overflowing sense of urgency. Thinking about the subsequent reinforcement and renovation, we stockpiled massive amounts of supplies, purchased generators and weapons. This amount of money is far from enough. And time is running out. Only 51 hours remain until the Reaper arrives. Building a doomsday fortress is Chen Ping'an's most crucial survival strategy after his rebirth, aside from entering the game. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are in the game, what if you get one-shotted in the real world? This fortress must be basically completed before he enters the game. Time, every second is as precious as gold. Chen Ping'an suddenly jumped up from his chair, his fatigue instantly dispelled by a tremendous sense of urgency. We must take a two-pronged approach, raising funds while simultaneously building safe houses. He rushed to his desk, grabbed a pen and paper and quickly outlined the core requirements. Hidden, you must stay away from the city center and densely populated areas. The more people there are, the more dangerous it will be during the chaos of the early apocalypse. Ideally, it should be a secluded remote corner. Sturdy, reinforced concrete is the bottom line. The walls must be thick and the structure must be stable. It can withstand impacts and stop bullets. Independent, a detached house is best. A basement or semi-basement structure is ideal. This method is convenient to modify and makes it easier to isolate the outside world. Water source. Ideally, you should have your own well or be near a stream or river. If all else fails, at least have enough space to store water. Water is life. After writing it down, he stared at the 4 lines with eyes like a hungry wolf. This will be his compass for the next steps. Use official channels first. Chen Ping'an immediately opened his phone and searched for the largest local real estate agency apps. His goal was extremely clear and he set the maximum screening criteria: suburbs villa with basement, price range, no upper limit for now. Soon, several properties that met the criteria of suburbs plus villa plus basement appeared. Without hesitation, he dialed the number of one of the agents who seemed to have the most listings and the best reviews. "Hello, is this Demi Real Estate? Yes, I want to view a property now. I know it's evening. I need a suburban villa with a basement. The more remote the location, the better. Price is not an issue. I'm in the university town area. How many apartments can you show me in half an hour?" Chen Ping'an spoke at a machine gun speed, giving the other person no time to think. You could feel that "I'm rich, serve me well" attitude even through the phone. The real estate agent on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback for a moment, but the words "price is not a problem" acted like a shot in the arm, immediately making him excited. "Hey, hello boss, no problem, no problem. There happen to be a few properties in the suburbs near the university town that meet your requirements. One apartment is in Qinghu Bay, another is at the foot of Finglin Mountain, and the third is a bit further away at Eagle's Beak. Where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up right away. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. No need to answer, send me the address, I'll get there myself faster. See you at the Qingyuan intersection." Chen Ping'an resolutely refused. Every minute now was not worth wasting. After I hung up the phone, the address was sent to me quickly. Chen Ping'an grabbed his backpack containing lottery tickets, his ID card, and a small amount of cash, rushed out of the silent apartment like a gust of wind, and hailed a taxi. "Driver, at the King Yuan intersection, go as fast as you can, we're in a hurry." Seeing Chen Ping'an's bloodshot eyes and murderous intent, the driver didn't dare ask any more questions. He stepped on the gas and the car shot forward. Qinghu Bay Villas. The real estate agent was a young man in his early 20s, surnamed Lei. He had served in the military and was extremely disciplined. He was already waiting at the intersection. Seeing Chen Ping'an get out of the taxi, although he was dressed plainly, the sense of urgency and unapproachability he exuded made his heart pound. He quickly put on a smile and went to greet him. "Hello, boss, this is Xiao Lei. The villa you're looking for is just a short distance ahead. It's a detached house with a large basement." "Lead the way." Chen Ping'an's words were concise and to the point. Xiao Lei didn't dare to waste any words and quickly led the way. The villa is indeed located in the suburbs, but there are a few other villas scattered around, and you can even see the outline of a small community in the distance. Chen Ping'an's brows furrowed instantly. "Aren't there quite a few people around here?" Yes, Qinghu Bay is a small villa area. The environment is nice," Xiao Lei explained. Chen Ping'an didn't speak but quickened his pace. "The villa looks all right, 3 stories above ground, and the decoration is acceptable, but the focus is on the basement. The basement entrance is at the back of the garage." Upon opening the heavy iron door, a musty smell wafted out. The basement was quite large, but it was empty. The walls were just ordinary brick and concrete structures, and they even felt a bit damp to the touch. "How thick is this wall?" Chen Ping'an knocked hard on the wall. "This. Is it the standard thickness?" Xiao Lei was a little unsure. "Is the load-bearing structure made of reinforced concrete?" Chen Ping'an pressed for more details. "It should, right? We'll have to look at the blueprints to be sure." Xiao Lei's forehead was a little sweaty. Chen Ping'an's eyes turned cold. "Not enough. This structure is too ordinary. It's not sturdy enough. And there are too many neighbors around, so it's not secluded enough. Once the apocalypse arrives, this place will be a target. Next one, at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain." Chen Ping'an turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Xiao Lei quickly jogged to catch up. "Villas at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. The location is a bit more remote than Qinghu Bay, surrounded by dense trees, and the nearest neighbor is several hundred meters away." Chen Ping'an's expression softened slightly. The villa itself looks quite old and has a rather rugged style. The basement entrance is inside the first-floor storage room, and the door is a heavy solid wood door. Upon opening the door, an even stronger smell of dust wafted out. The basement space is larger than the previous one. It looks like it's about 180 square meters, and the ceiling height is also sufficient. Chen Ping'an immediately walked to the wall, carefully examined the wall surface, and then stomped on the ground forcefully. "Boss, the previous owner of this villa was supposedly, had some rather unusual hobbies." Seeing that Chen Ping'an seemed interested, Xiao Lei quickly introduced them. "Look at the walls and floor of this basement. They look like they've been specially reinforced. They're made of really good materials. They feel incredibly solid." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an examined the object carefully. Sure enough, the wall was not an ordinary brick wall. It was covered with a thick layer of cement, and when tapped, it made a dull sound and felt very solid. The ground is also made of poured concrete, which is very flat and hard. In the corners, you can even see some large pipe joints that have been pre-buried. "What is the structure of this wall? How thick is it?" A glint of light flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. "This. The blueprints say it's constructed with double-layered steel mesh and high-grade concrete, supposedly over half a meter thick." Xiao Lei recalled the information. The previous owner seemed to be particularly concerned about security and privacy. The outer wall was also heightened, and there was barbed wire on top, although it's a bit rusty now. "More than half a meter?" Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. This thickness is definitely fortress level for civilian buildings. Remote location, detached house with its own reinforced large basement. Isn't this the prototype he wanted? Does it have its own water source? Chen Ping'an pressed for the key points. "Yes, yes, yes." Xiao Lei nodded quickly and led Chen Ping'an to a corner of the basement where there was a square cement pool covered with an iron lid. This is a deep well, the previous owner dug it himself. The pump system is a bit old, but it still works. There's even space reserved next to it for a water storage tank. Chen Ping'an lifted the iron cover and glanced inside. It was pitch black underneath and a chill rose up from it. Excellent, a large part of the water source problem has been solved. He strode out of the basement and carefully examined the perimeter of the villa. The villa is situated on a small hillside backed by Maple Forest Mountain, giving it a relatively high elevation. The wall was indeed high and thick, and although some parts were covered with vines, the main structure was intact. Although the location is remote, there is a fairly smooth cement road leading to the door, so transporting supplies is not a problem. What's the price of this house? Chen Ping'an already had a strong inclination in his heart, but he remained outwardly calm. Seeing that there was hope, Xiaolei perked up. Boss, this house is in a remote location and the previous owner was in a hurry, so the asking price is 2.8 million, and it has to be paid in full. 2.8 million, Chen Ping'an's heart sank. He only has a little over 2.3 million at most. He still has a lot of supplies to buy. The huge funding gap came crashing down on us like a bucket of ice water, but the flames in his eyes did not go out. Instead, they burned even brighter and more fiercely. The third one, the one with the eagle's beak, are you still watching it? Xiaolei asked cautiously. Look. Chen Ping'an said resolutely. Although the property at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain almost perfectly met his requirements, he had to make sure there were no better options, and at the same time he needed to create the illusion of bargaining a little. After driving for almost an hour, we finally arrived at an extremely desolate mountain valley. The so-called villa did not exist at all. There was only a huge, rusty corrugated iron factory building and a dilapidated two-story building next to it. The area was overgrown with weeds and there wasn't even a decent road. This used to be a small factory, but the owner ran away. The place is big enough and remote enough that the two-story building is barely habitable, and there's supposedly a fairly large cellar beneath the factory. Xiaolei's voice grew softer and softer. Even he himself felt this place was outrageous. Chen Ping'an got out of the car and walked across, his steps uneven. The factory was dilapidated with severely rusted iron sheets that creaked even with the slightest push. The two-story building is even more dilapidated. It looks like it could be blown down by a strong wind. As for the so-called cellar, the entrance was blocked by debris and it took a lot of effort to clear it. It was damp and dirty inside. The space was not small, but the structure was just a regular basement with very thin walls. It's discreet enough, but what about its sturdiness and security? Basically zero. The difficulty of the modification is hellish. Let alone 2 days, even 2 months might not be enough to build a safe house that people can live in. Chen Ping'an shook his head and turned around without hesitation. Back to the old routine at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. Target locked, I stood once again in front of the detached villa with a reinforced basement at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. Chen Ping'an's eyes, like the most precise searchlight, scanned the house again and again. The towering, thick walls, the sturdy main structure, the massive basement hidden deep inside, constructed of half-meter-thick concrete, and the bottomless well. This is it. This was the perfect prototype of his Doomsday Fortress. The location, structure, water source, and potential for renovation all almost perfectly matched his requirements. With this sturdy shell, he can confidently charge into the game without worrying about being physically killed off when he logs off. Excitement, longing, a thrill of soon having a safe haven surged through his chest. But the next second, that cold, astronomical figure, 2.8 million, once again crashed down like an invisible mountain. Xiaolei, this is the one. Hurry up and prepare the necessary documents for the transfer. Money. He needs a lot of money, and immediately, right now. Only 47 hours remain until the Reaper arrives. The next day, early morning. The clock of doom, the arrival of the Reapers, has been moved forward another significant notch. Having not slept all night, Chen Ping'an sat up abruptly, his movements as swift and agile as a taut spring. The small lottery ticket on the table now felt incredibly heavy, 800,000. This is the only legal large sum of money he can obtain quickly and relatively safely in his current plan, and it is also the last lever to pry open that Doomsday Fortress. We must be fast. We must keep a low profile. He grabbed the things he had prepared the night before, a faded old down jacket with the brim pulled low, an ordinary disposable medical mask, and an inconspicuous baseball cap. He carefully dressed himself in front of the water-stained mirror in the bathroom. The figure in the mirror was quickly covered up completely, revealing only a pair of bloodshot but sharp, hawk-like eyes. In his past life, late in the game, he had witnessed far too many experts die tragically because their real-life identities were exposed. Unboxing the box offline and experiencing physical destruction is a more chilling outcome than being instantly killed by a boss in a game. Keeping a low profile is the first ironclad rule for survival in the apocalypse. It must be ingrained in your very being from this moment on. Municipal Welfare Lottery Center. It was still early. The prize redemption hall had just opened, and only a few staff members were tidying up. Chen Ping'an pulled down his hat brim, strode to the prize redemption window, and slipped the lottery ticket and his ID card through the gap under the window. His voice was deliberately lowered with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Claim the prize. The woman at the window took the lottery ticket and ID card and skillfully scanned them on the machine. With a soft beep, a message popped up on the screen. The older sister's previously weary eyes suddenly brightened, and she subconsciously looked up at the window. A young man stood outside, bundled up tightly in a down jacket despite the 30°C weather. Only his taut jawline was visible beneath the shadow of the hat brim, and his eyes. It was eerily calm. It didn't feel like winning 800,000 yuan, but more like someone coming to get an ordinary bus pass. Hey young man, you're in luck. You've won the first prize in the daily lottery. The older woman's tone carried a hint of surprise mixed with professional enthusiasm. Chen Ping'an only responded with a nasal sound, urging. Please hurry. The older sister was taken aback by his cold attitude, pursed her lips, and lowered her head to continue operating the machine. Enter information, print documents, and stamp. Chen Ping'an's gaze was fixed on her every move, his heart pounding steadily and powerfully in his chest, without the slightest elation of winning the lottery, only the calculation of a precision instrument. After deducting 20% personal income tax, the amount is exactly 640,000. The older woman handed a bank transfer slip and tax payment certificate through the window, and couldn't help but glance at the strange young man again. The money should arrive in your account within half an hour. Please check your account. Chen Ping'an grabbed the receipt, didn't even glance at the numbers, turned and left, his steps as fast as a gust of wind sweeping through the empty hall. Are all young people these days this cool when they win the lottery? The older sister watched his retreating figure disappear quickly through the door, muttered something under her breath, and shook her head. Chen Ping'an left the lottery center without pausing for a moment. He turned into a quiet alley, took out his phone, and the screen lit up, displaying a push notification from his bank's app. Nantong Bank, your account ending in 9527 received a deposit of RMB 640,000.00 at 09:15, leaving a balance of RMB 2,190,113.98. This amount before yesterday was a huge sum he wouldn't have dared to even dream of. However, at this moment, looking at the numbers on his phone screen, Chen Ping'an's eyes were as dark as unyielding ink. He sold off his personal assets, emptied his pockets through online loans, exploited his friends, won the lottery. He had completely exhausted the potential of all safe or relatively safe channels. Only one path remains before us, a path fraught with peril. He took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, but instead of cooling the flames in his eyes, it made them burn even brighter and more fiercely. He quickly swiped his fingers across the phone screen, bringing up a number he had managed to recall after struggling to remember it the night before. This number belongs to Scarface Dragon, the head of an underground bank in the local area, known for his ruthless methods and fast loan disbursement. During the brief chaos of the early apocalypse in his previous life, Chen Ping'an had glimpsed this ruthless man from afar. He later heard that he had been completely eradicated in a large-scale official crackdown on organized crime. Shortly after the Reapers arrived, in other words, this group won't last long. Hello. The call connected and a hoarse, rough voice heavy with sleepiness and impatience came through. The background noise was noisy with the faint clattering of mahjong tiles. Brother Long. Chen Ping'an's voice was deliberately low, carrying a sense of desperation and a desperate, ruthless determination. I'm Chen Ping'an, Kaingzi introduced me. I heard you're quick to help, it's a lifesaver. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Scarface Dragon seemed to be trying to remember who this Kaingzi was, then gave an impatient snort. Stop your F***G nonsense. How much do you want? What are you betting? Do you understand the rules? 9 out, 13 back, 1 rollover a day. If you can't pay it back, you'll face the consequences. I understand. Chen Ping'an's voice trembled slightly as if he were about to give up. 3 million just for 3 days. I'll pay you back with interest after 3 days. They're pledging me and a villa that's currently being transferred. All the paperwork is complete. I'll definitely get the certificate in 3 days. 3 million, 3 days. Scarface Dragon's voice suddenly rose, filled with a sense of absurdity and greed. Kid, you've got some nerve. What makes you think we should believe you? You think you can scam 3 million just by talking? Kaingzi. Which backwater Kaingzi are you? Brother Long, this is the last hand. We need to turn our losses around at the gambling table, I swear on my life. The villa is located at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain, number 58. You can send someone to check and they'll find out. The paperwork will be handled by the agency. 3 days, just 3 days, interest will be calculated according to your highest rates. Chen Ping'an's voice was almost a shout, filled with the madness and recklessness of a gambler who has lost everything. After these 3 days, the villa is yours. Kill me or do whatever you want. I, Chen Ping'an, accept my fate. A longer silence fell on the other end of the phone, broken only by heavy breathing and the clatter of mahjong tiles. Scarface was clearly weighing his options. 3 million is not a small sum, but the villa they're mortgaging sounds plausible and the interest rate is outrageously high. 3 days, 9 outs and 13 returns with compound interest. It's an absolute windfall that will make anyone drool. More importantly, the other party's sense of despair of having nowhere to turn didn't seem feigned. No. 58 at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. Scarface Dragon seemed to be quietly instructing the person next to him to investigate. A moment later, a muffled voice confirmed the address and agency information. Fine. Kid, you've got guts. Scarface Dragon's voice carried a hint of sinister laughter. I'll send you the address to your phone. Come over within half an hour to sign the contract. Bring your ID. Remember this. If you dare to try anything funny, I'll make you regret being born. Thank you, Brother Long, I'll be right there. Chen Ping'an hung up the phone, his face expressionless, only cold indifference. He flagged down a taxi and gave the address he had just received on his phone. Soon, Chen Ping'an arrived at a large courtyard on the outskirts of the city with a dilapidated auto repair shop sign hanging on it. The courtyard was filled with smoke and grime. Several burly men with dragon and tiger tattoos and unfriendly eyes were smoking cigarettes and glancing sideways at Chen Ping'an as he walked in. The air was thick with the pungent smell of engine oil, sweat, and cheap tobacco. A burly, bald man with a hideous scar on his face sat behind a greasy desk. This was Scarface Dragon. He sized Chen Ping'an up and down, his gaze sharp as a knife, filled with scrutiny and undisguised contempt. Kid, you're the one who wants to borrow 3 million. Scarface Dragon's voice was like sandpaper being rubbed. Yes, Brother Long. Chen Ping'an lowered his head, deliberately showing fear and nervousness, and handed over his ID card. Scarface Dragon casually tossed his ID card to one of his henchmen to make a copy. A pre-prepared loan agreement with outrageously harsh terms was slapped in front of Chen Ping'an. Look carefully, you borrowed 3 million but only received 2,700,000. 3 days later, the principal and interest totaled 4,179,000. It's all in black and white. Sign it, put your fingerprint on it. 1 day later, the interest will double. Scarface Dragon's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Chen Ping'an picked up the contract, which smelled of ink, and his eyes quickly swept over the exorbitant interest rates and terrifying default clauses that seemed capable of swallowing everything. His fingers pressed slightly against the edge of the contract, his knuckles turning slightly white. Signing this contract would theoretically be a dead end, but all he felt was a chilling mockery. 3 days. 3 days from now, all of you scum will be dead. He picked up the pen, glanced at it a second time, signed Chen Ping'an in the borrower's section, then dipped his hand in ink and pressed his bright red fingerprint heavily onto the name. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Exhilarating. Scarface Dragon grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. His smile was full of greed and cruelty. He waved his hand, and a henchman came over carrying a heavy black travel bag which he threw down at Chen Ping'an's feet with a thud. "Counted up, 2,700,000. In cash." Chen Ping'an unzipped the travel bag, revealing bundles of brand-new 100 yuan bills inside, exuding the distinctive smell of ink. He didn't count them, but just picked up a few bundles at random, weighed them in his hand, felt their heavy weight, and then zipped them up. "No need to order anymore, I trust Brother Long." Chen Ping'an's voice remained low and deep. "Kid, you're interesting." Scarface narrowed his eyes, seemingly finding the young man excessively calm. "Remember this 3 days from now. If you're short even a penny, I'll chop off one of your fingers." Chen Ping'an didn't say anything more. He picked up his heavy travel bag, turned around, and left. His steps were steady, without the slightest panic after borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates. Behind him came the unrestrained laughter of Scarface Dragon and his henchmen. Stepping out of the filthy auto repair shop compound, Chen Ping'an immediately dialed the number of the intermediary, Xiao, his voice regaining its previous calm and unwavering tone. "Xiao, I've paid the full amount for that villa at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. Immediately, right now, bring all the necessary documents for the transfer and meet me at the Property Transaction Center in 1 hour. I need the keys today." Xiao on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned by the sudden call, stammering, Brother Chen, are you sure 2,800,000 this? These procedures can't be completed in 1 day. Add more monies." Chen Ping'an was resolute. "I don't care what methods you use, pull strings or expedite it, I need to see the keys this afternoon. I'll give you an extra 100,000 yuan for expedited processing." 100,000. Xiao voice instantly rose 8 octaves, filled with unbelievable ecstasy. "Understood, Brother Chen. I'll do everything in my power to get it done for you. Wait for me at the entrance of the trading center. See you in an hour." Real estate transaction center, a money-driven miracle of efficiency is unfolding. Xiao, as if injected with adrenaline, led Chen Ping'an through the windows, clearly using some kind of special connection and showering him with benefits. With the lubrication of a thick wad of cash and Xiao's obsequious urging, the staff's efficiency improved to an unprecedented level. Photocopying, signing, fingerprinting, swiping the card, paying taxes. The whole process was so fast it was like it was on fast forward. When Chen Ping'an signed the last document, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. "Brother Chen, Brother Chen, it's all done, here's the key." Panting, Xiao handed Chen Ping'an a heavy bunch of keys, their metal surfaces gleaming like new. His face was plastered with a tired yet obsequious smile, and deep in his eyes lingered a fanatical desire for that 100,000 yuan express fee. Chen Ping'an took the key. The cool metallic touch instantly traveled to my palm, bringing a strange, almost surreal sense of security. Number 58 at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. That fortress with a basement reinforced with half-meter-thick concrete walls and a deep well. He gripped the key tightly, the sharp metal edges digging painfully into his palm. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had truly grasped a tangible piece of the future. However, this sense of security was fleeting, immediately swallowed up by a larger and more imminent shadow. The fortress has a shell, but it's empty inside. There are only 33 hours left until midnight. He wants to transform this empty concrete box into a real post-apocalyptic survival base in this short period of time. This is just the beginning. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself, his voice cold and heavy as if reminding himself. He put the keys in his pocket, didn't look at Xiao's smiling face again, and strode away from the trading center. He needs to act quickly, every second is precious. The taxi sped off again, heading towards its destination, the foot of Maple Forest Mountain. Pushing open the heavy villa door, now locked with a new lock, a wave of cold, dusty air hit me. Without pausing, Chen Ping'an went straight to the first-floor storage room and opened the heavy solid wood door leading to the basement. Clatter. He fumbled for the switch and a few dim incandescent bulbs lit up, illuminating the huge, empty space. The half-meter-thick concrete wall stood silently, the ground was hard and cold, and the deep manhole cover in the corner exuded a chill. Everything was the same as he had seen yesterday, solid, empty, cold, and deathly silent. Only 32 hours remain until the Reaper arrives. Start. Chen Ping'an growled and pulled out his phone. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he dialed one phone after another, speaking at an astonishing speed with an unquestionable, commanding tone. Little shell building materials, top-grade quick-drying concrete, reinforcing steel, thickened alloy plates will take as much as you have. Delivered to number 58 at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain, now cash payment. Express delivery fee doubled. Jincheng Security, bank vault level explosion-proof doors, 3 bulletproof glass. I'll start with 20 square meters. Protective materials, how much, all-inclusive? It must be installed by 4 p.m. today. Money is not an issue. Lawless Energy, 2 maximum power silent diesel generators. It is equipped with 2 5-ton capacity oil storage tanks filled with diesel fuel. Solar panel kits, enough to cover the entire roof. Battery banks, the highest capacity 10 sets, please deliver it before 3 p.m. today. Money is no object. On the other end of the phone, the building materials store owner exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, are you preparing for a nuclear explosion?" The security company manager gasped, and the energy equipment supplier stammered his confirmation. All of this was shut down by Chen Ping'an's cold reply, "Personal hobby, safety first, cash urgent, take it or leave it." Under the allure of express fees and cash, all doubts instantly transformed into fervent assurances. Damn it. Order the goods immediately, let's set off right away. At the top of the phone screen, the time relentlessly ticks, 16:45, 32 hours and 15 minutes remaining. Without stopping, he rushed out of the basement and started the old van he had temporarily borrowed from the intermediary, Zia-O-Lei. Chen Ping'an slammed on the gas and sped towards the city's largest food wholesale market, Zhu Market. The market was bustling with noise. Chen Ping'an, like a raging rhinoceros, pushed 3 giant shopping carts stacked together, sweeping across the shelves with a clear objective. Compressed biscuits, this brand, a whole case. 50 cases. Canned meat, beef, pork, fish, various flavors, 20 cases of each. Vacuum-packed rice, 50-pound bags, 100 bags in total. Bottled water, the largest size, 500 bottles to start. Deliver to this address, multivitamin tablets, how many bottles are there? I'll take them all. The sales assistant stared in disbelief at the young man with bloodshot eyes, frantically buying up everything. When Chen Ping'an pulled out several thick stacks of 100 yuan bills from his worn-out backpack and slammed them on the cashier counter, demanding immediate delivery, the entire cashier area fell silent for a moment. "Young man, you're opening a supermarket." A man who looked like a manager approached and asked cautiously, "Prepare for famine, I have a mental illness." Chen Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to read out the orders. Antibiotics, painkillers, gastrointestinal medications, first aid kits, wound care kits, take as many as you can, gauze, alcohol, iodine, suture needle and thread, quickly. The manager of the pharmacy section trembled as he looked at the list of medicines Chen Ping'an handed him, which covered almost all basic first aid and common disease treatments. When Chen Ping'an casually added in a low voice, "Do you have something a little more potent?" Money's no object. The supervisor's pupils contracted, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth, nodded, and turned to go into the small storage room at the back after 2 more stacks of cash silently slid into his drawer. Chen Ping'an waited expressionlessly. A few minutes later, the supervisor came out with an inconspicuous small black plastic bag and quickly stuffed it into the bottom of Chen Ping's large cardboard box filled with medicines. Inside were several strips of potent antibiotics and several sealed syringes. Time, 18:30, time remaining, 29 hours and 30 minutes. The back seat and the remaining space in the van were crammed with various medicines and several large bags of high-calorie chocolate and energy bars. Chen Ping'an drove towards a seemingly inconspicuous courtyard on the edge of the city with a sign that read Lao Hu Hardware Store. "There's something special about this place." The heavy glass door clattered as it was pushed open. The shop was dimly lit and tools and parts were piled up like mountains. The boss was a lean, middle-aged man with sharp, hawk-like eyes who was polishing a gleaming machete. "Boss, I need the goods." Chen Ping'an got straight to the point, his voice very low. "What do you want?" Old Who didn't even look up. 5 of the best machetes. Engineering shovel, military-grade quality, 10 shovels. Fire axes. Heavy-duty demolition tools, 3 of them. High-powered flashlights, long battery life, waterproof, 20 in total. 10 sets each of multifunctional pliers, high-strength nylon rope, and high-power impact drill. Old Who stopped wiping his hands, raised his eyes to carefully examine Chen Ping'an, a glint of shrewdness in them. "Young man, are you involved in a construction project at home, or a wilderness adventure? Personal hobby, safety first." Chen Ping'an repeated his platitudes, gently placing 2 thick stacks of cash on the greasy counter. "Are there any toys with a longer range and greater power, legal and compliant?" He emphasized the last 4 words. Old Who stared at the stack of money, then looked at Chen Ping'an's frighteningly calm eyes and remained silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth exuding the shrewdness and ruthless edge of a stock market manipulator. "Hey, what a coincidence! I actually have some legitimate, solid stuff here. Wait a minute." He turned and slipped into the darker back room where there was a rustling sound as he ransacked the place. When he came out, he was carrying 2 heavy, long, black suitcases. Thud. The first box was opened. Inside lay a black composite bow with sharp, angular lines exuding power. Neatly arranged beside them were 3 dozen carbon fiber arrows gleaming coldly, their arrowheads featuring menacing 3-sided blood grooves. The Wind Chaser 300, with a pull weight of 80 pounds and equipped with hunting arrows, can take down wild boars within 100 meters. Old Who's tone was tinged with pride. The second box was opened. It was a well-made, compact high-pressure air rifle. Next to it were several boxes of bright yellow lead bullets. The Condor P1 has a powerful initial velocity. Add a silencer and it's perfect for target practice or cleaning up some unpleasant little animals, quiet and efficient. Old Who lowered his voice, his eyes conveying a meaningful meaning. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted slightly. A compound bow and an air rifle this far exceeded his expectations, especially in such a short period of time. "I'll take them all, a bow with 100 arrows and an air rifle with 1,000 bullets. Also, double the quantity of all the tools you just ordered. Load them into the truck immediately." Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an took out several stacks of cash from his backpack and slapped them on the counter. The distinctive smell of banknote ink instantly filled the air. Old Who stared wide-eyed at the mountain of cash, his breathing becoming heavier. "Great job, young man, I like customers like you. Wait a minute, I'll have everything ready for you in 10 minutes. He was like a man possessed, quickly starting to pack things up while humming a nonsensical tune. When Chen Ping'an drove his van, crammed full of hard goods, swaying and rattling back to the foot of Maple Forest Mountain like a mobile arsenal, the time had already reached 8:15 p.m. Only 27 hours and 45 minutes remain until the end of the world. In front of the villa, however, was an unprecedentedly noisy scene. 7 or 8 heavy trucks and construction vehicles blocked the gate, their deafening roar echoing everywhere. Huge searchlights illuminated the area around the villa as bright as day. The workers chanted their work songs like busy worker ants. Make way, the concrete pump truck is here. Unload the alloy plate here, be careful. The boss wants the highest grade. The generator is too heavy, use a crane, where's the crane? Explosion-proof door, vault level, handle with care, my lord." People from different companies, dressed in different work clothes, mingled together, creating a chaotic scene that, driven by money, burst forth with astonishing efficiency. The owner of the building materials company personally oversaw the unloading, his eyes twitching as he watched truckloads of the highest-grade steel bars, cement, and alloy plates being transported into the villa. Is this some kind of doomsday fortress or a nuclear bunker? The security company's installation team was on high alert, and at Chen Ping'an's request, they were frantically reinforcing the only entrance to the basement with electric drills and welding torches. The first heavy alloy gate had already been welded in place. The second, 20-centimeter thick bank vault-grade explosion-proof door is currently being positioned. At the reserved location for the third door, EMP shielding material is being carefully laid out by workers, just like wallpaper. Hurry, the boss said all 3 doors must be installed and tested before dawn. The security captain's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he waved a thick wad of cash that Chen Ping'an had prepaid. Good job. An extra 3,000 yuan bonus for everyone. Deep in the basement, another team of workers was connecting the high-powered air filtration system and a complex RO reverse osmosis water purification system that Chen Ping'an had purchased to the deep well. The buzzing sound of adjustments was incessant. The ground floor of the villa wasn't idle either. On the roof, solar panels are being rapidly installed one by one. The garage had been temporarily converted into an energy center with 2 silent diesel generators resembling small monsters already in place and a huge oil storage tank standing to the side emitting a strong diesel smell. The electrician, sweating profusely, was laying thick cables to connect the generator, solar panels, and massive battery bank. The survival supplies and hardware brought by Chen Ping'an were carried deep into the basement by the workers in a relay, piling up into a small mountain. Compressed biscuits and canned goods filled the corner, bottled water was stacked like a city wall, the medicine boxes were neatly arranged. The brand new machete, compound bow, and air rifle case exuded a chilling aura. He moved through the chaotic construction site like a cold-blooded overseer, his sharp eyes scanning every step of the process. Concrete pouring thickness, check again, it must reach 50 centimeters. Has the hydraulic system of the blast door been tested? I need it to be able to withstand a rocket launcher. Air filtration system at its highest setting, I can't smell a trace of dust. Water outlet of the purification system, take samples and test immediately. It must meet direct drinking water standards. Test the generator, I want to hear the noise of it running at full load. His demands were almost demanding, but after each question, he would always unhesitatingly pull out new cash from his backpack. More money, get the best mechanic here, it has to be done tonight. Money has become the most powerful stimulant. The workers' eyes were bloodshot, but their enthusiasm was boundless. Complaints vanish in the face of real money. They even started taking turns to ensure 24-hour uninterrupted construction. Chen Ping'an spent all the money. Anyway, with the apocalypse coming, it's practically worthless anyway. Time flew by amidst the deafening noise, the pervasive dust, and the pungent smell of diesel fuel. The phone screen flickered relentlessly. 2300, 0200, 0500. 10 o'clock, 1400. On the third day, the midday sun hung high in the sky and scorching rays shone through the cracks in the reinforced windows. The construction site, which had been bustling for a day and 2 nights, finally gradually quieted down. The last batch of construction vehicles carried away the mud-covered, exhausted but satisfied workers. Chen Ping'an slowly closed the heavy villa door from the inside, and 3 heavy mechanical latches clicked down in succession, completely isolating the outside world. The world fell silent instantly. Chen Ping'an walked down the stairs leading to the basement step by step. Under his feet was cold, hard, newly poured and reinforced concrete. The roof is also thick and coated with a special fireproof and soundproof material. The first alloy gate is locked. The second bank vault-grade explosion-proof door with its heavy body silently and tightly closed under the drive of a hydraulic system. The third composite door wrapped in EMP shielding material was manually tightened. He finally stood at the heart of the fortress. The space before me was still vast but no longer empty. On one side there were mountains of survival supplies. Compressed biscuits, vacuum-packed rice and noodles, canned meat, and boxes of various flavors of Laogan chili sauce were piled up to form a high wall. The wall of bottled water emitted a faint glimmer of plastic. The medicine boxes were neatly stacked like soldiers awaiting inspection. A warm-down sleeping bag and a windproof jacket were piled up in the corner. On the other side lies a cold reserve of force. The machete, entrenching tool, and fire axe gleamed coldly. The boxes containing compound bows and air rifles lay dormant. Beside them lay mountains of arrows and lead bullets. In the corner's energy zone, a high-powered diesel generator is emitting a deep, steady hum. while another backup generator stands by, ready to provide ample power to the entire underground space. Thick cables connect the massive battery bank along the wall to the solar power lines extending down from the roof. The air filtration system emits a subtle white noise, thoroughly purifying the earthy smell unique to the underground. The deep well pump extracts groundwater, which is then filtered through multiple layers before flowing into a brand new food-grade water storage tank. After passing through a water purification system, a clear trickle of water finally flows from the tap. On a long table against the wall, several brand new high-spec laptops had their screens lit up, and the indicator lights on their hard drive arrays were flashing wildly. It was crammed with offline encyclopedias, survival manuals, mechanical repair manuals, medical first aid manuals, agricultural planting manuals, and everything else he could think of that might save his life in the apocalypse, all downloaded frantically by Chen Ping'an during his last moments, exhausting the villa's existing broadband. A brand new satellite phone lay quietly on the corner of the table. Chen Ping'an walked to the huge water tank, turned on the tap, scooped up a handful of cool, filtered water and splashed it on his face. The icy coldness finally brought a long-lost sense of safety to his nerves, which had been in turmoil for more than 2 days. He walked to the center of the basement and looked around. The concrete walls, half a meter thick and inlaid with alloy plates and steel mesh, stand like silent giants, firmly protecting him within. 3 gates, strong enough to withstand heavy firepower, isolated them from all external malice. The roaring generator is the pulse of power. The mountains of supplies were a guarantee of life. Sharp weapons are the last resort. The phone screen lit up again, displaying the automatically updated time. October 31, 2035, 12 o'clock p.m. Only 12 hours remain until the alien Reapers arrive and forcibly activate Apocalypse Era. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. The basement was cold, but the purified air filled his lungs, carrying the faint scent of new concrete and metal. He walked to the only observation window with bulletproof glass that offered a glimpse into the outside world and looked out. Maple Forest Mountain appeared tranquil and serene under the midday sun with a clear blue sky and drifting white clouds. A false peace before the apocalypse. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes regaining their sharpness, the weariness replaced by an almost tangible steely will. Finally, his deep voice echoed in the solid space of the basement, carrying the weariness of a lone wolf returning to its den, but also the resolute determination to sharpen its claws and prepare for battle. Ready. After saying that, Chen Ping'an set his alarm and went asleep. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing sound of an alarm clock suddenly rang out in the silent underground fortress. Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, his body springing up from the floor covered with a thermal sleeping bag like a taut bowstring. He looked up at the huge electronic clock hanging on the wall. October 31, 2035, 23:00. Only 1 hour left until the Reaper arrives. After sleeping for nearly 11 hours, the fatigue that had accumulated in my body receded like a receding tide. The frantic work over the past few days has completely wiped away the mental strain. A surge of energy flowed through my limbs and bones, and my mind was clearer than ever before. Time is up. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself, his voice echoing between the thick concrete walls, carrying a cold, metallic quality. Hunger immediately struck and my stomach gave a clear protest. He walked to the supplies area. I tore open a pack of high-energy compressed biscuits, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and with the cold water in my mouth chewed on the hard, tasteless biscuit crumbs. Each bite carries an almost ritualistic solemnity. He knew that from this moment on, every bite of food and every drop of water would be an incredibly precious luxury in the apocalypse. The world outside the safe house will soon descend into a resource-scarce purgatory. After finishing his meal, Chen Ping'an didn't waste a moment and immediately began the final check before the apocalypse. He first went to the energy zone. 2 enormous diesel generators like silent steel behemoths were running steadily with a low growl, providing ample power to the entire basement. Chen Ping'an carefully checked the fuel gauges. Both 5-ton capacity oil storage tanks showed full levels. The backup generator is in good condition and can be started at any time. The indicator lights on the huge battery pack attached to the wall show that it is fully charged. The wiring to the rooftop solar panels is working properly. Energy, okay, Chen Ping'an nodded. Next is the water source. He walked over to the huge food-grade water tank and turned on the tap. Clear, cool water gushed out, carrying a hint of the unique chill of groundwater. He took a glass, brought it to his nose, and smelled it. There was no strange odor. The indicator light on the RO reverse osmosis water purification system connected to the deep well shows that it is operating normally. The deep well pump is also working stably. Water source, okay. Then there's the air. The air filtration system in the corner emitted a soft, continuous hum, and the vents emitted airflow carrying a faint scent of air freshener. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. Although the air in the basement smelled of new concrete and metal, it was neither stuffy nor unpleasant. He glanced at the indoor and outdoor air quality comparison values displayed on the system. The purification efficiency was extremely high. Air okay. Finally, he walked to the monitoring console. This area connects multiple high-definition cameras installed around the villa's exterior and key internal areas. On the table, several high-end laptops had their screens lit up, one of which was displaying a split-screen view. Scene 1. From several angles around the villa's perimeter wall in night vision mode, the trees at the foot of Maple Forest Mountain sway in the night wind, a scene of deathly silence, utterly deserted. Scene 2. The only path leading to the villa was also deserted. Scene 3, the view of the sky taken through the only bulletproof glass observation hole in the basement showed a dark night sky dotted with sparse starlight. Scene 4. The screen, connected to an external network, displays live feeds from several major social media platforms and news websites. Everything seems normal. The trending topics are celebrity gossip, game and esports announcements, and local food reviews. The forum was filled with casual chatter, arguments, and displays of affection, a kind of everyday, even somewhat mundane, atmosphere unique to peacetime. There were no reports of unusual celestial phenomena or global events. The world remains immersed in a false peace and ignorance. No one knew, or rather, no one believed that annihilation was imminent. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the calm scene, his eyes showing no fluctuation, only a cold understanding. He quickly checked and confirmed that all monitoring equipment was functioning properly and that recording was enabled. At the same time, he activated the final physical isolation procedure preset inside the fortress. The last few backup safety gates of the basement ventilation system were manually locked, completely isolating it from physical exchange with the outside air, and the independent internal circulation of the filtration system was immediately activated. After doing all this, he returned to the monitoring console and sat down quietly, like a lone wolf lurking deep in its den waiting for the storm to arrive. Time passed by second by second. 23:30, 23:45, 23:55, 23:59. The red numbers on the digital clock ticked coldly. Chen Ping'an's breathing became extremely steady, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, staring intently at the monitor screen, especially the image showing the outside sky. My heart pounded steadily and powerfully in my chest without the slightest panic, only a cold, almost ruthless calm that signaled an impending great battle. Finally, the instant the last number on the clock jumps from 59 to 0. Zzz. An indescribable, piercing noise, seemingly about to shatter eardrums and tear apart the soul. Without warning, like a million steel needles, they pierced Chen Ping'an's ear. The sound didn't come from air vibrations, it was more like a terrifying electromagnetic shriek that directly affected the nerves and brain. Buzz! They're here! Outside the window, the once tranquil night sky adorned with starlight has vanished. Instead, there were endless, swirling shadows like thick ink. The shadow was unimaginably vast, like a huge, irregular, living curtain that instantly covered the entire sky. It greedily devoured all the light emitted by the stars, the moon, and all celestial bodies. A primal, overwhelming fear of the vast unknown surged through Chen Ping'an like an icy tide, sending chills down his spine. This is absolutely not any weather phenomenon on Earth. This is a terrifying being from the depths of the starry sea. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the shadow obscuring the sky, an invisible yet visible pale blue energy pulse. Like the ripples of a colossal tsunami, it swept across the entire planet's surface from the heavens with incomprehensible speed and manner. The surveillance screen captured a truly horrifying scene. The brightly lit, bustling metropolis in the distance seemed to have its power cut off instantly by an invisible giant hand. Countless dazzling building lights, street neon lights, and car taillights went out in less than a second. The entire city was instantly plunged into a deathly silence and darkness. In one corner of the scene, several planes with flashing navigation lights can be vaguely seen, like kites with broken strings, trailing long, desperate fiery trajectories as they plummet crookedly from the night sky. Outside the safe house, the deathly silence lasted for less than 3 seconds. Then, from a distant direction came a series of screams, cries, the deafening crashes of cars colliding, and the clatter of shattering glass like a tsunami. That was the desperate lament of human civilization as its order collapsed in an instant. Panic, like a plague, is spreading wildly in every corner of the globe. At this moment when the world is plunged into chaos and despair, a cold, indifferent, utterly inhuman thought, like the most precise scalpel. Ignoring all physical obstacles, it resounded directly in the minds of all surviving humans. The voice was devoid of emotion and tone, yet it carried an absolute majesty that could freeze one's soul. Announcement. We are the Reapers, humanity, a low-level carbon-based civilization. Your era ends here. Resistance is futile. Technology is incredibly fragile. Survival only one way. Force survival game Apocalypse Era. Start playing now. Game helmets have been distributed. The rules are as follows. First, all surviving individuals must wear helmets and have their consciousness integrated into the game world. Those who refuse will be eliminated. Secondly, the game world is 100% realistic, with synchronized 5 senses and pain sensation. Third, acquire power, resources, and skills in the game. Fourth, ultimately, those ranked in the top 100 on the Heavenly Ladder leaderboard will obtain the qualification of agents to serve us. Game begins. Struggle Yuanyuan. This chilling declaration, like a judgment from hell, every word carrying an aura of bloodshed and despair, crashed down upon the very depths of every human soul as the announcement was made. Before each person, the air twisted violently without warning, and then a helmet with a futuristic design appeared out of thin air. Its entire body is a deep dark silver color, with streamlined lines that exude a sense of power, and its surface is covered with faint blue energy patterns that seem to come alive. While everyone was still observing and hesitating about how to use it and whether to use it at all. The moment the helmet appeared, Chen Ping'an used all his strength to firmly and resolutely slam the helmet, which contained endless opportunities and carnage, onto his head. A familiar yet peculiar suction felt instantly on the inside of the helmet, perfectly conforming to the contours of his head. Everything went completely dark. Immediately afterwards, buzz! A powerful, irresistible suction force came from above. Chen Ping'an felt as if his consciousness had been abruptly ripped from his body by an invisible hand. The world is spinning. His consciousness, swept away by a raging torrent of data, was sinking into an unknown, cruel new world called the Apocalypse Era. Unique Pioneer Psychic Band access detected. Neural link stability 100%. Peak brain activity has exceeded the threshold. Distinguished Pioneer, you are the first user worldwide to complete the registration and activation process for Apocalypse Era. Your registration number is No.1. Based on your supreme privileges as the No.1 registrant, you will receive exclusive and unique epic rewards. Chen Ping'an floated in this sea of data, his consciousness trembling slightly. Even though he had been reborn and his heart was as hard as iron, an uncontrollable surge of emotion suddenly crashed against his soul. No.1, the world's first. These few words signify an unimaginable, enormous advantage. In his previous life, he tried his best but could only squeeze into the server a dozen minutes after it opened, putting him at a disadvantage compared to those lucky ones who entered immediately. In this life, with his reborn prophethood and his relentless determination, he forcefully seized the top position in this groundbreaking era. Career selection, the cold, authoritative system voice announced. Without any hesitation, Chen Ping'an's consciousness pierced out like the sharpest sword, instantly locking onto the emblem of a sword and shield crossed, floating at the very front of the light screen. Swordsman. Melee physical damage core, high burst damage, high mobility. The fighting instincts ingrained in this body, the swordsmanship honed to its peak in his previous life, only this profession can bring his advantages to their fullest potential. A familiar, almost soul-stirring sense of power stirred subtly within my consciousness. Class confirmation, swordsman, please create a character name. A flashing cursor appeared in front of him. The image of sword dance and beautiful woman's smile, imbued with a touch of artistry and romance from my past life, flashed through my mind, only to be utterly crushed by the cold, chilling image of betrayal. I am the reverse butterfly. Chen Ping'an's consciousness was cold and resolute, carrying a sense of rebirth and an arrogant disdain for everything. Character name confirmed, I am the reverse butterfly, please adjust your character's appearance. A huge, full-length mirror shimmering like water suddenly appeared before my eyes. The reflection in the mirror was exactly how he looked in real life. Young, with excellent facial features and a hint of former sunshine still visible between his brows, but now covered by a bone-chilling coldness. Adjusting direction, an ordinary, unremarkable face. Chen Ping'an's instructions were clearly given. The image in the mirror immediately began to blur and distort. The sharp angles were deliberately softened and the overly straight bridge of the nose slightly collapsed. Her overly bright eyes were veiled by a layer of dull ordinariness, and her skin texture had become slightly rougher. The overall trend is shifting towards a direction where you'd be lost in a crowd and never be found again. However, just as the adjustment was about to be completed, the mirror suddenly flashed with a soft, pale golden light tinged with surprise. Warning: the creator's original base charm value has been detected to be too high. Forcibly suppressing it to the average standard will lead to unpredictable logical conflicts and model distortion. System automatic optimization scheme initiated. Optimization complete. The golden light faded. The person in the mirror still had the same face with the features seemingly unchanged, but the sharp, unapproachable aura that came with rebirth and hatred had been subtly concealed. The proportions between the eyebrows and eyes were subtly adjusted to a near-perfect harmony, and the skin exhibited a warm, healthy glow. Overall, they don't have that kind of stunningly handsome look, but when put together they have a unique charm that grows more and more pleasing to the eye the longer you look at them. Character appearance optimization is complete, perfectly meeting the plain and unremarkable creation requirements while retaining basic charm traits. The system announced calmly. Chen Ping'an looked at the face in the mirror, a face that was both strange and familiar, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You call this unremarkable? This system certainly knows how to cover up its shortcomings. Character creation complete. No point 1 special privileges detected. An additional chance to draw an epic talent is awarded. Prepare to draw your talent. The system voice suddenly rose in pitch, carrying a solemn sense of announcing a momentous occasion. It's here. Chen Ping'an's consciousness tensed instantly. All distracting thoughts were completely eliminated, leaving only the purest desire. In his previous life, he was just a lucky guy with a 5-fold drop rate, which was enough to help him climb to the top of the ladder. What will this number 1 epic talent be this time? The space in front of him distorted violently, and 2 spheres of light like miniature nebulae appeared out of thin air, spinning wildly and colliding. It possessed a deep, dark gold color, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The other shimmered with ever-changing, mesmerizing, 7-colored light. Talent extraction. Begin. The instant the system notification ended, the 2 nebula-like orbs of light exploded. Countless tiny streams of light, each representing a different talent or potential, scattered and splashed like fireworks, then, drawn by some supreme rule, surged wildly toward Chen Ping'an's consciousness. Buzz, first came the dark golden torrent, carrying a heavy, overwhelming quality as if it could crush everything, which crashed into his consciousness. Countless fragments of information exploded, reassembled, and were imprinted in an instant. 100x reward boost, unique at SSS level. Effect: when killing monsters, completing quests, opening treasure chests, you can choose to multiply the quantity of the reward by 100 or increase the quality by 100 times. The effect is equivalent to replacing a regular item with a top-tier item of the same type that is 100 times rarer, has 100 times the attributes, and has 100 times the effects. choose freely. Before each reward is received, you can freely switch between quantity surge or quality leap modes. Note, experience points cannot be used for quality leaps. The default is 100 times the quantity. 100 times. It's not the pitiful A-grade talent with a 5-fold drop rate from my previous life. And it's a free choice. Ecstasy, like lava, instantly shattered the calm barrier that Chen Ping'an had deliberately maintained. In his past life, in order to collect a set of equipment capable of challenging high-level dungeons, he led his team to grind the same disgusting map for 3 whole days and 3 nights. If I had that talent back then. A leap in quality, a 100-fold increase in quality. Almost the instant his talent information was imprinted, he made the choice that best served his immediate interests, locking in the quality leap mode. In the early game, the overwhelming advantage brought by a single divine item far outweighs that of 100 useless items. He's going to create a snowball effect that will leave all his competitors in despair. Before he could fully savor the shock brought by this heaven-defying cheat, a second torrent of 7-colored light arrived in quick succession. This torrent was light, agile, and filled with an elusive and mysterious aura, instantly merging into his consciousness. Great fortune across the heavens, SSS level unique, effects, permanently increases critical hit rate by 50%, evasion rate by 30%, and accuracy by 30%. Maximum rare item drop rate. When a monster is killed, the drop rate of items in its rare item drop list is forcibly increased to the theoretical maximum value. Perfect enhancement. When enhancing equipment, the success rate is greatly increased, and the probability of failure penalty, such as equipment breaking, is reduced to almost 0. Favorable probability. Any event involving probability, such as a lottery, random event triggering, special effect activation, etc., will have an outcome that will almost always favor you. Critical hits, evasion, accuracy. The 3 core combat attributes surge, drop rates are now capped. Upgrading equipment is practically risk-free. Even the elusive concept of luck is on his side. Dual talents, SSS level unique, 100x amplification. Unparalleled good fortune. Chen Ping'an's consciousness felt as if it had been thrown into a boiling pot of oil. The enormous impact made his whole person tremble slightly. I am the reverse butterfly clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm, forcibly suppressing the torrent of excitement that was almost overwhelming her reason. Calm down. Chen Ping'an roared at himself deep within his consciousness. No matter how great the talent, no matter how many resources, they can't protect you from a stab in the back. In this life, my back can only be turned to the wall. He forcefully suppressed his turbulent emotions, his eyes regaining their sharpness and coldness like tempered iron. Exclusive reward for no. 1 recipient. The system notification sounded at the right moment, drawing his attention back. A dazzling golden beam of light, almost blinding to his senses, descended from the sky and completely enveloped him. The first thing that came into view was a floating, purplish-gold badge phantom exuding an ancient and majestic aura, engraved with an abstract silhouette of a pioneer and the characters No.1. Title: Pioneer Unique. Effect: permanently increases all base attributes strength, agility, constitution, spirit by 5%. Permanently increases experience gained from killing monsters and completing quests by 10%. Wearing requirements. No.1 exclusively for registered users, automatically activated, cannot be dropped. Immediately following was a melodious splashing sound like a waterfall of gold coins cascading down. In the lower right corner of the field of vision, the number representing money jumps wildly like a runaway horse. The final number was a terrifying one that even made his eyelids twitch, a number that had previously made him, a top expert, tremble. 1,000 gold coins. For the average player, starting with just a pair of shorts, getting 10 copper coins is considered a stroke of luck. 1,000 gold coins. That's enough for him to buy out all the NPC shops in the starting village several times over. The third item. It was an extremely small, irregularly shaped crystal fragment, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. It floats silently, its entire body exhibiting an illusory, constantly twisting and changing grayish-white color, with countless tiny spacetime rifts seemingly creating and disappearing inside. There are no attribute descriptions, only a lonely name labeled, fragment of time and space, unique. Chen Ping'an's gaze lingered on the fragment for a moment. He had never seen such a thing in his previous life. Unknown. He murmured to himself, categorizing it as something requiring close attention. Finally, there was an antique thread-bound book emitting a soft white light with the words "Mastery of Basic Swordsmanship, Rare" boldly engraved on the cover. The book transformed into a stream of light and instantly entered his consciousness. Ding, you have learned the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Mastery. Effect passive. Increases sword weapon attack power by 10% and slightly increases sword weapon attack speed and parry block success rate. A warm current, accompanied by the power generation techniques and muscle memory of countless basic sword moves such as chopping, slashing, thrusting, parrying, etc., instantly merged into his body's instincts. Although it's just the basics, Chen Ping'an knows that it's the foundation of all advanced sword techniques, and its later effects will be very impressive. Most importantly, this is a passive skill. Its value far exceeds any skill that can be obtained in the starting village. The golden light slowly dissipated. Chen Ping'an floated in the sea of data, silently bringing up his current attribute panel, character name. I am the reverse butterfly. Numbers 0.1. Class Swordsman. Level 1. Health points HP 150-150. Mana MP 100-100. Basic attributes Strength 15 affects physical attack, carrying capacity, Pioneer plus 5%. Agility 12 affects attack speed, movement speed and dodge, Pioneer plus 5%. Constitution 13 affects health defense, Pioneer plus 5%. Spirit 10 affects mana and spell resistance, Pioneer plus 5%. Combat attributes Physical attack 25. Physical defense 15. Magic defense 8. Attack speed 1.1 attack second. Movement speed 105%. Critical hit rate 55%, lucky draw plus 50%. Evasion rate 38%, lucky charm plus 30%. Hit rate 128%, lucky charm plus 30%. Talent 100x rewards boost, epic only mode. Mass leap. Great fortune epic unique. Title Pioneer unique in effect. Skill Basic Swordsmanship Mastery passive. Strength 15 points. In my past life I only had 8 points of strength when I started at level 1. 55% critical hit rate, 38% evasion. This is hardly the stats panel for a level 1 newbie. These are attributes that only someone wearing several pieces of top-tier equipment could possess. Add to that his heaven-defying dual talents. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath of air that wasn't even there. The repression of rebirth and the madness of building the fortress finally found an outlet at this moment. A surge of pride, a sense of control over destiny, and the inevitable triumph at the summit welled up within me. However, this feeling of pride lasted for less than a second. The sword that pierced his chest from Yuanyuan, the pain, the shock, and the eyes that ultimately turned into endless darkness reappeared vividly before his eyes like a leech clinging to his bone. That chilling sense of despair instantly gripped his heart. Strength. Chen Ping'an looked at the numbers on his attribute panel that far surpassed his peers, but his eyes were as cold as the Siberian permafrost. Just a tool. In this life on the path to the summit, I only have myself. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as lightning, staring directly at the massive rotating portal in front of him, the one that represented entry into the game world without the slightest hesitation. Enter the game, white light devouring everything. A cold, hard sensation came from the soles of my feet, carrying the scent of earth and grass. A cacophony of voices surged into my ears like a tidal wave, filled with terror, bewilderment, curiosity, and hysterical screams. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The dilapidated wooden fence crookedly enclosed a barely safe area. Several mud-covered animal hide tents were scattered at the edge of the clearing, wisps of smoke rising from them. Dressed in simple cloth clothes, leather armor, or even just a pair of shorts, the novice players scurried around like headless flies, their faces filled with unfamiliarity and fear of this 100% realistic world. In the distance, the faint, low growls of wild beasts could be heard. A weathered wooden sign, its inscription faded, was stuck askew in the soil at the camp entrance. Dawn Camp. We've arrived at the beginner's village. Holy crap, awesome. I've really been transported into the game. These aliens are something else. This grass feels damn prickly. A burly man with the ID chopping down a street was excitedly touching and pinching the weeds on the ground. Dad, where are you? Stop fiddling with your stupid system panel. Getting addicted to reading again, hurry up and accept the mission. A teenager shouted at the top of his lungs in the crowd. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing an ill-fitting beginner's robe and displaying the ID director wank was pointing at the void and muttering incantations. How are these KPIs calculated? Kills, online time, even alien bosses have to abide by basic principles, right? Hey girl, can someone add me as a friend? I'd even like to check out my stats after switching to healer. Several players' eyes darted around, trying to find members of the opposite S*X in the chaotic crowd. An 18-year-old bald programmer-looking player clutched his head and wailed. Damn, the longer you're online in a single session, the higher your stats. What kind of innate talent is this? The entire Dawn camp was like a hornet's nest that had been stirred up. Excitement, fear, confusion, a jumble of emotions swirled around, giving one a headache. Chen Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. This nascent clamor and chaos were meaningless to him, like a backdrop. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. He went straight to the camp's general store and bought all the items and materials there. When the grocer tossed a gold coin to the shopkeeper's sleepy eyes nearly popped out. Then Chen Ping'an cut through the chaotic crowd and pinpointed a hunched figure huddled against a half-collapsed earthen wall in the far corner of the camp. A player roared from behind, "Damn it, there's nothing here. Why don't you open a super powerful shop, F***K? The grocery store owner, head bowed and eyes downcast, said, "The supplies will arrive tomorrow, please calm down, sir." Chen Ping'an pretended not to hear and walked straight towards the veteran NPC, who was almost completely covered by a tattered, oil-stained cloak. He was like a forgotten stone, completely out of place amidst the surrounding noise. The players hurried past him, heading towards the militia captain in the center of the camp who was issuing missions without giving him a second glance. Cough, cough, cough. A suppressed cough came from beneath the cloak and a withered, calloused hand trembled slightly as it reached out. The voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. "I'm hungry, please, give me something to eat." Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ping'an focused his mind on the system's inventory. He quickly took out a piece of hard, black bread that looked appalling and could be used as a brick and stuffed it directly into the old soldier's trembling hand. "It feels cool and rough to the touch." A faint light suddenly shone in the old soldier's cloudy eyes as if a dying man had grasped at a piece of driftwood. He gripped the bread tightly and stuffed it into his mouth with almost all his might, choking until his eyes rolled back. "System, you have given the item Hank, the down-on-his-luck veteran, one piece of hard, black bread." System hidden quest triggered, A Veteran's Wish Part 1. Mission description: the down-on-his-luck veteran Hank seems to have remembered something. He seems to need some water to swallow this choking bread and wants to talk to you about the past. Quest requirements: one piece of clean spring water obtainable from the camp well. Chen Ping'an turned and left, heading straight for the bubbling, broken well in the center of the camp. Several players nearby were clumsily fetching water with buckets, splashing each other with water and having a great time. "Hey buddy, what are you looking at? Hurry up and draw some water." The NPC at this well says it can restore 1 point of health. One of the players greeted Chen Ping'an familiarly as he approached. Chen Ping'an ignored him, grabbed a broken wooden ladle from beside the well, quickly scooped up a ladleful of clear spring water, turned and left, leaving the player completely bewildered. Back in the corner, I handed the water ladle to Hank. The veteran gulped down several large mouthfuls, let out a long sigh of relief and seemed to regain some color in his face. "Ahem, thank you. Thank you, young man." Hank's voice was still hoarse, but it had lost some of its lifelessness. His cloudy gaze lingered on Chen Ping'an's face for a moment, as if confirming something before he trembled and reached into the depths of his tattered cloak to grope. A moment later, he pulled out a rusty, twisted metal piece covered in mud. "Take this ... it might be useful to you." Hank placed the rusty key into Chen Ping'an's hand. Its cold touch carried the metallic smell of rust. The mine, the abandoned mine, deepest part, there's a box left behind by an old buddy. It should still be there. System Hidden Quest, A Veteran's Wish Part 1 completed. Rewards experience plus 100. Copper coins plus 50, item Rusty Key x1. 100x reward triggered. Experience points are automatically converted to a 100x multiplier, so you will actually gain plus 100,000 experience points. Copper coins are multiplied by 100 to become silver coins, resulting in an actual gain of plus 50 silver coins. Note, due to the uniqueness of quest items, this talent does not apply. The Rusty Key. Type: Quest item. Description: a rusty key, almost unrecognizable from its original state, seems to correspond to a long-forgotten keyhole. It emits a faint metallic smell. Keys in hand. System: you've leveled up, current level 5. Free attribute points gained, 20. Bathed in golden light, Chen Ping'an didn't hesitate. With a thought, he began allocating his 20 free attribute points, 12 points to strength and 8 points to agility. With a firm resolve, Chen Ping'an didn't look at Hank again, turned around and strode towards the east exit of the camp. At the east gate of the camp, several militia NPCs were lazily guarding the area. The lawn not far from the door was already packed with people. Hundreds of level 1 players, wielding the broken wooden sticks given to them upon starting out, were frantically attacking several slow-moving, semi-transparent slimes, LV1 like ducks scrambling for food. Get out of the way, this slime is mine. Damn it, who poked my butt, are you blind? Healer needed, this slime is pretty tough, I'm almost out of health. Bullshit, I'm a warrior too. I'll use my newbie health potion. The scene was chaotic and the efficiency was appalling. When a slime falls, 7 or 8 players rush to grab its loot, often only to find a pitiful few copper coins, prompting a chorus of curses. Their experience is pitifully scarce. Chen Ping'an's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't even glance at the group of monster-stealing soldiers, and his steps didn't falter in the slightest. He bypassed the outer grassy area and went directly into a small path hidden by waist-high weeds. The path was rugged and difficult to follow, leading to a desolate hillside behind the camp. Pushing aside the last thicket of bushes, a dark cave entrance appeared before us. A half-rotten wooden sign hangs crookedly at the entrance of the cave, with the words "Mine" still faintly discernible. A cold, damp air mixed with the smell of rust and mildew rushed towards me. This is the entrance to the abandoned mine. In its previous life, this hidden treasure chest was only discovered by a lost player a week after the server opened, instantly causing an uproar throughout the entire newbie village. At this moment, the place is deserted and the only sound is the dripping of water droplets falling from the cave ceiling. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an ducked and crawled inside. The cave was dimly lit, with only a few scattered patches of moss on the cave walls providing meager illumination. The uneven ground was covered with gravel and abandoned minecart tracks, and the air was even colder. Using his memories from his previous life, he swiftly navigated the labyrinthine abandoned mine tunnels, avoiding areas where low-level mine bats might be active. After many twists and turns, we ventured deep into the heart of the mine. The surrounding temperature was lower and the dripping sound became more frequent. Finally, at the end of a nearly blocked dead end filled with discarded ore, he saw his target. An inconspicuous, dilapidated tin box, half buried in rubble and dirt. The box was heavily rusted and covered in scratches. The only noticeable feature was a padlock on the front of the box, which was also covered in rust, but the shape of the keyhole perfectly matched the rusted key. That's it. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath of the cold, damp air in the mine, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He stepped forward, took out the rusty key, aimed it at the keyhole, and turned it hard. Click. A crisp click of a mechanism snapping open was exceptionally clear in the silent mine. However, at the very moment the lock popped open, roar. A deep, threatening roar suddenly erupted from the shadows behind the box. Accompanied by a foul, stench-filled wind, a dark shadow darted out like lightning. It was a monster the size of a wolf, covered in a dark blue, hard carapace. Mine Guardian Scorpion LV3. Health 250-250. Attack power 12. Defense 8. There is a 10% chance that an attack will poison the player. The guard scorpion's tail tip gleamed with a ghostly blue venomous light, and its pair of enormous pincers resembled rusty iron shears. Its small head was tilted slightly as if it sensed something was amiss. However, its hesitation didn't last long before it swung its pincers and clamped down hard on Chen Ping'an's head. A huge miss appeared. With the blessing of great fortune, Chen Ping'an's evasion rate reaches a staggering 38%. Now, Chen Ping'an thought to himself, this is a low murmur. Taking advantage of the moment when the scorpion's attack missed and its body lunged forward, revealing an opening, the seemingly insignificant damaged wooden stick in his hand carried a resolute aura. The wooden stick tore through the air and stabbed with unparalleled precision at the relatively soft joint of the guard scorpion's abdomen. -88. Weakness attack. A bright red number floated above the guardian scorpion's head. The guardian scorpion in pain let out an even more furious roar, its venomous stinger like a snake's tongue swiftly striking towards Chen Ping'an's chest. The angle was tricky, there was no way to avoid it. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted slightly, but his body reacted as if by instinct. He twisted his waist sharply, turning the wooden stick in his hand from a thorn into a slash and swung it fiercely upwards in an attempt to block. Clang! A sharp clang of metal clashing rang out. The wooden stick struck the middle of the scorpion's tail with a narrow escape. Parry successful, damage reduced by 30%. Chen Ping'an's arm felt slightly numb, but his health bar was basically unaffected. Roar. The guardian scorpion went completely berserk, its massive pincers snapping open once more, attacking from both sides and sealing off all of Chen Ping'an's escape routes. This attack was so powerful that any other player who took it would be severely injured or killed. But Chen Ping'an didn't retreat, instead he charged straight at the pincers. I'll control you. He suddenly ducked and slid in, passing under the guard scorpion's belly. The guard scorpion clamped its pincers together fiercely, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound, but it missed. Chen Ping'an, who had slid behind the guardian scorpion, sprang up like a spring. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he poured all his strength into the wooden stick in his hand, aiming fiercely at the fatal weak point where the guard scorpion's head connected to its carapace. Die! The wooden stick drew a piercing arc, puff -188, critical hit, golden damage. A dazzling golden critical hit number suddenly popped up. The guardian scorpion's massive body stiffened abruptly, letting out a mournful cry of despair. Its health bar instantly emptied. It crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. System: you have killed mine guardian scorpion, LV3, gaining 150 experience points. 100x reward triggered. Actual experience points gained +15000. System: you've leveled up, current level 7. Free attribute points gained 10. Golden light bathed my entire body once more, and the upgraded warmth instantly dispelled the soreness and numbness in my arms. A quick click and you get 6 points of strength and 4 points of agility. Panel attributes have skyrocketed again. He didn't even glance at the few copper coins dropped from the scorpion's corpse. His gaze was fixed on the unlocked, dilapidated tin box. Chen Ping'an stepped forward and abruptly lifted the heavy box lid. In an instant, buzz, a dazzling golden beam of light almost illuminating the entire dark mine shot into the sky. A series of system notifications, as melodious as celestial music and imbued with a soul-stirring power, exploded wildly in his mind. System: golden announcement in World Channel. Player: I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1 has successfully opened the hidden treasure chest, the worn tin box, for the first time. Courage and wisdom deserve reward. System: successfully opened the old tin box. System: talent triggered 100x reward boost. Quality x100. Reward quality has been significantly improved. Obtained steel longsword green high quality x1. Obtained 3x special recovery potions blue rare. Obtained skillbook Gale/green skill x1. Gained 30,000 experience points. System: you've leveled up, current level 8. Free attribute points gained 5. Before the golden light had completely dissipated, 3 items emitting different lusters automatically flew into Chen Ping'an's backpack. Boom! Another beam of golden light descended. Chen Ping'an instantly broke through the level 7 bottleneck and reached level 8, Without hesitation, he added more points, 4 points to strength, 1 point to agility. A violent sense of power surged through my limbs and bones. He couldn't wait to open his backpack and examine the 3 trophies that had been transformed by his talent. The first item is a longsword that gleams with a cold light, its blade straight and gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. Chen Ping'an knew all too well that the drop rate in this game had always been abysmal. Especially regarding weapons, he still remembers that when he left the starting village in his previous life, he only had a club in his hand. Check the attributes: Steel Longsword, Green Premium. Slot Main Hand Weapon. Demand Level 5. Physical Attack 38 to 45. Strength +3. Agility +1. Durability 35-35. Special Effect. Sharpness. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to ignore 10% of the target's physical defense. Description: a standard longsword forged from fine steel, sturdy and sharp, a formidable weapon for beginners. The blade gleams with a cold, icy light. Wow, absolutely amazing. Chen Ping'an's heart pounded in his chest. 38 to 45 attack power, it completely crushes the basic unequipped weapons in the system by leaps and bounds. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately equipped himself with the steel longsword, replacing the pitiful, broken wooden stick. The second item was 3 vials filled with a crystal-clear liquid, as clear as rubies. Special Healing Potion, Blue Rare. Type: Consumables. Effect: immediately restores 30% of the user's maximum health. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Description: an alchemical potion containing powerful life energy, capable of rapidly replenishing a large amount of life force in times of crisis. It has a beautiful color and remarkable effects. It's like having an extra half a life, even if I probably won't need it myself. The third item is a skill book that emits a pale green light and has a whirlwind pattern on the cover. Skill book: Gale/Green Skill. Class restriction: Swordsman. Demand Level 3. Effect: active skill. Consumes 20 MP. Swings weapon to deal 150% physical attack damage to all enemies within a fan-shaped area in front 120-degree angle, 3-meter radius. Cooldown: 8 seconds. Description: a basic area of effect attack skill for swordsmen, sweeping away enemies with the speed of a whirlwind, making it a powerful tool for clearing mobs in the early game. After learning this skill, you will master Swift Slash. This is exactly the AoE area of effect skill he desperately needed in the early game. Study, system, you have learned a new skill. Swift Slash LV1. A surge of ideas about rapid sword swings and the techniques for guiding power to create wide-range slashes, along with energy flow patterns, instantly flooded his mind and transformed into his fighting instincts. He brought up his completely revamped attribute panel. Character name: I am the Reverse Butterfly. Numbers: 0.1. Class: Swordsman. Level 8. Health points: HP 395-395. Mana MP 280-280. Basic attributes: Strength 42, Agility 27, Constitution 14, Spirit 11. Combat attributes: Physical Attack 105, Physical Defense 16, Magic Defense 8. Attack Speed 2.205, Attack Second, Movement Speed 168%. Critical Hit Rate 55%, Evasion Rate 38%, Accuracy Rate 128%. Talent: 100x Reward Boost, Epic Unique Mode, Mass Leap. Great Fortune, Epic Unique. Title: Pioneer, unique in effect. Skill: Basic Swordsmanship Mastery, Swift Slash. Terrifying stats: Level 8, 98 to 105 attack power, 55% critical hit rate, 38% evasion. Chen Ping'an gripped the cold steel longsword in his hand, the power emanating from the blade giving him a sense of security. With a slight thought, he attempted to make a virtual slash at the air in front of him. Swish! A pale blue arc of sword energy visible to the naked eye swept out instantly, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Although the range was only a small area in front of them, its fierce momentum and power, far exceeding that of ordinary attacks, had already begun to show its strength. He turned and strode out of the cold, abandoned mine. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, so he squinted slightly and looked at the still bustling, lively meadow outside the east gate of Dawn Camp. There, thousands of level 1 players were still fighting tooth and nail for the slow-moving slimes, LV1, and the occasional raging rabbits, LV2. The thud of sticks hitting slimes, the players' curses, commands, and cries of pain from being hit by monsters intertwined to create a chaotic and inefficient prelude. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the group of players still crammed together like sardines in a slime pile. He picked up his steel longsword, turned around, and left. Like a shadow blending into the mountains and forests, he left the east gate of Dawn Camp without the slightest hesitation and plunged into the dense forest to the north of the camp, which was even more secluded and had much thicker trees. The layer of decaying leaves underfoot grew thicker and thicker, and the air was filled with the smell of damp earth and rotting plants. The intertwined branches overhead almost completely blocked out the sun, with only dappled spots of light stubbornly filtering through. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the faint crack of him snapping a dry branch under his foot echoing in the air. This godforsaken place, there aren't even many birds, let alone people. This is it. Chen Ping'an's sharp gaze swept across a relatively open clearing in the woods ahead. Above the open space, a few thin rays of sunlight struggled to penetrate the tree canopy, landing precisely on a small area where strange plants grew. The plants were translucent milky white with slender leaves whose edges shimmered with an extremely faint pale blue fluorescence like condensed moonlight. Moonlight grass, essential materials for crafting basic health and mana potions. Initially, demand was huge, prices were high, but spawn points were scarce and guarded by monsters. This open space was one of the treasure troves that were only discovered 3 days after the server opened in the previous life. At the edge of the clearing, several large, robust wild boars with protruding tusks and covered in coarse, black hair like steel needles were grunting and shoving at the ground with their snouts. Their eyes glowed an unnatural red and they emitted threatening growls from their throats. Woodland Wild Boar, LV3. Health 300-300. Attack power 14. Defense 7. There is an 8% chance to stun the enemy target when attacking. You guys are the ones. Chen Ping'an's eyes turned cold. Without uttering a single word, he pushed off with his feet and shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the nearest wild boar. The steel longsword in his hand gradually condensed a dark blue light. Roar. Startled, the wild boar's crimson eyes instantly locked onto Chen Ping'an, then widened in a human-like manner. Then the woodland boar pawed the ground with its hind legs, lowered its head, and dashed off in the opposite direction. Chen Ping'an had expected a satisfying massacre, but it turned out to be like this. Okay, looks like we don't need to waste that time. Chen Ping'an buried himself in picking moonlight grass. The life-giving potions that moonlight grass can make may not be of much use to him for the time being, but mana potions are a rare and valuable item right now. This is how you improve your skill proficiency. 100x quantity activated. System obtained material moonlight grass *100. System obtained material moonlight grass *100. System obtained material moonlight grass *100. Cool, that was awesome. In my past life, when was there ever a time when resources weren't fought over with bloodshed and swords drawn? Now great, enjoy playing, have a blast. During the harvesting process, we encountered 3 wild boars, only one of which was level 4, but without exception they all fled in a flash, just as the backpack was almost full. Awoof. A deafening roar filled with savagery and fury suddenly erupted from behind the bushes in the center of the clearing. With each heavy footstep, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. A colossal creature crashed through the dense bushes and appeared abruptly in front of Chen Ping'an. This wild boar is more than twice the size of an average woodland wild boar. Its fur was no longer black but a dark red, as if it had been soaked in dried blood, with each hair standing on end like a steel needle. 2 curved fangs like 2 giant scimitars gleamed with a chilling light and were over half a meter long. The most terrifying thing was its eyes, completely filled with a frenzied blood-red color devoid of any reason, only a madness that wanted to destroy everything. 2 streams of hot white breath spewed from its nostrils and its forehooves pawed the ground furiously, leaving deep furrows. Rampaging Woodland Boar, LV6 Elite. Health 1800-1800. Attack power 36. Defense 25. Skills Savage Charge Fang Tier Bloodlust. Level 6 Elite. In their past lives, Chen Ping'an and He Yuanyuan, along with a few hastily assembled teammates, spent nearly 3 hours grinding down this beast after a week of server launch, at the cost of 2 of them dying and having to return to town. At this moment he was all alone. Snort. The elite boar let out a threatening grunt, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Ping'an. The ferocious aura emanating from it was enough to make ordinary players' legs go weak. Chen Ping'an's eyes instantly sharpened like a lone wolf eyeing its prey, showing no fear, only a boiling fighting spirit. Well done. He let out a low shout, and instead of retreating, he advanced, taking the initiative to challenge this enormous creature. Roar! The raging boar was completely enraged. With a sudden burst of power from its hind hooves, its massive body, like a runaway battering ram, unleashed its savage charge with overwhelming force. The ground trembled beneath its feet and it moved more than twice as fast as an ordinary wild boar. 2 enormous fangs tore through the air, emitting a sharp shriek aimed directly at Chen Ping'an. The impact was immense. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted slightly and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. He neither chose to confront directly nor immediately dodge, just as the fangs were less than half a meter from his chest and the violent aura was about to blow him away. He moved. Like a willow catkin blown by a gale, his body suddenly spun to the side with his left foot as the pivot. The enormous fangs, whipped up by a fierce wind, whistled past the cloth armor covering his chest. The strong wind it generated stung his cheeks. Swift wind slash. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Seizing the moment of sudden stiffness after the wild boar's charge, his longsword, already poised to strike, erupted with a dazzling azure light. The fan-shaped sword energy slashed fiercely at the relatively vulnerable flank and hind leg junction of the elite wild boar. -288, critical hit. Weakness exploit. Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity and followed up his skill with 2 basic attacks. Puff Puff Puff, -202, critical hit. -258, critical hit. Weakness exploit. 3 enormous golden critical hit numbers suddenly appeared. 2 of them even had an extra flash indicating a weak point attack. Ow. The elite wild boar let out a blood-curdling scream. The excruciating pain drove it completely mad. It suddenly turned around, its huge fangs whistling as they tore through the air and slashed fiercely at Chen Ping'an's waist. Skill, Fang Tier. This attack has an extremely wide range and is incredibly fast. Chen Ping'an had just finished unleashing his skill and was in a brief recovery animation. There's no way to avoid it. His eyes flashed, and instead of retreating, he advanced, suddenly crouching low and lunging forward. Sizzle, the sharp tips of the fangs grazed his back, tearing a long gash in his already tattered cloth armor. -28. A burning pain shot through my back and my blood volume dropped a little bit instantly. Using the momentum of his forward lunge, Chen Ping'an rolled on the spot, instantly creating several steps of distance. He then habitually pulled out a bottle of special effect recovery potion and gulped it down. +66, restores 30% of maximum health. A warm current flowed through me, and the pain in my back lessened slightly. What a waste, damn it. In his past life, the death of his character in the later stages of the game meant the player was dead, so he developed the bad habit of taking drugs at any time. Roar! Seeing its attack miss, the elite boar became even more ferocious and a faint crimson glow emanated from its body. Bloodlust and frenzy, attack speed and attack power have been significantly increased. It lowered its head and charged again, this time even faster, its fangs even crackling with a blood-red aura. Chen Ping'an's eyes were serious and he was highly focused. He no longer sought to kill with a single blow but instead maximized the high evasion provided by great fortune and his own exquisite positioning. Use a side slide to avoid a straight-line collision. He ducked and rolled to dodge the sweeping fangs, used the trees as cover to gradually wear down the elite boar's momentum. Every time he narrowly escaped a fatal attack, he would strike out with lightning speed like a venomous snake. -102, critical hit. -100, critical hit. -108, critical hit. Each strike of the steel longsword precisely hit the boar's relatively weak joints, eyes, or the wounds previously torn open by the gale's slash. The golden critical hit damage numbers kept jumping. Under Chen Ping'an's precise and efficient attacks, the wild boar elite's health plummeted like an avalanche. 700, 500, 300, roar, roar, roar. The elite wild boar's health dropped below 300, its eyes were practically dripping with blood, and it was going into a final frenzy. Completely disregarding its own defenses, it launched a suicidal series of charges. Its speed and power increased by another 3 points. Chen Ping'an's eyes were as cold as iron. He seized the moment when the elite wild boar slowed down after its initial charge, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Die. With a roar, Chen Ping'an channeled all his power into his arms, and the steel longsword, carrying an unstoppable momentum, transformed into a dazzling blue lightning bolt. Swift Wind Slash. PFFT -365, critical hit fatal strike. A powerful gust of wind, imbued with all his strength, pierced deep into the gaping maw of the boar elite, which roared in terror. It went straight down to the handle, an unprecedented, almost explosive golden critical damage number suddenly erupted. Awa, woo. The ferocious woodland boar's massive body suddenly froze, the madness in its crimson eyes quickly fading, replaced by immense pain and bewilderment. It let out a short, mournful cry, its 4 hooves buckled, and it crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar as if a mountain of gold and a jade pillar had been overturned. Dust flying everywhere, system. You have defeated the elite monster rampaging woodland boar LV6, gained 120,000 experience points, 100x boost. System talent triggered 100x reward boost, quality x 100. Reward quality has been significantly improved. Obtained excellent wild boar king tusk blue material x2. Obtained tough wild boar hide armor green high quality x1. Obtained skill book. Wild boar charge blue rare x1. Received 10 gold coins, 50 silver coins. System you've leveled up, current level 10, free attribute points gained 10. Splash. A dazzling golden beam of light instantly enveloped Chen Ping'an. An upgraded warm current swept through my body, instantly restoring my energy to full. Meanwhile, above the corpse of the elite wild boar, 2 enormous, crescent-shaped, deep blue fangs that gleamed with a cold metallic light. A leather breastplate with a tough, earthy yellow sheen, a skill book with a cover depicting a raging boar charging, shimmering with a blue aura. There was also a small pile of shiny coins. Like a golden downpour, it instantly flooded into Chen Ping'an's backpack. System Dawn Camp Area Announcement. Congratulations to player I am a reverse butterfly, no .1 for achieving the first kill of the area's elite monster raging woodland boar, LV6. Commendable courage and outstanding skill. The 3 consecutive golden announcements resounded like thunder in the minds of all players in and around Dawn Camp. Holy crap, I'm reverse butterfly, it's him again. First kill of an elite monster. Number 1, level 6 elite. The server's only been open for a short time, how did he do that? Damn, I'm actually holding my own against this rabbit. Quick, the announcement has coordinates. It's in the dense forest north of the camp. Brothers charge, we might be able to pick up some loot. Pick your sister, a pro who can solo a level 6 elite would wipe you out with a single breath. Wild Boar King Tusk. The name alone sounds amazing, and a skill book too, I'm rich. After a brief silence, the player channels in and around Dawn Camp exploded. Envy, jealousy, shock, greed, all sorts of emotions flooded the screen. Chen Ping'an, however, turned a deaf ear to all the noise. He quickly allocated all 10 free attribute points to strength and agility, and then immediately put on the new leather armor that had dropped. Durable wild boar hide armor, green premium. Location, breastplate. Demand level, physical defense plus 25. Magic defense plus 10. Constitution plus 2. Durability 40-40. Special effect. Resilience. When attacked by physical attacks, there is a 5% chance to reflect 10% of the damage back to the attacker. Description. Carefully tanned from the thick hide of the ferocious woodland boar king, it is exceptionally tough, providing excellent protection and carrying a hint of the boar king's ferocious aura. Then he immediately examined the priceless skill book. Skill book, Wild Boar Charge, blue rare. Class restrictions, applicable to all warrior classes, swordsman, berserker, knight, etc. Demand level 5. Effect active skill. Consumes 30 MP, locks onto a target and launches a swift, straight-line charge, maximum charge distance 15 meters, dealing 120% physical attack damage to all enemies in its path, and has a certain chance based on strength difference to inflict knockback or stun 1 second on the primary target. Cooldown 20 seconds. Description: imitating the ferocious charge of a raging boar, this is a powerful early game dash and control skill for warrior classes. Learning it grants mastery of boar charge. Nice one. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. This book on charge skills applicable to all warriors is extremely valuable whether you use it yourself or sell it. Since there were few usable skills available at the moment, Chen Ping'an didn't hesitate and started learning them directly. Ding, you have learned the skill Wild Boar Charge, current skill level LV.1. Finally there were those fangs. Excellent Wild Boar King Tusk, blue material. Type: Forging Alchemy material. Description: a tusk imbued with the spirit of the frenzied woodland boar king. It is hard and contains a trace of earth energy. It is a valuable material for crafting weapons, accessories, and certain special alchemical potions of green quality or higher. It is quite valuable. Huge gains! Chen Ping'an quickly brought up his newly revamped attribute panel. Character name: I am the reverse butterfly. Numbers: 0.1. Class: Swordsman. Level 10. Health points: HP, 580/580. Mana MP, 323/20. Basic attributes: Strength, 45, Agility, 30, Constitution, 17, Spirit, 12. Combat attributes: Physical Attack, 105, Physical Defense, 41, Magic Defense, 18, Attack Speed, 2.205 Attack Second, Movement Speed, 168%, Critical Hit Rate, 55%, Evasion Rate, 38%, Accuracy Rate, 128%. Talent: 100x Reward Boost, Epic Unique Mode, Quality Leap, Great Fortune, Epic Unique. Title: Pioneer, unique in effect. Skill: Basic Swordsmanship Mastery, Passive Swift Slash, LV.1 Active, Wild Boar Charge, LV.1 Active. Attributes skyrocketed again, the defensive power has more than doubled. Chen Ping'an could clearly feel the solid protection provided by the leather armor on his body, and the increase in strength made the steel longsword in his hand seem a little lighter. He quickly swept up all the scattered moonflowers on the ground, and his backpack now contained 17,000 plants. Just then, the faint sounds of players shouting and footsteps could be heard from the distant dense forest. Hurry! It's just ahead. Announcement coordinates. Hey Pro, number 1 Pro, please carry me. Don't push, let me see what the elite monster dropped. Chen Ping'an's eyes turned cold and he decisively turned around, his figure disappearing like a ghost into the darker and deeper forest path beside him. Hey bro, wait for me, let's add each other as friends. Damn, running that fast. The Boar King's carcass, quick, let's see what good loot it dropped. Not a single hair was left, that guy's ruthless. He licked it so clean. The belated players gathered around the Boar Elite's corpse, staring at the empty ground, letting out cries of anguish and astonishment. They could only take photos of the enormous corpse as a memento, their hearts filled with awe and curiosity towards the mysterious I am the reverse butterfly. 0.1. Chen Ping'an moved swiftly through the dense forest. Level 10 is a bottleneck that is temporarily insurmountable in the starting village. The system prompt clearly tells him, you need to complete a specific leaving the village trial quest before you can qualify to go to the main city. Then, you can undergo a true job change in the main city to unlock more powerful job branches and skills. In the previous life, countless players crowded around the militia captain in the center of the camp. People were scrambling to take on that time-consuming and laborious mass trial quest that required killing a large number of monsters, resulting in massive crowds and low efficiency. But Chen Ping'an doesn't need it. His destination was clear, a remote, almost forgotten corner northwest of the camp. There is a dilapidated hunter's hut there, and the old hunter in front of it is the starting point of another hidden quest chain. This task is not only relatively efficient, but the rewards are also top tier for early game physical damage classes. The decaying leaves beneath our feet grew thicker and thicker, and the light became even dimmer. Far from the player gathering area, the forest has regained its original, quiet, and even slightly dangerous appearance. Occasionally, the low growls of wild beasts could be heard in the distance, but Chen Ping'an's steps did not falter in the slightest. He seemed to know the terrain of this area like the back of his hand, parting a drooping vine glistening with dew. A small hut built of rough logs with a roof covered in thick moss came into view. The cabin looked dilapidated and no smoke was coming out of the chimney. Some discarded animal traps and rusty tools were scattered in front of the door. An old hunter with gray hair, a weathered and wrinkled face, and wearing a worn-out fur coat. He sat hunched over on a tree stump by the door of the hut, staring blankly into the distance, his cloudy eyes filled with worry and sorrow. The old hunter Abe. Chen Ping'an stepped forward, his footsteps startling the old hunter. Abel slowly raised his head and saw Chen Ping'an, especially the fine steel longsword hanging at his waist and the tough leather armor on his body that clearly bore the marks of battle. A faint light seemed to shine in his cloudy eyes. "Young people." Abel's voice was hoarse and dry like the rubbing of withered leaves. "You look very strong. This forest is becoming increasingly turbulent." Chen Ping'an's words were concise and to the point. "Do you need help?" "Yes, yes." Abel's emotions seemed to be ignited. He trembled as he stretched out his withered hand, pointing towards the deeper, darker part of the forest. "My son, little Abel, went hunting in the woods 3 days ago, and hasn't returned yet. He usually comes back in a day at most. I looked for him, but I only found this." The old hunter shakily pulled a blood-stained, torn piece of cloth from his pocket, on which the patterns commonly used by hunters could still be vaguely discerned. "Please help me find him, no matter if he's dead or alive." Abel's voice was filled with desperate sobs and murky tears slid down his deep wrinkles. System. Hidden quest chain triggered. The missing hunter, Part 1. Quest description: the old hunter Abel's youngest son has disappeared deep within the Darkwood, leaving behind only a blood-stained piece of cloth. Please travel to the Darkwood region to search for young Abel. Mission objective: locate little Abel 0/1. Quest rewards: 8,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, special item Hunter's Badge X1. Leave it to me. Without any unnecessary words, Chen Ping'an accepted the mission directly. The Hunter's Badge among the mission rewards was exactly what he was after. It was a highly sought-after item. The game Doomsday Era is incredibly difficult to level up by killing monsters. Watching Chen Ping'an level up to level 10 so easily and effortlessly, it's clear he has some kind of extraordinary talent. In his past life, he was also a professional slime maker at this time. If you don't have the Hunter's Badge, nobody will want you in a party. The moment he accepted the mission, something unexpected happened. Buzz, an invisible, soul-stirring, grand bell tolling suddenly resounded in the minds of all players in the world of Doomsday Era without warning. The voice was solemn and dignified as if it came from the heavens above. Immediately afterwards, a massive, shimmering golden phantom of a ranking list, covering the entire edge of the field of vision. It slowly unfolds above all players' field of vision. At the top of the list, several large, flowing characters radiating a molten lava-like light were clearly visible. Doomsday Era ranking list. The rankings are now officially open. The list is divided into several main categories: overall ranking, level ranking, equipment ranking, achievement ranking, etc. The most eye-catching feature, undoubtedly, is the overall ranking, displayed high at the top. At this moment, the names on the list were refreshing and scrolling like a waterfall. Countless level 1 and level 2 IDs appeared and disappeared rapidly, making the competition extremely fierce. However, amidst this dazzling flurry of ranking updates, there is a name that is firmly nailed to the number 1 position in the overall ranking, like a rock, unmoved. Its font is a striking dark gold with a noble purple glow flowing around the edges, exuding a sense of aloofness and power that surpasses all living beings. No. 1. I am the reverse butterfly, level 10, total points 15,280. This level. When the leaderboard had just opened and 99.99% of players were still struggling at levels 1 to 3, figuring out how to fight slimes and rabbits, it was so glaringly obvious. So unbelievable, so despairing. Second place, arrogant, what can you do about me? Level 3, total score 580. Third place, Miracle Walker, level 3, total points 545. Fourth place, Give Me a Kick, Level 2, total score 420, the gap an insurmountable gap, holy crap. I'm reverse butterfly level 10, the server's only been open a short time. 15,280 points. I struggled my way to just over 200 points. This is F asterisk 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 G cheating, isn't it? No. Point 1, it really is him, the first one to register globally. Is this upgrade speed even human? Hey bro, reverse butterfly daddy, do you need another accessory for your leg, something that'll yell 666? Report this is absolutely cheating. Aren't these alien bastards going to do anything about it? Mind your own business, the announcement already said he's the No. Point 1 pioneer, he'll definitely get a special reward. Level 10, all green gear. No, judging by his score, he definitely has blue gear, it's the reward for the first elite monster kill. I'm so jealous, how many resources do they have ahead of? World channel, regional channels, faction channels. Everywhere you could communicate was instantly flooded with keywords like I am reverse butterfly, level 10, 15,280 points, cheating, and pro. A deluge of information erupted like a torrent, bringing shock, skepticism, admiration, jealousy, and accusations of being led astray. A mix of emotions surged within the game, and at that moment, the name I am the reverse butterfly truly resounded throughout the entire new player area of Apocalypse Era. Chen Ping'an, at the center of the storm, merely raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the glittering, top-ranked ID and the dazzling 15,280 points above his field of vision. His eyes were calm and unwavering, as if what hung there was not his name but an insignificant symbol. This is just the beginning. He felt nothing and even found the exclamations flooding the screens on those channels somewhat laughable. A reborn prophet, possessing two extraordinary talents and having prepared with everything he could, if he can't even maintain this slight lead, he might as well commit suicide. His goal was never for these ants to look up to. Focusing attention back on the task prompt, travel to the dark forest region to search for little Abel's whereabouts. Almost subconsciously, his gaze swept across the top of the leaderboard and the rapidly scrolling information in the Dawn Camp regional channel. His gaze, like the most sophisticated radar, searched for those few ids etched into his memory. No, I haven't seen Yuanyuan or any of the ids she used in her previous life appear at the top of the list or in the comments section yet. In the depths of Chen Ping'an's eyes, the complex emotion that had been frozen seemed to ripple for a moment, before being covered by an even deeper chill, colder than the dark forest itself. He stopped paying attention to the noise of the rankings and discarded all distractions. Dark forest. Chen Ping'an read out the area the mission indicated in a low voice, and gripped the fine steel longsword in his hand tightly. He knew that place was far more dangerous than this woodland, where the monsters were generally level 5 to 8, and there were even small groups of elites. Without further hesitation, he followed the direction indicated by the mission prompt and strode towards the area deeper and darker in the dense forest, where the atmosphere was even more sinister and terrifying. The decaying leaves underfoot rustled softly, and tall, ancient trees all around blocked out the sun. The already dim light was filtered even further, and the air was filled with a damp, musty smell and a faint, bloody odor. The further you go, the dimmer the light becomes and the more grotesque and twisted the shapes of the trees appear. Silence, a deathly silence, descended with only the sound of his own footsteps and heartbeat clearly audible. This silence often foreshadows greater danger. Ow. Sudden. A piercing, long and wild wolf howl suddenly echoed from the darkest depths of the dense forest. Piercing through layers of tree shadows, it clearly pierced Chen Ping'an's ears. Then came the second tone, the third tone. The sounds rose and fell as if echoing each other or perhaps declaring territorial sovereignty. Wolves. Chen Ping'an paused slightly, his eyes instantly sharpening like blades, and his body naturally entered a state of combat alert. He lowered his body slightly, holding his steel longsword horizontally in front of him. Beneath his tough boar hide armor, his muscles were taut, and his gaze shot like lightning into the darkness from which the wolf howls came. The real test in the dark forest begins. A dark forest. The ancient, towering trees twisted their branches like dying giants, opening their jagged claws to extinguish the last ray of sunlight. The thick layer of decaying leaves underfoot emitted a pungent, musty smell and a faint, rusty, fishy odor. Ow. A piercing wolf howl ripped through the deathly silence, booming from the depths of the dense forest, carrying with it naked bloodlust and ferocity. Then came the second, the third, like the tolling of a death knell from hell echoing wildly in the confined space, stirring up a chilling resonance. "It's here." Chen Ping'an's eyes narrowed and his body tensed instantly like a cheetah. He suddenly turned to the side, his back pressed against the rough, cold trunk of a giant tree that would take 3 people to encircle, his fine steel longsword held horizontally in front of him, its blade reflecting a chilling glint in the dim light. At the edge of vision, several pairs of eerie green lights like will-o'-the-wisps silently lit up in the impenetrable darkness, rapidly approaching with a chilling killing intent. Dark Forest Wolf LV5. Health 310-310. Attack power 25. Defense 8. 3 heads, they approached from 3 directions in a triangular formation, moving swiftly and silently. Only the faint rustling sound of their sharp claws scraping against the decaying leaves gave them away. A foul stench filled the air. Good, that's more impressive than a wild boar. Chen Ping'an made a move. Instead of retreating, he charged head-on at the oncoming wolf and launched a fierce attack. With a speed boost of 168%, it was so fast it left a trail of afterimages. Just as they were about to collide with the wolf's kiss, he slammed his right foot off the ground, pivoting his body on his left foot, and executed an extreme twisting side slide. Whoosh! The wolf's fangs, gleaming with a metallic scent, grazed past his leather chest armor, the immense momentum from the missed attack causing him to stagger forward. Swift wind slash. Chen Ping'an shouted, and as he twisted his body, his longsword, which had been poised to strike, erupted with a dazzling arc of cyan light. Hue, the fan-shaped sword energy like the scythe of death, swept fiercely across the 3 forest wolves that had briefly gathered together in preparation for the attack. Puff puff puff, -288. Critical hit. -302, critical hit. -276, critical hit. 3 dazzling golden critical hit numbers exploded almost simultaneously. With a 55% critical hit rate boosted by great fortune, almost every attack is a critical hit. They each delivered another blow with a backhand. The 3 LV5 forest wolves didn't even have time to howl before their health bars were instantly emptied, and they crashed to the ground like tattered sacks, kicking up a cloud of decaying leaves and dust. System killed 3 dark forest wolves LV5, gained 7,800 experience points. Experience points are temporarily frozen because you have reached the level cap of 10 in the starting village. Please go to the main city to complete your job change as soon as possible. System talent triggered 100x reward boost, quality x 100, dropped item quality leap. Received. Complete high-quality wolf hood, green material x3. Obtained sharp wolf fang, green material x3. Received 150 silver coins. 3 faint lights flew into the backpack. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the corpse. He quickly pulled out a pale blue potion from his backpack which emitted a faint coolness, minor mana potion. He made this from the camp's apothecary using moongrass. Although the effect was mediocre, the advantage was that it was plentiful and filling. Glug, the medicine entered my mouth and a slight cooling sensation slid down my throat. Mana regeneration plus 50. MP. 320 right arrow 353-50 maximum. Continue. His eyes were icy cold. Carrying a blood-dripping longsword, he charged into the darkness like a highly efficient killing machine where the wolf howls were more intense. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided crushing defeat and reaping of the victory. Dark Forest Wolf LV5, 1 basic attack to its weak point and it's gone. Poisonous Vines LV5 with a 38% evasion rate, the venom grazes past. A quick swift slash followed and the cyan sword energy shreds the vine's main body. Once its weakness is exposed, finish it off with a final strike. Dark Forest Wolf LV5, Elite, 550 HP. With a terrifying attack power of 105 and a critical hit rate of 55%, it's just a matter of surviving 2 more sword strikes. System killed Poisonous Vines LV5, gained plus 2,800 experience points, sealed. 100x reward increase, quality x 100. Obtained Tough Poison Ivy Core, green material x1. Obtained Minor Antidote Herb x 100. System killed Dark Forest Wolf LV5 Elite, gained 3,500 experience points, sealed. 100x reward increase, quality x 100. Obtained. Complete Elite Wolf Hide, blue material x1. Obtained Sharp Elite Wolf Claws, green material x2. Received 5 silver coins. Chen Ping'an's backpack filled up at a visible speed. Each kill transforms the most ordinary wolf pelts, fangs, and vines into high-quality green or even blue materials through a terrifyingly powerful talent that increases quality 100-fold. Its value has increased more than 10-fold. The blue glow of the mana potion occasionally illuminated in his hand, replenishing the consumption of Swift Slash, and his skill proficiency was also increasing rapidly. Just as he casually cleaved the 5th ordinary forest wolf in two with his sword, preparing to retrieve the complete high-quality wolf pelt that had sprung from the ground. A chilling, swift killing intent, far more sinister than any of the previous monsters, suddenly pierced his neck like an ice spike. My hair stood on end. Without a second thought, Chen Ping'an's body followed the instincts honed from countless brushes with death in his past life, and he suddenly rolled forward in a clumsy manner. Sizzle. 3 icy, sharp gusts of wind grazed his scalp and back, tearing fiercely at the ancient tree behind where he had just been standing. The tough bark was cut open like tofu, leaving 3 claw marks, each an inch deep, emitting wisps of eerie black smoke. Wow, so fast? Chen Ping'an rolled to his feet, longsword held across his chest, his eyes fixed intently on the attacker. It was a wolf smaller than an ordinary forest wolf, but its fur was jet black, blending almost perfectly into the shadows. Its limbs are long and powerful, with muscle lines as smooth as if cast from fine steel. What's most striking are its eyes. They're not a ghostly green, but a pure, cold, deep purple that seems to absorb all light. Shadow Wolf LV6 Minion Leader. Health 1500. Attack Power 48. Defense 17. Skills: Shadow Strike, Poison Claw Strike, Shadow Escape. Roar! The Shadow Wolf emitted a low, menacing hiss, like the grinding of a grinding wheel. His deep purple vertical pupils were fixed on Chen Ping'an with a cruel, cat-and-mouse gaze. Its front paws were slightly lowered, its hind leg muscles were taut, and its whole body was like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to transform into a deadly black lightning bolt at any moment. Level 6 Miniboss, Speed Type with Poison. Information flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind in an instant, and he became highly focused. In my past life, this kind of monster required a well-coordinated team to defeat. It moved. The Shadow Wolf's figure suddenly blurred, leaving only a faint black afterimage in its place. Its true form had already torn through the air, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, heading straight for Chen Ping'an's face. 2 front claws extended, their tips gleaming with a chilling, eerie blue light. Poisoned Claw Strike. You can tough it out, but there's no need. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted sharply at the critical moment. Instead of retreating, he suddenly took a half-step diagonally with his left foot and made a slight turn to the right. Call! The wolf's claws, carrying a foul stench and deadly venom, barely grazed the tip of his nose. He could even feel the icy, bone-chilling poison on the tips of his claws. Now, the Shadow Wolf's attack missed, and its body was in a delicate state of tension, as the old force had just dissipated and the new force had not yet been generated due to the high-speed pounce. Swift Wind Slash. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes, and his longsword, which had been gathering power for a long time, swept out with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. The target wasn't the Shadow Wolf's body, but rather the ancient tree ahead of its attack route, covered in 3 claw marks. The cyan fan-shaped sword energy slashed fiercely at the thick tree trunk, boom, wood chips flying everywhere. The ancient tree, already bearing the brunt of the poisoned claw strike, shook violently. A large chunk of bark along with the wood inside was cleaved open by the raging sword energy, exploding in flames. Just as the Shadow Wolf was about to adjust its stance and pounce again, it was caught off guard and hit squarely by the flying wood fragments and the violently shaking tree trunk. Although it didn't cause much damage, it inevitably caused a momentary lapse in movement, abruptly disrupting the rhythm of the attack. Skill interrupted. Although there was no system notification, the effect was immediate. Roar! The shadow wolf let out a roar of shock and anger, a hint of human-like astonishment flashing in its deep purple eyes. Would Chen Ping'an give it a chance to breathe? He moved with lightning speed, darting around the violently shaking ancient tree. As soon as Swift Wind Slash was off cooldown, he unleashed it without hesitation. The goal isn't to hit the target, but to force the shadow wolf to reposition itself, trapping it firmly in the narrow space between itself and the tree trunk. The shadow wolf's terrifying speed, which it was so proud of, was severely limited by the cramped terrain and the constant interference of exploding sword energy. It roared angrily, trying to launch Shadow Strike again and again, but Chen Ping'an always anticipated its movements or blocked it by suddenly falling branches. Sizzle, -208. Critical hit. Chen Ping'an seized upon a tiny opening when the shadow wolf's fur got caught on a tree branch, and with unparalleled precision, his steel longsword pierced the relatively soft junction of its waist and abdomen like a viper's hiss. Golden critical hit numbers popped up. Chen Ping'an has completely taken control of the battle rhythm. Despite its speed and venom, the shadow wolf was like a beast trapped in a quagmire, utterly frustrated. Its health steadily decreased thanks to Chen Ping'an's precise attacks on its weaknesses and occasional critical hits. 1200, 800, 400. When the shadow wolf's health dropped below 20%, it suddenly raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. Black mist surged all over its body, and it was about to use its last desperate skill or shadow escape to escape. Chen Ping'an had been waiting for this moment. Die. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the moment the shadow wolf looked up with a howl, he had already calculated the lead time. Wild boar charge. A wild boar phantom appeared behind Chen Ping'an, his body charging forward like a cannonball. All his power and killing intent gathered on his steel longsword, transforming into a straight, dazzling beam of cold light. -388. Critical hit. Fatal strike. The longsword sliced through the shadow wolf's gaping maw with unparalleled precision, like a hot knife through butter, and emerged from the back of its neck. A huge, almost exploding, golden critical damage number suddenly appeared. The shadow wolf's howl abruptly ceased, its deep purple pupils instantly losing all their luster, and its claws, filled with a ghostly blue venomous light, hung limply at its sides. Its massive body twitched twice before crashing heavily into the pile of decaying leaves, kicking up a cloud of dust. System: defeat mini-boss Shadow Wolf LV6, gained 15,000 experience points, sealed. System: talent triggered 100x reward boost, quality x100, reward quality has undergone a super leap. Obtained Poison Shadow Wolf Fang, blue material x2. Obtained Swift Boots green high quality x1. Obtained Basic Antidote Recipe, blueprint x1. Received 80 silver coins. 3 dazzling beams of light flew into Chen Ping'an's backpack. He immediately checked. Poison Shadow Wolf Fang, blue material. Type: Forging Alchemy material. Description: fangs imbued with the deadly venom of the shadow wolf and the power of shadow, hard and cold in texture, causing a numbing sensation upon touch. They are top-tier materials for crafting high-level poisoned weapons, accessories, or powerful antidotes/antidotics, and are extremely valuable. Swift Boots, green premium. Location: shoes. Demand level 5. Physical defense +8. Magic defense +5. Agility +3. Movement speed +5%. Durability 30-30. Description: tanned from a certain type of lightweight and tough animal hide with a soft lining and a specially patterned sole that effectively enhances the wearer's movement speed and agility, allowing for silent walking. Basic Antidote Recipe, blueprint. Type: Recipe Alchemy. Effect: after use you will learn how to make basic antidote. Materials required: secondary antidote herb x2, clean spring water x1. Basic antidote finished product, removes most low-level poisoning effects upon use and increases poison resistance by 20 points for 30 seconds. Description: contains invaluable knowledge on removing toxins and harmonizing life energy. Its value is self-evident in the perilous and dark forest regions. Antidote formula. A glint of light flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. This thing is an absolute moneymaker, especially when exploring areas teeming with poisonous creatures and dealing with certain poisonous bosses in the future. even more practical than rare blue-tier gear. Without hesitation, he took off his worn-out beginner shoes which had no attributes and put on the newly forged boots of swiftness. A feeling of lightness instantly spread from the soles of my feet throughout my entire body. Agility surpassed 35 points, movement speed soared to 176%, physical defense is also approaching the 50 mark. With the rampage of potions, my mastery of Gale Slash is about to level up. Chen Ping'an closed the panel with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping behind the Shadow Wolf's corpse. There was a small nest made of withered branches, fallen leaves, and animal bones. In the mud at the edge of the den, a rusty, blood-stained, short-handled hunting knife lay half-buried, the leather rope wrapped around the handle long since rotted and broken. Beside it, there was another strip of cloth, torn even more tattered and darker in color, stained with blood. System, quest items, broken hunting knife, and blood-stained cloth have been found. System, mission, the missing hunter, part 1 completed. Gained 8,000 experience points. Sealed 50 silver coins. Triggering the next stage of the quest, the missing hunter, part 2. Quest description, the marks on the hunting knife and cloth strips indicate that young Abel suffered a terrible attack. The old hunter Abel might be able to glean more clues from these relics and the claw marks of the Shadow Wolf. Take the items back to him. Quest objective, deliver the broken hunting knife and blood-stained cloth to the old hunter Abel 0/1. Chen Ping'an stepped forward, expressionlessly picked up the hunting knife and strips of cloth and put them into his backpack. The cold touch and the strong smell of blood seemed to silently tell the story of the tragedy that had occurred here. He prepared to leave this den of blood and darkness. Sudden, a deliberately hushed yet still clear argument accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps faintly came from the depths of the dense forest in the direction Chen Ping'an had come from. There was definitely a golden light just now. The area announcement said this was the first Shadow Wolf kill. It must have dropped some good loot. A gruff, greedy male voice. Holy gun bro, things seem to have quieted down. Could that big shot have already left or been killed by a monster? Another, slightly timid voice. Shut up, fortune favors the bold, even if the big shots are here, shouldn't we, the Holy Lance Pioneer team, politely ask if we can buy some scraps? Hurry up, don't dawdle. A voice that sounded like the leader with an urgent and ambitious tone. Chen Ping'an's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Player squad, I was drawn here by the golden announcement of the Shadow Wolf's death. Without the slightest hesitation, his body moved like flowing water blending into the shadows, silently retreating a few steps and swiftly disappearing into the dense darkness formed by the interlacing of several enormous ancient trees, a darkness from which no light could penetrate. The silent movement effect provided by Boots of Swiftness is now perfectly showcased. He held his breath, slightly raising his steel longsword, his cold gaze piercing the darkness like a lurking hunter, silently waiting for the uninvited guest to intrude into this territory where the killing had just ended. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the cracking sound of snapping dry branches and heavy breathing. 5 figures pushed aside the drooping, dew-covered vines and cautiously entered. Standard 5-person squad configuration. A warrior, ID, Holy Gun Bro, level 3 carrying a wooden shield and wielding a one-handed sword. A mage, ID, Mommy Boom, level 2 wearing a beginner's robe and clutching a short wooden staff. A female priest, ID. Don't Call Me Mom, level 2 holding a tattered holy book looking nervous. An archer carrying a simple wooden bow cautiously peering around, ID. Shoot One For You, level 2. There was also a short, light-footed thief, ID. Yuanyuan.He, level 2 who was looking around. Holy crap, look. Warrior Holy Gun Bro spotted the Shadow Wolf LV6 minion corpse in the center of the open space which hadn't fully respawned and disappeared yet. Although the corpse had begun to become translucent, its enormous size and grotesque appearance still made it recognizable. The lingering, strong smell of blood and a faint, almost imperceptible burnt odor in the air intensely assaulted their senses. It really is Shadow Wolf, it just died not long ago. The archer gasped, his voice filled with disbelief and awe. I'll shoot one for you. He saw the tree trunks torn apart by the sword energy and the splinters of wood on the ground, as well as the fatal sword wound that pierced through the mouth and nose of the Shadow Wolf's corpse, a horrifying sight. These the battle marks, this is too intense, did one person do this? The mage muttered to himself, mommy, mommy, boom, looking at the mess around him and imagining the intensity of the battle, feeling a chill run down his spine. Observe the surroundings, stealth, check if anyone's around or pick up any loot that drops. Suppressing his shock, Captain Holy Gun gleamed with even greater greed in his eyes and immediately gave orders to the thieves. The Shadow Wolf's corpse is almost gone, but what if we haven't collected all the loot? Or is the guy who killed Shadow Wolf also crippled? Receive. The thief Yuanyuan.He responded, his body quickly becoming blurry as he entered stealth mode, like a ghost creeping along the shadows into the depths of the clearing. In the darkness, Chen Ping'an clearly saw the blurry figure sneaking towards the ancient tree where he was hiding. He held his breath as still as a rock. Master Guanian was very careful. He bypassed the Shadow Wolf's corpse and carefully searched every shadow and bush. As he approached the massive ancient trees where Chen Ping'an was hiding, his gaze suddenly froze. At the edge of absolute darkness at the base of the ancient tree where almost all light is swallowed, a figure leans quietly against the wall. Although the face was obscured, the long sword held by the figure faintly exuded a cold, metallic feel in the extreme darkness. What made his heart stop even more was that above that person's head, floating an ID with edges flowing with a noble purple-gold light as dazzling as a small sun. I am the reverse butterfly, no. 1 LV. The game is designed so that players cannot view each other's levels once the level difference exceeds 7 levels, but this ID is just too dazzling and it stays firmly on the leaderboard. Level 10, the dazzling number 1. That legendary big shot? That monster who first killed the elite Boar King first killed the Shadow Wolf and hovered at the top of the ladder, leaving the second-place player more than 10,000 points behind. The ghost instantly felt a chill run from the soles of its feet to the top of its head, almost making it scream. He suppressed his fear and, almost scrambling on his hands and feet, retreated into stealth mode as fast as he could, scrambling back to his teammates. He disengaged from stealth, his face deathly pale, his voice trembling. Team leader, it's ... it's him. I am the reverse butterfly, the no. 1 master right there, behind that tree, level 10, the gear. The gear looks awesome, that sword glows, it's definitely not a blank slate. What? The 5 members of the team all changed color and looked in the direction the ghostly figure was pointing. Sure enough, in that deep darkness, a blurry but upright figure slowly emerged from behind the tree trunk and stood in the dim light. It was Chen Ping'an. He was wearing tough wild boar hide armor that clearly showed signs of battle. He wore the sleek boots of swiftness on his feet. Although the fine steel longsword in my hand did not have any exaggerated light effects, in the dim light, the smooth lines of the blade and the cold gleam silently spoke of its extraordinary nature. What's most unsettling is the dark gold ID with flowing purple light above his head and the glaring LV. 10. An invisible yet tangible pressure instantly enveloped the 5 members of the Holy Lance raiding team. That's the absolute sense of dominance that comes from rank, equipment, battle record, and the title of number 1. Captain Holy Gun Bro looked at Chen Ping'an, who was all alone, then at the Shadow Wolf's corpse that was about to disappear completely, and then at his 4 level 2 teammates behind him. A sliver of hope and greed, like a venomous snake, emerged. What if he just finished fighting the Shadow Wolf and is low on health? What if he only has a reputation to impress people but can't actually do anything? There are 5 of us on our side if we can take him down. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile that he thought was polite but couldn't hide his greed. He stepped forward, his voice deliberately enthusiastic. Oh, it's old Butterfly. I've heard so much about you. We're from the Holy Lance raid team. We just saw the announcement that you got the first kill on Shadow Wolf, so we came over. Oh, let's admire the grandeur of this master. By the way, look boss, this Shadow Wolf dropped. He hadn't finished speaking. Chen Ping'an stopped in his tracks. He didn't even look directly at the so-called captain. His cold gaze swept over the 5 men as if scanning garbage. He didn't want to kill anyone. After all, the punishment for killing in the starting village was troublesome. He'd be expelled by the guards. I don't want to reveal my true skills and strength to these ants. That would be a complete waste of time. Wasting time is wasting life. especially during this critical period of land reclamation where every second counts. A fierce and unparalleled aura suddenly erupted from Chen Ping'an. That wasn't a skill effect. It was a near-tangible killing intent and sense of oppression forged through countless life-or-death battles, reaching the pinnacle and then falling into the abyss. His arm holding the steel longsword twitched slightly, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. A faint but extremely concentrated pale blue aura swirled around the blade, making the air seem sharper. The 5 members of the Holy Lance raiding team instantly felt their breath catch in their throats. It felt as if an invisible blade was pressed against my throat. Especially the captain, Holy Gun Bro, who was facing Chen Ping'an. His fake smile froze instantly, cold sweat poured out in a flash and his back was soaked with sweat. He felt like a rabbit being targeted by a prehistoric beast, his blood practically freezing. The gap, an insurmountable gap, this simply cannot be explained by good luck, that aura. It's like a demon that has fought its way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Roll. A cold word, as if squeezed out from the deepest ice of the underworld, struck the 5 people's ears clearly. There was no roar, no threat, but it carried an unquestionable, almost judgmental will. That one word shattered Holy Gun Bro's last shred of hope and greed. "I'm sorry, boss, I've bothered you. We're leaving now, immediately." Holy Gun Bro was terrified, his face ashen, bowing and scraping as he offered incoherent apologies. He dared not hesitate any longer. With a sudden wave of his hand, he turned and ran as fast as he could, fearing that if he was even a step too slow, he would be beheaded. The other 4 were so frightened their legs went weak. The pastor even let out a short scream, "Don't call me Mom," and scrambled after the captain, not daring to look back. The thief Yuanyuan.He was the fastest, instantly entering stealth mode and disappearing without a trace as if he had never been there. In just a few seconds, the 5-person team who had just been harboring greedy thoughts disappeared into the depths of the dense forest in a disheveled state, like stray dogs, leaving behind only a series of hurried footsteps and the noise of snapping dry branches. Chen Ping'an looked in the direction they disappeared, snorted coldly, and the icy killing intent in his eyes slowly subsided. "This kind of guy doesn't even inspire me to draw my sword." He didn't linger. After getting his bearings, he dashed through the woods like a ghost towards the old hunter Abel's hut. Soon, the dilapidated hunter's hut came into view. The old hunter Abel still sat hunched over on the tree stump, but the emptiness in his eyes had been replaced by a deeper sorrow and despair. Chen Ping'an stepped forward without any further pleasantries and directly took out the damaged hunting knife and the even more tattered, dark-colored, blood-stained strip of cloth from his backpack. "Abel." Chen Ping'an's voice was calm, and even as he handed over the items, the old hunter's cloudy eyes widened suddenly the moment he saw the hunting knife and the strip of cloth. His withered, bony hands trembled violently. He snatched the blood-stained strip of cloth, clutched it tightly to his chest, and turbid tears streamed down his face like a burst dam. "Little Abel, my child, wah." The old man's long-suppressed grief finally erupted, and his heart-wrenching cries echoed through the quiet cabin in the woods, filled with endless despair. He stroked the familiar patterns on the hunting knife as if he could still feel his son's warmth. After a long while, the old hunter's cries gradually turned into sobs. He raised his tear-streaked and deeply wrinkled face to look at Chen Ping'an, his eyes filled with sadness, a hint of gratitude, and a numb resignation. Thank you, powerful adventurer. At least it let me know his final fate. No more agonizing waiting day and night." Abel's voice was hoarse and broken. His hands trembled as he pulled 2 items from his pocket and handed them to Chen Ping'an. "This is a badge from when I was young. It's not worth much, but I'll keep it as a souvenir. And this is all my savings. I'm giving it to you. Thank you for bringing back news of him." System Hidden Quest Chain the Missing Hunter Part 2 completed. Gained 12,000 experience points, sealed. Gained gold coins plus 50. Obtained. Hunter's Badge Green Trinket X1. Chen Ping'an accepted the antique bronze badge that looked quite old and the small, heavy bag of gold coins. Hunter's Badge Green Trinket. Part Jewelry. Demand Level 1. Strength plus 5. Increases damage against beast-type monsters by 10%. Description: a testament to the old hunter Abel's past honors, embodying the hunter's resilience and reverence for the forest, slightly enhancing his effectiveness against wild beasts. Just then, system talent triggered 100x reward boost, quality x 100, reward quality has been significantly improved. Gold coins gained x 100, actual gain. Gold coins plus 5000. The item Hunter's Badge has been upgraded to Elite Hunter's Badge Blue Rare. Swish, the bronze-colored Hunter's Badge in Chen Ping'an's hand instantly emitted a dazzling blue light. Its shape has also undergone subtle changes, becoming more refined and sharp. The edges are like a polished blade, and the pattern inlaid in the center has changed from a simple beast head to a sharp eagle eye, subtly revealing a fierce aura. At the same time, the small bag of gold coins he was holding in his other hand seemed to be filled with an invisible force, instantly swelling into a golden mountain. It was so heavy it made my eyes dizzy. Chen Ping'an immediately checked the attributes of the evolved badge, Elite Hunter Badge Blue Rare. Part Jewelry. Demand level 5. Strength plus 8. Increases damage against beast-type monsters by 15%. Special effect. Weakness detection passive. When attacking beast-type monsters, there is a low chance based on agility to briefly detect their weakness, making the next attack a guaranteed critical hit with an additional 30% damage. Description. Forged from an ordinary hunter's badge through a mysterious power, it contains an even stronger hunting will. The wearer seems to be able to see the weaknesses of wild beasts and deliver a fatal blow. Wow, absolutely amazing. Not only have the base stats doubled, but it also gains a powerful passive ability that guarantees a critical hit and deals extra damage. It's practically a godsend for physical damage classes to crush beasts in the early game. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an immediately equipped the Elite Hunter Badge, which emitted a blue aura, into his accessory slot. Equipment/trinket, Elite Hunter's Badge Blue, Strength plus 8. Damage to beasts plus 15%, gain the effect weakness detection. The old hunter Abel looked at the badge in Chen Ping'an's hand that had suddenly become extraordinary and the large pile of gold coins that had appeared out of nowhere. A hint of surprise flashed in his cloudy eyes, but it was quickly overwhelmed by a deeper sorrow. He was so grieving the loss of his son that he seemed indifferent to these miracles. A powerful adventurer. Abel spoke again in a hoarse voice, his tone carrying a complex mix of reminiscence and fear. Little Abel, the marks he left before he died. And the Shadow Wolf claw marks you brought back. No, that's not right. Shadow Wolf is powerful, but it shouldn't have been Shadow Wolf who killed him. Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened. Oh. Abel's body trembled slightly as if recalling something extremely terrifying. I smelled another scent on the strip of cloth, a larger, more evil. And those marks from being torn apart by brute force. The Shadow Wolf's claws don't have that much power. The last mark left by little Abel, he seemed to be tracking. A bear. The old man's eyes were filled with fear. A giant bear I've never seen before, its entire body emanating a nauseating black aura. It doesn't belong in this forest. It's a monster that brings death. Abel's voice trembled with despair. If you encounter it deep in the forest, please run. Run as far away as possible. System obtained a vague clue, a giant bear corrupted by dark energy, location unknown, level unknown, extremely dangerous. A giant bear shrouded in black mist. Chen Ping'an memorized this information. This could very well be a clue to a higher level quest or a regional boss. He glanced at his quest list and remembered that there were actually 1 or 2 low-level dungeon first clear records near Dawn Camp that he could claim. But Chen Ping'an only thought about it briefly before decisively giving up. The rewards from those dungeons are treasures for ordinary players, but for someone like him with a 100x quality leap talent, the cost-effectiveness is too low. Moreover, the monsters are not high-level and the experience gained is frozen. He's currently level 10 with full experience. What he needs most is to complete the village exit trial as soon as possible, head to the main city for the actual job change, unlock more powerful skills, and scavenge for higher-level resources. Wasting time grinding low-level dungeons here is like picking up pennies while losing a mile. I see. Chen Ping'an nodded to the old hunter Abel, offered no further words of comfort, and strode away. His goal was crystal clear: return to camp and leave this newbie village as quickly as possible. With a murderous aura and newly acquired power, Chen Ping'an sped towards the dawn camp like the wind. The starting village was too small for him. The real journey begins in the main city. The wind whistled in his ears as Chen Ping'an's figure left an almost invisible afterimage through the dense forest, moving at an astonishing speed. In less than half the time it took to get there, that familiar, crooked wooden fence reappeared in my sight. We've arrived at Dawn Camp. The camp was more chaotic and noisy than before, like a hornet's nest that had been completely overturned. Countless new players with level 1 or level 2 IDs scurried around like headless flies, their faces filled with bewilderment and fear of this 100% real and cruel world. Let's team up to farm slimes. Need a healer, need a tank. Buying copper coins at high prices, 100 real currency, scammers, may your whole family die. Real money, aliens have already taken over the main crystal. Who wants your toilet paper? Has anyone spotted an elite monster? The announcement says it's in the direction of the dense forest. Damn it, this piece of junk only does 3 damage to a rabbit's butt. What's the point? Shouts, arguments, the dull thuds of weapons striking monsters, the cries of pain from players when monsters retaliate, and the faint cracking sound of newbie health potions being crushed. The various sounds mingled together, creating an unbearable ocean of noise. Like Moses parting the sea, Chen Ping'an walked expressionlessly through the chaos. His tough leather armor, clearly bearing the marks of battle, his sleek boots, and the gleaming steel longsword in his hand. The glaring LV-10 and the No.1 logo with its dark gold and flowing purple light above its head are themselves an invisible deterrent. Wherever it passed, the clamor seemed to be silenced. Holy crap, look, it's the #1 boss. He's actually in our camp. Level 10, it really is level 10, the one at #1 on the leaderboard. His outfit, damn, is he even letting us play? He looks this cool in the starting village. Master, please mentor me. Give me a job, I desperately want to improve. Where is he going? To the teleportation officer's place. Envy, jealousy, awe, fanaticism, greed. Countless gazes as if they were tangible focused on Chen Ping'an. But he didn't even lift his eyelids, as if the crowded people and noisy sounds around him were just a gentle breeze brushing past his ears. His goal was clear and unwavering. At the edge of the central plaza of the camp stood the NPC who wore standard leather armor, had a long sword at his waist, and looked fairly smart. Kane, the teleporter in the starting village. Kane was surrounded by several players trying to bargain and inquire about the teleportation details, a hint of programmed helplessness on his face. When Chen Ping'an's tall, imposing figure exuding a fierce aura parted the crowd and walked straight up to him, Kane's gaze was instantly drawn to him. A powerful adventurer. Kane's voice carried a hint of professional enthusiasm, but when his gaze inadvertently swept over the elite hunter badge on Chen Ping'an's chest, a badge with an eagle eye pattern that exuded a sharp aura, his expression froze abruptly, then was replaced by a deep-seated solemnity. He instinctively straightened his back, placed his right hand on his chest, and performed a standard soldier's salute, his tone becoming extremely solemn. You are wearing the Elite Hunter badge. This is the highest recognition from Old Abel. That stubborn yet respectable old man, Kane's voice was filled with disbelief and deep respect. Since you have gained Abel's recognition and even his highest honor in his youth, then brave warrior, you must have undergone trials that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Dawn Camp is too small to accommodate a true dragon like you. May your sword, wherever it points, cleave new hope for humanity in a wider world. These words resonated powerfully and clearly reached the ears of all the players around. Holy crap, a hidden title. Special treatment. Did you hear that? The teleportation officer called him hero, he even bowed. That badge, blue light, it's blue equipment, awesome boss. Damn it, comparing yourself to others is infuriating. I'm still fighting over slimes and they've already become heroes. The surrounding players were in an uproar, their gazes towards Chen Ping'an becoming even more fervent, as if they were looking at a walking gold mine and a legend. Chen Ping'an remained unmoved by Kane's respect and the surrounding noise, simply opening the trade panel with Kane calmly. The list clearly shows the names of several major cities that can be teleported to, with City of Hope being at the very top. Teleportation fee, 1 gold coin. This price is astronomical for ordinary players. The value of 1 gold coin at the beginning of the server launch is immeasurable. But for Chen Ping'an, it was just a drop in the ocean. With a slight thought, a small pile of glittering gold coins appeared out of thin air on the small table in front of Kane, exactly 1 gold coin, no more, no less. System. Pay the teleportation fee, 1 gold coin. I want to go to City of Hope. Chen Ping'an's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. Kane looked at the genuine gold coin on the table, and the last trace of doubt in his eyes disappeared. He took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and his hands quickly formed several complex and profound rune hand seals in front of him. As he completed his action, a huge circular teleportation array composed of countless tiny points of light instantly lit up beneath Chen Ping'an's feet. Buzz, a dazzling white light almost tangible, burst forth from the magic array, instantly engulfing Chen Ping'an's figure. The instant the body was completely enveloped in white light and space began to distort. Chen Ping'an's gaze showed no lingering attachment to the starting village, only a frozen calm and a burning flame deep within. What are the advantages of the starting village? It's just an appetizer. He knew that City of Hope was the true core stage of Apocalypse Era, those top masters who dominated the heavenly rankings in their past lives. Sword Emperor Yi Gucheng, God of Magic, Augustus, Shadow Overlord, Night Owl, Iron Wall, Rock. They might just be starting out and figuring things out, or perhaps they're still struggling to build their team in the beginner's area. But soon, they will all emerge from the abyss like dragons from the depths and converge on the main city. There, in a deep pool, lies the lair of giant crocodiles. Resource points, hidden quests, high-level dungeons, rare boss spawn points. Every inch of this land is stained with blood and gunpowder. The transmitted white light dissipated as quickly as the tide receded. A solid, cold touch came from beneath my feet. It was no longer the decaying leaves in the forest. Instead, they were large, neatly cut bluestone slabs with a metallic sheen. Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, instantly taking his breath away at the sight before him. Big, it's bigger than you can imagine, bigger than you can imagine. He was standing in the center of a circular plaza so vast it defied description. The square was large enough to accommodate dozens of dawn camps. Every bluestone slab covering the ground shimmered with strange runic light, silently flowing with energy under the gloomy sky. At the edge of the square stands a magnificent group of buildings that rise like mountains. They were no longer the simple wooden and animal hide huts of Dawn Camp, but were built of massive stones that shimmered with a dark metallic luster, with cold, hard lines, sharp angles, and soaring straight into the sky. Huge spires, towering towers, and fortress-like walls, standing silently at the edge of the field of vision, it exudes an ancient, solid, and unshakable aura. This is not a city at all. It's more like a colossal steel beast lurking in the shadow of the apocalypse, just opening its cold eyes. In stark contrast to this grandeur was the near-death silence that filled the square. Apart from himself, there were only a few scattered guards patrolling the vast square, dressed in standard metal armor, carrying halberds and with expressionless faces. Hope City Guardian LV. Their armor reflected a cold, eerie light in the dim light, and their heavy footsteps echoed in the empty space, adding to the oppressive and chilling atmosphere. Beneath the magnificent buildings in the distance, one could vaguely see the figures of some NPCs dressed in splendid attire, resembling merchants moving about, but they were too far away to be anything more than ants. There was no noise from players, no commotion about forming teams, and no chaos from fighting over monsters. The only sounds were the low whistling of the wind as it passed through the gaps in the massive building and the cold metallic scraping of the guard's armor. Absolute silence, absolute grandeur, absolute oppression. This is the main city, City of Hope, a cold and powerful stronghold firmly controlled by NPC forces in a desperate post-apocalyptic world. Hey, did you hear? The one at number 1 on the leaderboard. Of course, number no point 1. I am the reverse butterfly, level 10. My god, the server has only been open for less than half a day. SHH, keep your voice down. Who knows if these players have some special talent or method to hear us. I really want to see what this player looks like. They must be decked out in top-tier gear. Several NPC guards who had just emerged from a massive stone hall at the edge of the plaza were excitedly discussing in hushed tones as they conducted their routine patrol. His gaze occasionally swept over the only figure in the square, Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly. The launch of the ranking system has clearly made his ID a focus of attention within the NPC community. This feeling of being constantly watched goes against his usual low-key style and is more likely to bring unnecessary trouble. Without hesitation, he focused his mind on the system menu and directly opened Settings, Character Information, ID Display. Would you like to spend 10 gold coins to permanently enable the ID hiding feature?
Yes.
System, 10 gold coins deducted. Your character ID, level, and title information will be hidden by default when not in combat but will be displayed during combat. Current gold. 60.99 gold, 10 gold equals 60.89 gold. In an instant, the dazzling dark gold I am the reverse butterfly, no 0.1 LV, 10 mark above his head rippled like water and disappeared completely. At this moment, in the eyes of others, he was just an ordinary young swordsman with fairly good equipment and a slightly cold and hard temperament. After doing all this, Chen Ping'an didn't stop for a moment. Unlike ordinary players, they weren't led by the nose by system-guided quests to the most magnificent giant fortress in the center of the plaza, marked with the warrior-class hall. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's as he strode across the empty square, heading in the exact opposite direction from the professional hall. With a movement speed of 173%, it could be fully utilized on the flat and open square, its figure moving as fast as a blurry gray shadow. The magnificent buildings sped past us. The closer you get to the west of the city, the more rugged, old, and even dilapidated the architecture becomes. The massive metal fortress was transformed into houses built of rough rocks and heavy timber, and the streets gradually became narrower and more winding. The air was thick with a complex odor, a mixture of rust, cheap tobacco, sweat, and cheap alcohol. Occasionally, one can still hear the wild, rhythmic clanging of metal being hammered from the blacksmith's shop. Ding, ding, clang, clang. This is the slums or artisan district of the City of Hope, a gray area. Beyond the mainstream view of players, it is a place where NPCs from all walks of life gather. Chen Ping'an skillfully navigated one narrow, cluttered, and dimly lit alley after another. His steps were unwavering, as if he had already walked this path 1,000 times. Finally, he stopped at the end of a dead-end alley that was almost completely swallowed up by the shadows of the houses on both sides. At the end of the alley stood an inconspicuous, heavy wooden door made of dark, old wood and rusty iron bars. Above the wooden door hangs a similarly weathered wooden plaque, its lettering almost completely worn away, with a few hastily drawn characters still faintly discernible. Swift Windsword Technique Dojo. Chen Ping'an stepped forward and pushed open the heavy wooden door that made a jarring creaking sound. Inside the gate was a spacious area that was more like a slightly larger warehouse than a Taoist temple. The floor was covered with old, worn-out hardwood floors and several longswords of different styles, all covered in thick dust, hung on the walls. Light streamed in through several narrow vents above the high wall, forming beams of light in the dusty air. In the center of the training ground, a middle-aged man wearing a faded, loose-fitting blue training uniform was sprawled out on a worn-out rattan chair, fast asleep. His face was covered by a similarly worn-out straw hat which rose and fell slightly with his breathing. That snoring sound came from here. Windwalker Lorraine, Windblade Instructor LV, this is the person Chen Ping'an is looking for. A hidden class mentor who was revered as a god by countless swordsman players in his previous life, yet whose eccentric temper and demanding requirements deterred most people from becoming his mentor. Chen Ping'an didn't say anything but calmly walked a few steps away from the rattan chair and stood still. His movements were very gentle, but the aura of malevolence and blood still lingered on his body, a scent he had just carried from the dark forest. And the faint yet sharp aura emanating from the elite hunter badge shattered the silence of the place like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. On the rattan chair, the tattered straw hat moved slightly and was then lifted by a hand with distinct knuckles covered with fine calluses from swords. Lorraine lazily opened her eyes. They were eyes that seemed sleepy but were actually deep and sharp like a hawk's. He yawned widely, a few tears even welling up in the corners of his eyes, and casually glanced at Chen Ping'an. Tusk, a new face, you managed to find your way here so early, kid, you've got some connections. Lorraine's voice was hoarse from just waking up and had a heavy nasal tone, sounding very languid. He slowly sat up, scratched his messy hair, and looked completely listless. Want to learn swordsmanship? Have you mastered the basic sword techniques? The tuition isn't cheap. Hey. His gaze casually swept over the fine steel longsword hanging at Chen Ping'an's waist. A glance swept over his battle-worn tough boar hide armor. Finally, the light landed on the unremarkable elite hunter badge on Chen Ping'an's chest, which faintly radiated a blue halo and a sharp aura. Lorraine's eyes, which had been half asleep, suddenly contracted the moment she saw the badge. The languid expression receded like the tide, replaced by an indescribable astonishment, scrutiny, and a sharp recollection, almost imperceptible, lies buried deep in his eyes. His body instinctively straightened up as if a sleeping tiger had been startled awake. Those sharp eyes were fixed on the eagle eye pattern on the badge, as if trying to see into the distant past. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds at that moment, with only dust swirling in the beams of light within the dojo. This thing. Lorraine's voice lowered, taking on a strange hoarseness, completely devoid of its previous languidness. Old Abel, that stubborn fellow, he's still alive, he actually gave this to you. He raised his head, and for the first time his gaze, truly scrutinizing and with a hint of barely perceptible seriousness, fell upon Chen Ping'an's face. He saw the unique aura emanating from the Pioneer title above Chen Ping'an's head, which, despite the ID being hidden, still emanated by a special NPC, an aura that represented the first Pioneer. Lorraine's expression changed completely. Kid. It seems you're more than just well-connected. To get able to hand over this badge and gain the Pioneer's approval, tell me, what's your name? He slowly stood up, and an invisible, mountain-like aura began to rise slowly within the dilapidated dojo. The air seemed to thicken, carrying a sharp, piercing edge. Chen Ping'an met Luo Lin's sharp, sword-like gaze and spoke calmly, his voice echoing clearly in the empty dojo. I am the reverse butterfly. I am the reverse butterfly. He repeated the name softly, a strange, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Interesting, really interesting. For that stubborn mule able to give you this trump card, you must have done more than just slaughter a few wolves. All right, for the sake of this badge and the title of Pioneer, I'll give you a chance. He walked to a corner of the dojo and kicked open the lid of a dusty wooden box. Pull out a palm-sized, bluish-gray, ancient-looking token with whirlwind patterns engraved on its surface. Smack! The token was tossed precisely in front of Chen Ping'an by Lorraine, and he caught it in one swift motion. It felt cool to the touch, and the material resembled neither jade nor iron. A faint but extremely pure wind energy flowed within the token. Quest item obtained, Gale Trial Token. Take it. Lorraine's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable force. Deep in the desolate wilderness there is a forgotten canyon entrance. Find it and place the token on the stone tablet at the entrance. Inside lies the Gale Trial. I want to see just how tough this kid is, the one who can make that old man Abel look at him with such respect. He paused, a hint of amusement and deeper meaning in his eyes. Let me remind you, according to the rules, this trial is something only a fool who hasn't done a month of errands and chores can get to. The stuff inside is nothing like what those nobodies outside do. 1 hour, if you can't finish, get lost and don't ever bother me again. After saying that, Lorraine plopped back down in his tattered wicker chair, pulling his straw hat over his face again. The snoring started almost immediately, as if the imposing swordsmanship instructor from before had been just an illusion. Chen Ping'an gripped the cold token in his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, turned and left. Target: the desolate, rocky wasteland west of the city. Like an invisible wind, Chen Ping'an swiftly traversed the bustling yet dilapidated urban area, arriving at the massive western city wall of the City of Hope, scarred by wind erosion. Passing through the heavily guarded city gate passage, a desolate, rugged Gobi desert landscape unfolds before your eyes. The biting, dry wind whipped up sand and gravel, whistling and howling. This is the wild, rocky wasteland. Guided by the faint energy transmitted by the token, Chen Ping'an quickly traversed among the giant weathered stone pillars which resembled a maze. About half an hour later he discovered an extremely well-hidden crack at the foot of a steep mountain wall that was mostly covered by sandstorm. The crack was only wide enough for one person to pass sideways. After going down several dozen meters, the view suddenly opened up before us. A massive canyon, as if cleaved by a giant axe, came into view. This is a wind canyon. The canyon is not lifeless. The howling wind here turned into a sharp, piercing whistle. Visible to the naked eye, the pale blue wind blades, like out-of-control sprites, frantically sliced and swirled through every corner of the canyon without any discernible pattern. The ground and rock walls were covered with countless bottomless cuts. System: entering a special trial scenario, Gale Canyon. Trial objective: traverse the canyon and defeat the gatekeeper within 1 hour, 120 minutes. Warning: the scene contains numerous wind traps. Contacting them deals high wind damage and small wind elemental, LV-15, extremely dangerous. Almost the instant Chen Ping'an stepped into the canyon, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted. Whoosh, 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 3 pale blue wind blades, each half a meter long, tore through the air, forming a triangular pattern and shot towards him from 3 tricky angles. Their speed was astonishing. For an average level 10 player, this would be a fatal blow, if not fatal. Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy cold and his body was as light as a willow catkin. Just as the wind blade was about to hit him, he suddenly performed an extreme side slide. Sizzle, 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 3 wind blades grazed the edge of his leather armor and slashed fiercely at the rock wall behind him, leaving 3 deep ravines and sending shards of rock flying. Miss, miss, miss. Roar! The wind blade attack seemed to have triggered an alarm. Deep within the canyon, 7 or 8 elemental creatures composed of pure gales and shimmering with bluish-white light at their centers were startled. They let out a silent roar, stirring up even more violent air currents, and pounced towards Chen Ping'an like arrows released from a bow. Small gale element, LV-15. Health 1800. Attack power 99. Defense 25. Skills: Windblade / Gale Dash. Level advantage: a full 5 levels. Even a regular player team would tremble at the sight of him. Chen Ping'an advanced instead of retreating. Facing the oncoming gusts of wind elementals, the refined steel longsword in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. Swift wind slash. Hue: a fan-shaped sword aura swept out, its range perfectly covering the 3 gale elementals charging at the forefront. Puff puff puff, -198, critical hit. -187, critical hit. -188, critical hit. 3 enormous golden critical strike numbers suddenly appeared. Even with Chen Ping'an's terrifying attack power of 105 and a critical hit rate of 55%, Gale Slash still deals explosive damage. After several attacks, the 3-headed Gale Elemental couldn't even let out a scream. Its condensed body was instantly shredded by the violent sword energy, turning into a few wisps of wind, leaving only a few faintly glowing, loose wind particles. Defeat 3 small gale elementals, LV-15. Gain plus 4,500 experience, capped due to level cap. Trigger talent: 100x reward boost, quality x100, obtain pure wind particles, green material x3. The remaining wind elements fearlessly charged forward, their wind blades weaving into a net. Chen Ping'an's movements were nimble and elusive. With a movement speed of 176% and an evasion rate of 38%, he moved like a butterfly through a dense barrage of wind blade attacks, with most of the attacks either landing in empty space or narrowly dodging them. Occasionally, when grazed by the edge of a wind blade, a flash of green light would appear on their bodies. -45, block damage reduction. Resilience special effect triggered, reflects 5 units of damage. This damage was negligible for Chen Ping'an, whose HP was a whopping 580. His eyes locked onto his target, his steel longsword thrusting and slashing, each strike accompanied by a golden critical hit number. -210, critical hit. -198, critical hit. -205, critical hit. Sword light and wind blades clashed as Chen Ping'an's figure darted through the canyon at high speed, dodging and counterattacking with fluid movements without a single wasted moment. In just a few minutes, he cleared out the remaining wind elementals one by one with his extremely high attack and critical hit rate. Defeat 5 small gale elementals, LV-15. Gain plus 7,500 experience sealed. 100x reward boost quality x100. Obtain pure wind particles, green material x5. Swift / proficiency increased, current level LV2. Effect: consumes 25 MP, deals 160% physical damage, 7-second cooldown. After clearing out the monsters blocking his way, Chen Ping'an unleashed his full speed, moving like a gray lightning bolt skimming the ground as he swiftly traversed the canyon filled with deadly wind blade traps. His high movement speed and evasion allowed him to avoid most traps. Occasionally, when he couldn't avoid a trap head-on, he could easily pull himself back by drinking a minor life potion. In less than 20 minutes, he had traversed most of the treacherous canyon with unstoppable momentum. At the end of the canyon is a relatively open circular platform. In the center of the platform, the airflow spun wildly, compressed, and condensed. A deafening roar like the epicenter of a hurricane echoed throughout the entire canyon. The air above the platform was completely distorted, and a gigantic elemental creature, 3 meters tall and forcibly fused together by countless violent tornadoes, condensed and took shape. It has no fixed form. Its body is composed of countless rapidly spinning cyan wind blades, and at its core is a dazzling cyan-white light that exudes a suffocating pressure. Wind Elemental Aggregate, LV-18, Elite. Health: 15,001-5000. Attack Power 158. Defense 87. Skills: Hurricane Roar, Wind Blade Dance, Gale Shield. Level 18 Elite, and a magic-based one at that. Terrifying Level and Attribute Suppression, Roar. As soon as the wind element aggregate took shape, the enormous wind head suddenly turned towards Chen Ping'an, its core light flashing brightly. A visible pale blue shockwave accompanied by a piercing shriek instantly spread across the entire platform. Chen Ping'an felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. With a buzzing sound, his body instantly stiffened. The dizziness icon is lit up in the status bar. You have been affected by Hurricane Roar and are now stunned for 2 seconds. Waya. The massive body of the wind elemental aggregate instantly disintegrated, transforming into hundreds of arm-thick, incomparably sharp, pale blue wind blades. Like an enraged swarm of bees, they tore through the air, emitting deathly shrieks and rained down on the dazed Chen Ping'an. Wind Blade Dance. Finishing blow, it looked like Chen Ping'an was about to be torn to shreds by this terrifying rain of blades. Just 1,000th of a second after the dizziness ended, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. A bottle of special effect recovery potion instantly appeared in his hand, which he downed without even looking at it. Plus 174. At the same time, he pushed off with his feet. With a movement speed increase of 176% and the explosive power of Wild Boar Charge, he charged like a cannonball towards the core of the wind elemental aggregate, which was not yet fully formed. Puff, 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 puff! Countless wind blades grazed his body, cutting the ground into a mess. Several wind blades still slashed fiercely at his leather armor, minus 188, minus 192. Minus 122, my health bar plummeted instantly. I was almost killed instantly. Fortunately, the displacement brought about by the charge allowed him to narrowly avoid the most fatal point of concentrated fire. Chen Ping'an quickly downed a mouthful of special recovery potion. Now. As Chen Ping'an charged near the core of the wind element aggregate, he used the momentum of his charge to suddenly spin around. The fine steel longsword in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant azure light. Swift Wind Slash. Hue, a larger and more concentrated fan-shaped sword aura, carrying a violent momentum that could tear everything apart, slashed fiercely at the bluish-white core of the wind element aggregate. Minus 188, critical hit, weakness exploit. The wind elemental aggregate let out a painful shriek. Its massive wind blade body trembled violently and its health plummeted. Roar! It went completely berserk. A more intense airflow instantly enveloped his body, visibly increasing his movement speed and evasion ability. Swift Wind Protection. Countless wind blades coalesced once more, frantically slashing at Chen Ping'an, who was right in front of him. Faced with this fierce counterattack, Chen Ping'an's eyes remained frighteningly calm. Side slide, crouch, roll. Use the boss's massive body as cover. Every daring dodge was followed by a precise counterattack. The steel longsword, gleaming with a sharp special effect, pierced and slashed at its relatively unstable energy nodes time and again. Minus 210, critical hit. Minus 225, critical hit. Minus 198, critical hit. Golden critical hit numbers burst forth like fireworks above the boss's head. Weakness detection triggered. The next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit and will deal an additional 30% damage, minus 355, critical hit. The boss's health dropped rapidly, like a floodgate being opened. 12,000? 0.8000, 0.500. Chen Ping'an's health fluctuated wildly under the boss's ferocious counterattacks and ubiquitous splash wind blades, almost reaching zero several times. Fortunately, he had plenty of medicine in his backpack. He downed bottle after bottle of lesser life potion, barely managing to withstand the terrifying level suppression through sheer money and stats. When the boss's health dropped below 20%, it let out its final lament. Its entire body began to swell violently, and its core light became extremely unstable. It was about to self-destruct. Die. Would Chen Ping'an give it that chance? He seized the moment just before the boss self-destructed, allowing the energy to freeze, and channeled all his power into his arms. Wild Boar Charge, cooldown just ended. Charge! His body blurred into a streak, crashing fiercely into the boss's core. With the longsword in front of him, man and sword become one. Swift wind slash, minus 888, critical hit. Fatal strike. Wind element aggregate has entered a weakened state. Great opportunity. Chen Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot, his longsword flashing as he executed basic attacks interspersed with his movements. Minus 125. Finally, the longsword pierced through the extremely unstable bluish-white light without any hindrance. Boom, a muffled, deafening roar. The expanding body of the wind elemental aggregate, like a punctured balloon, lost its restraints and collapsed violently towards its center, annihilating. Ultimately, it transformed into countless tiny blue specks of light and dissipated into the air. The raging winds within the canyon subsided instantly. System, Elite Wind Elemental Aggregate, LV-18 defeated, gained 36,000 experience points locked. Triggering the Talent 100x reward boost, Quality x 100. Reward quality undergoes a super leap. Obtained Condensed Wind Core, Blue Material x1. Obtained Wind Ring, Blue Accessory x1. Received 50 gold coins. Chen Ping'an was exhausted and lay on the ground panting heavily, while opening his backpack to check his spoils. Condensed Wind Core, Blue Material. Type, Forging Alchemy Engineering Materials. Description: the pure energy core left behind after the annihilation of the wind element aggregate contains highly concentrated wind power and is a precious material for crafting high-level wind attribute equipment, items, or certain special items. Wind Ring, Blue Accessory. Part Jewelry. Demand level 15. Agility plus 7. Movement speed plus 3%. Special effect, Lightness, passively increases evasion rate by 5%. Description: a ring formed from pure wind elements, allowing the wearer to feel the flow of the wind and making their movements more agile and ethereal. A few minutes later, a soft white light descended from the sky, enveloping Chen Ping'an and teleporting him back to the dilapidated Gale Sword Technique Dojo. Lorraine remained lying in the wicker chair, her face covered by a straw hat. But the snoring under the straw hat stopped the moment Chen Ping'an appeared. Chen Ping'an calmly walked to the rattan chair and placed the Gale trial token, whose light had dimmed after the trial was completed, on the small wooden table next to him. Clatter. The slight sound was exceptionally clear in the silent temple. Lorraine, who was sitting in the wicker chair, suddenly threw off her straw hat and sat up, the movement so fast that it created a gust of wind. His sharp eyes were fixed on Chen Ping'an as if trying to see right through him. The previous laziness and playfulness had vanished, leaving only a deep shock and a unbelievable burning sensation. Lorraine's voice was a little dry. You really went too far, and you even killed that mad wind. Chen Ping'an didn't speak but simply looked at him calmly. Good, good, good. Lorraine slapped her thigh and exclaimed good 3 times, a smile of joy and even excitement appearing on her face for the first time. I knew I wasn't wrong, Abel's judgment was spot on. These damn days are finally starting to get interesting. He stood up, walked to Chen Ping'an, and his expression became extremely solemn. He extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers joined together like a sword, and a point of light suddenly shone from the tip of his finger, concentrated to its extreme as if it could pierce through space. With lightning speed, a finger touched Chen Ping'an's brow. Buzz! Chen Ping'an felt a vast and pure torrent of energy carrying an unrestrained and swift energy like the wind suddenly surge into his mind. System. You have successfully completed the rare hidden job advancement quest, Gale Trial. You have successfully advanced to the rare class, Swift Swordsman. You have mastered the core skill of the Wind Swordsman. Wind Step. You have mastered the core skill of the Wind Swordsman, Phantom Slash. Swift Step LV1. Type Active Skill. Cost 50 MP. Effect, upon activation, increases own movement speed by 50% and evasion rate by 20% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Description: his body transforms into a swift wind moving with the speed of a startled swan. This is the signature dash and dodge technique of the Swift Wind Swordsman. Phantom Slash LV1. Type: Active Skill. Cost 40 MP. Effect: instantly unleashes 2 powerful phantom-like slashes on a single target, each dealing 120% physical damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. Description: the sword flashes like lightning, a phantom follows. The signature burst attack of the Swift Wind Swordsman. The moment the job change was completed, an even larger and purer energy erupted from Chen Ping'an's body. System. Successful career advancement detected. Previously locked experience points released. Experience points gained, 63,100. You've leveled up, current level 11, free attribute points gained 8. You've leveled up. Current level 12, free attribute points gained 8. The golden light cascaded over Chen Ping'an's body like a waterfall. His level number jumped wildly above his head. You've leveled up, current level 18. Free attribute points gained 8. Hidden classes are truly different. They grant 3 more attribute points per level than regular classes. 8 consecutive golden rays of upgrade light. Level jumped directly from 10 to 18. Gain 64 free attribute points in one go. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ping'an's mind raced. Strength, agility. He needed even greater output and speed. Strength plus 32, agility plus 32, boom. An unprecedented sense of power surged through my entire body. My body has become lighter and more agile. My attribute panel has undergone a complete transformation. Looking at Chen Ping'an, who was bathed in the golden light of the upgrade and whose aura was surging, Lorraine's shock finally turned into a complex sigh and a trace of relief. He reached into his robes again and pulled out a crystal-clear cyan crystal, no bigger than a fingernail, with what appeared to be a wisp of flowing whirlwind sealed inside. He solemnly placed it in Chen Ping'an's hand. Special item obtained. Wind's Token. Token of the Wind. Type: Quest Item Token. Description: a keepsake imbued with the aura of antiquity, its material unknown, with a warm and smooth texture. It seems to have some profound connection to the legacy of the Unforgiven, and perhaps at some point in the future, it can guide you to find lost ruins or uncover long-buried secrets. Current status: inactive. Kid. Lorraine's voice lowered, carrying a rare hint of solemnity. The road ahead is long. Keep this safe. When you feel strong enough, perhaps it can show you something different. After saying that, he stopped looking at Chen Ping'an, lay back down in the right-hand chair, covered his face with the straw hat and started snoring again as if nothing had happened. Chen Ping'an gripped the warm token of wind in his hand, feeling the surging new power within him and the powerful skills imprinted in his mind, his eyes as sharp as ever. He equipped the Gale ring, which emitted a pale blue glow, replacing his previous beginner ring. Equipment/accessory: Ring of Swiftness blue, agility plus 7, movement speed plus 3%, evasion rate plus 5%. Then open the character panel. Character name: I am the Reverse Butterfly. Numbers: 0.1. Class: Swift Swordsman rare class. Level 18. Health points HP 1520 1520. Mana MP 525-20. Basic attributes strength 90 agility rounded to 76 constitution 17 spirit. 11. Combat attributes physical attack 182 physical defense 24 magic defense 14. Attack speed 2.94 attack second movement speed 179%. Critical hit rate 55%, evasion rate 43%, accuracy rate 128%. The air in the slums of the City of Hope's West District is so murky you could wring oil out of it. Chen Ping'an stepped onto the uneven, blackened stone path. The dilapidated low shacks were crammed together and the stench of rotting wood mixed with unidentified garbage kept assaulting our nostrils. This should be it. His gaze was fixed on the end of the narrowest, darkest dead end. A hunched figure almost blending into the stained wall behind him huddled in the corner. The tattered, hooded cloak revealing the cotton wadding covered most of his face, leaving only a withered chin like dry tree bark and a few strands of gray hair showing. A tattered cloth so dirty its original color was no longer discernible was spread on the ground in front of him with a few items scattered haphazardly on it. Old Jerry, the mysterious wandering merchant, limited time availability. 00-1822. Time is passing. Chen Ping'an strode to the stall, his gaze sweeping over the goods on the tattered cloth like a searchlight. A tattered iron sword, its blade riddled with cracks and rust almost completely obscuring its edge, priced at 1,500 gold coins. A pitted, dusty, and unremarkable fist-sized rock priced at 1,200 gold coins. An old scroll with charred, curled edges and yellowed, brittle parchment priced at 1,000 gold coins. There are also several other tattered wristbands and necklaces with terrible stats priced between 500 to 800 gold coins. Total, 60 gold coins. You're insane. This is robbery. A patrolling soldier-like NPC glanced at the price, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He muttered something under his breath and turned to leave. My monthly salary is only 5 gold coins. Old Gry didn't even raise his head, his withered fingers nervously twisting the corner of his cloak, as if he were already numb to the disdain around him and the deserted stall. Chen Ping'an's heart pounded heavily in his chest and blood rushed to his head instantly. That's all, what was once a laughingstock in his past life now shines brighter than the most dazzling diamond in his eyes. Everything. Chen Ping'an's voice was slightly hoarse with excitement but firm and resolute. I want them all. The thought, like the most efficient command, instantly sank into the system inventory. Splash. A blinding torrent of golden light like a river bursting its banks suddenly poured out in front of Chen Ping'an. Gold coins, a mountain of gold coins. More than 6,000 gold coins appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a melodious and heart-pounding clinking sound, instantly filling the small rag in front of old Jerry. The dazzling golden light even briefly dispelled the darkness of the alley. Well. Old Gry's fingers, which were twisting the cloak, suddenly froze. He looked as if struck by lightning, and for the first time he suddenly raised his head, which had been hanging low. Beneath the shadow of the hood, a pair of eyes, bloodshot and suddenly bursting with a terrifying light, stared intently at Chen Ping'an, then incredulously swept over the genuine mountain of gold before him. That gaze was filled with utter shock, absurdity, and even a hint of indescribable greed. You. His chapped lips moved and a hoarse, bellows-like sound came from his throat, but he couldn't utter a single complete word. Before he could react, Chen Ping'an's fingers flew like lightning as he pressed confirm on the purchase screen that popped up in the system. System, a hero's high-stakes gamble. Purchased item, broken iron sword X1 costing 1,500 gold. This reward has been sent to your inventory. Purchased item, strange stone X1 costing 1,200 gold. Reward has been sent to your inventory. Purchased item, old scroll X1 costing 1,000 gold. Reward has been sent to your inventory. A series of urgent notification sounds flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind. The mountain of gold piled on the ground disappeared at a visible speed, turning into streams of light that flew into Chen Ping'an's backpack. At the same time, the few tattered items on the rag also vanished instantly. Hech. Old Jerry stared at the empty rag and his suddenly bulging money bag, letting out a strange, unintelligible sound. His cloudy eyes gave Chen Ping'an one last, deep and extremely complex look, as if he wanted to etch this crazy young man into his soul. The next second, his hunched figure, like a popped soap bubble, twisted violently and blurred without warning. Along with the dirty rag, it vanished silently into the dark, damp corner as if it had never existed. The alleyway returned to deathly silence with only a nauseating stench lingering in the air. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy and anticipation that was about to burst from his throat, and focused his mind on the system's inventory. Inside the backpack, the damaged iron sword, strange stone, and old scroll that Chen Ping'an had just purchased at great expense flashed with an aura. The names were changed to the magical iron sword, the magical stone, and the magical scroll, respectively. These are actually 3 blanks. For Chen Ping'an now, this is of great significance. A 100-fold increase in rewards, a qualitative leap. Open it. Buzz inside the backpack, it was as if an invisible sun had suddenly exploded. A dazzling purple-gold light burst forth, instantly eclipsing the brilliance of all other objects. An indescribable wave containing immense power and profound aura swept through the entire backpack space. System. Talent triggered 100x reward boost, quality x 100, item quality undergoes a final leap. The first thing to unleash a dazzling purple light was that magical iron sword. The rust and cracks on the sword disappeared like the receding tide, replaced by a clear blue sword body as clear as autumn water and as deep as the sky. The sword is long and sleek, with edges as thin as cicada wings, as if it were not a solid object but forged from solidified wind. A piece of green jade, constantly swirling and emitting tiny whirlwinds, is inlaid at the hilt of the sword. Swift wind chasing shadow sword, purple epic. Slot main hand weapon. Demand level 18. Physical attack 220. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 25. Special effects, wind's bite. When an attack hits an enemy, it deals an additional 50 points of wind damage and absorbs 15% of the damage dealt as HP, converting it into the user's own HP. Shadow Chaser increases attack speed by 15% and leaves a brief afterimage while moving to confuse enemies. Description: a divine weapon forged from the invisible wind, light and swift, its sword strikes like the wind, devouring souls and spirits. Wielding it allows one to ride the wind, chasing shadows and taking lives. The sword's blade flows with the luster of jade, as if sealing the soul of the storm. Hiss. Even though Chen Ping'an was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this exaggerated attribute and gasped. 220 attack power plus life steal and speed boost. This attribute is miles ahead of his steel longsword, a purple epic, a true divine artifact. I won't go into how rare the weapons are in this game. In my previous life, many characters didn't have a decent weapon even in the later stages, making them inferior to others no matter where they were. Immediately afterwards, the magical stone shed its dusty outer shell and transformed into a crystal-clear silver gemstone, its interior seemingly containing a swirling nebula, radiating a soft silver light. Space Expansion Stone, Purple Epic. Type Special Item Unique. Effect: permanently increases personal backpack space by 200 slots after use. Description: a wondrous stone imbued with mysterious spatial laws capable of opening and stabilizing dimensional spaces. Upon use, your inventory will gain an unimaginable increase in capacity. Its core, a swirling nebula, seems to seal away a miniature universe. 200 grids. Chen Ping'an's heart raced again. Backpack capacity is one of the most troublesome constraints in the early game. In particular, its permanent expansion of 200 slots makes its strategic value no less than that of an epic weapon. This game has no way to recharge or spend money. All equipment is obtained through gameplay and all items depend on luck. If you're unlucky, you can only rely on having a large group of people to help you get what you want. The permanent expansion of 200 slots means he can carry massive amounts of supplies, medicines, and spare equipment at any time, resulting in a qualitative leap in endurance and strategic flexibility. Finally, the magical scroll was reborn in the purple light. The scroll was made of thin metal sheets that shimmered with the luster of mithril. When unfolded, it revealed a complex three-dimensional geometric structure outlined with intricate magical runes, radiating intense spatial fluctuations. Advanced Engineering Blueprint, Portable Teleportation Beacon, Purple Epic. Type Drawings Engineering. Effect: after learning, you will master the technology of manufacturing portable transmission beacons. Crafting requirements: 1 space crystal, 5 arcane conductive alloy ingots, 1 adamantite podium, 1 fel core. Portable teleportation beacon effect: allows you to set a temporary teleportation point in a non-combat area, lasts for 24 hours with a 12-hour cooldown. Once activated, it instantly teleports you back to the original coordinates, requires a 10-second guide which can be interrupted by attacks. The beacon can be retrieved. Description: a cutting-edge engineering marvel that revolutionizes traditional teleportation. It grants users unprecedented battlefield mobility and strategic depth. Its spatial folding technology is nothing short of miraculous. It's a strategic item that top-tier powers dream of. Portable teleportation, set temporary coordinates. Chen Ping'an's breathing became heavier. The strategic significance of this blueprint is simply immeasurable. Whether it's ensuring safety during deep explorations of dangerous terrain, or providing logistical support for lightning raids in future large-scale national wars, this thing is a trump card capable of changing the course of a local battle. Its value far exceeds that of mere equipment. Of course, Chen Ping'an wouldn't have such naive thoughts as winning glory for the country. He was just like everyone else, striving for prestige. The other trash items also underwent a complete transformation. A tattered bracer has been transformed into the Swift Shadow Bracer, Blue Premium, Physical Defense plus 15, Agility plus 8, Special Effect. Slightly increases attack speed. A rusted necklace transformed into a wolf soul pendant, Blue High Quality, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 5, Special Effect. Increases damage against beast-type monsters by 8%. Several unidentified minerals also transformed into Mithril Ingot, Blue Material X3, and Arcanite Ore, Blue Material X2. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ping'an immediately used the Space Expansion Stone. Buzz, a cool spatial fluctuation swept over his body in an instant, and the originally cramped backpack space expanded wildly like an inflating balloon, instantly becoming incredibly spacious. With a massive capacity of 200 slots, he could easily fit a small mountain inside. Then, with a sense of pilgrimage, he equipped the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword. The powerful aura emanating from the epic weapon seemed to resonate with him. It feels cool and light to the touch, as if you are holding not metal but a tangible gust of wind. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a clear, melodious hum as if yearning for battle and blood. Chen Ping'an opened the panel and looked at several important attributes such as Strength 108, Agility 120. The physical attack power is a whopping 365 points, the speed leap brought by Agility exceeding 100. Attack speed has reached 3.675 attacks per second, and movement speed is 235%. And there's the lifesteal effect and attack speed boost. As Chen Ping'an felt the power surging within him, far exceeding his previous strength, and the epic longsword in his hand with its sharpness that seemed capable of cutting through anything, a sense of dominance over the world welled up within him. He carefully placed the Advanced Engineering Blueprint, Portable Teleportation Beacon, which shimmered with mithril, into the deepest part of his now spacious backpack. The cold, metallic feel of the blueprints ignited a burning passion within him. This thing will be the key to stirring up the winds of change in the future and may even determine the outcome of a war between nations. And that huge backpack brought by the Space Stone. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Ping'an's lips. Just wait, Yuanyuan and those high and mighty top-ranked experts. He took one last look at the dirty corner where the homeless merchant had disappeared, then abruptly turned around. The purple flowing wind-chasing shadow sword drew an elegant yet deadly arc beside him, the blade cutting through the air and emitting a subtle yet clear hum. The wind seemed to take the initiative to surround him at that moment, propelling him forward. His figure moved like lightning, disappearing instantly into the labyrinthine alleyways of the slums. Only a faint, sharp sword aura remained in place. The restrained purple aura of the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword swirled subtly in the shadows of the slums. Chen Ping'an exerted force with his feet, and his terrifying speed transformed him into a blurry gray shadow as he sped through the narrow, sewage-filled and stinking alley, wanting nothing more than to leave this filthy place as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to turn out of the last narrow alley filled with rotten barrels and broken baskets and step onto a slightly wider street, a chilling feeling of being watched by a venomous snake suddenly crept up his spine. He didn't stop walking, but the corner of his eye, like the most sophisticated radar, instantly scanned the shadowy entrance of the alley behind him. 5 figures lurked furtively behind the corner of a crooked wooden house at the alley entrance, their heads peeking out, their greedy eyes fixed on the long sword in his hand. The sword, shimmering with purple light, almost ignited the flames of desire in their eyes. "Hiss, boss, look at that sword, purple light." A skinny monkey with the ID New is busy, and carrying a chipped machete was so excited that his voice cracked and he almost drooled. "Damn, it's definitely high-end stuff, epic, it's definitely epic." Waiting for you to finish your shift, a burly man with a scar on his face carrying a tattered wooden shield licked his chapped lips, his eyes brimming with greed. That kid got incredibly lucky, a lone wolf like him. Does he even deserve this kind of treasure? Let's blow him up. Exactly, look at his leather armor and boots, he's probably only dressed in green. He's probably a newbie who went broke buying a weapon to show off. The Mimi who can't slurp, a sorcerer dressed in a cloth robe and holding a broken wooden staff, smiled sinisterly. "Boss, let's do it." "It's a fat sheep." New is very busy, is the most anxious. Exactly. If it weren't for Mimi getting that awesome talent that converts gold coins into experience and the rest of us coordinating perfectly, we'd be begging for alms in the newbie village, doing quests, and even having to fawn over the NPC who controls the teleportation array. All we wanted was to teleport to the main city as soon as possible to rob, oh no, to raid the newbies. Waiting for you to finish your shift, it was as if it conjured up something bad. I couldn't wait any longer. Yes. One step ahead leads to another, we must seize this opportunity. Same old rules, surround him, don't let him escape. I want to be number 1 on the leaderboard too. Waiting for you to finish your shift, with a low growl, he suddenly leaped out of his hiding place, wooden shield in front of him. The other 4 men, like hyenas smelling blood, immediately scattered and swiftly blocked the front and back exits of the narrow alley, trapping Chen Ping'an in the middle of the stinking ditch, which was less than 3 meters wide. Chen Ping'an stopped and slowly turned around. The alley was blocked off at both ends, making the light even dimmer. His face was expressionless except for a hint of cold mockery deep in his eyes. "Kid, you'd better be smart." Waiting for you to finish your shift pointed at Chen Ping'an with a broken wooden shield, his voice carrying a condescending tone. "Hand over that sword you're holding and all the money you have. If we're in a good mood, we'll spare your life and get you out of here, otherwise." He grinned maliciously, brandishing the cleaver peeking out from behind the shield. "I've destroyed you. You'll be reborn tomorrow." In the early stages of the game Doomsday Era, although there is no system where characters die and players simultaneously, if you die, you still have to wait 24 hours to log back in. In this crucial stage of land reclamation, dying even once is a significant loss. Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the levels above the heads of the 5 people, all of them were LV-11, he narrowed his eyes. At this stage of the game's launch, they were indeed a small elite team. They must have drawn some good talents and they were used to acting arrogantly. Plus, they only encountered Chen Ping'an, so it was inevitable that they would be arrogant. Unfortunately, they kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. Chen Ping'an's lips curled into a very faint and cold smile without uttering a single unnecessary word. A slight thought, swift step, activated buzz. An invisible, violent gust of wind instantly enveloped Chen Ping'an's entire body. His figure suddenly became blurry, as if blending into the shadows of the alley, and his speed increased by another 50%. Several faint blue afterimages, barely perceptible to the naked eye, even trailed along the edges of its body. "Damn it, he's trying to run, attack." Waiting for you to finish your shift, his pupils contracted and he roared sharply. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chen Ping'an moved, not to flee but to attack. The target is the most threatening backline unit, the mage Mimi who can't spit. With the 352% movement speed boost from Swift Step, Chen Ping'an's figure completely surpassed the limits of human visual perception. A long, lingering gray afterimage stretched behind him, as if he had teleported. One second he was in the middle of the alley and the next second the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword, flowing with purple light, had already pierced the tip of Poisonous Letter's nose with a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air. Phantom/combo. The chilling voice was like the pronouncement of death. Swish, swish. Chen Ping'an's arms transformed into two afterimages that were indistinguishable to the naked eye. The flowing wind-chasing shadow sword emitted an excited, clear sound, instantly drawing two intersecting, extremely refined purple sword beams in the air. Ft. -999. -999. Two enormous, almost bursting, golden critical hit numbers suddenly appeared on Poison Letter's face, which was filled with terror and disbelief. The meager mage shield on Poisonous Letter's body shattered like paper, and his robe was instantly torn apart by the violent sword energy. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his health bar was emptied instantly, like a punctured balloon. Its body slumped limply into the sewage, spilling out a few pitiful copper coins and a small pile of low-level spellcasting materials used by mages' inferior mana dust. Instant kill, absolutely instant kill. Meme. Waiting for you to finish your shift. His eyes were bloodshot and he let out a beast-like howl. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary lone wolf would possess such terrifying attack power. Focus fire. Kill him. The remaining warriors waiting for you to finish the bell. Another warrior obedient mother. The thief bull is busy, and the archer you're faster than before, all with bloodshot eyes, roared and pounced. The thief busy cow is the fastest. He slips into stealth mode and attempts to ambush from behind. The archer you're faster than before drew his bow and fired a concussive shot, arrow, glowing faintly, towards Chen Ping'an's chest, attempting to slow him down and control him. Two warriors, one in front and one behind, brandished their weapons and slashed fiercely, creating a whooshing sound as they attacked. Waiting for you after the bell's broken wooden shield rammed into Chen Ping'an, attempting to create a moment of vulnerability. Despite being surrounded from all sides, Chen Ping'an remained completely unfazed. His extremely high movement speed and evasion rate make him as slippery as an eel. It was as if his feet were made of springs. His body slid sideways at an incredible angle. The concussion shot, arrow grazed the edge of his leather armor and missed, embedding itself firmly in the wooden wall behind him. At the same time, the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand drew a graceful semicircle. Swift Wind Slash. Hue upgrading to LV2 Swift Slash increases its range and power. A deep cyan fan-shaped sword aura, several times more solid than before, covering a 120-degree angle with a radius of 3 meters in front, swept out fiercely like the scythe of death. Wherever the sword energy passed, the polluted air was sliced apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Puff, puff, puff. -999, -1024, -965. Three massive golden critical hits simultaneously erupted from above the heads of waiting for you to finish the bell, obedient mom, who were charging at the forefront, and Bull is busy, who had just emerged from stealth and was preparing to backstab. Holy crap. A series of piercing screams and terrified curses rang out simultaneously. Waiting for you to finish, the bell's wooden shield was cleaved away by the sword energy, his leather armor torn open at the chest, and blood spurted out. The obedient mother was even struck in the neck by the sword energy, and her health bar instantly dropped to 0. Niu is very busy, suffered the worst fate, being forcibly swept out of stealth mode by sword energy. His waist and abdomen were almost cut open, and he disappeared in a flash of white light. A wristband that glowed green and a money pouch were found. Only the archers positioned slightly back, partially blocked by their teammates in front, were fortunate enough not to be completely covered, but they were still terrified and retreated repeatedly. In a single exchange, 5 people attacked and instantly 2 were dead, 1 was seriously injured and 1 was crippled. Waiting for you to finish your shift's health bar is down to a pitiful sliver. He clutched his blood-soaked chest, his face contorted with extreme fear and pain. Only then did he finally see clearly the ID above Chen Ping'an's head, an ID that couldn't be hidden in battle, burning with a noble purple-gold flame like a small sun. I am a reverse butterfly, no point 1 LV, 18, N, no point 1, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. The voice of waiting for you to finish your shift was distorted by extreme fear, becoming as shrill as a rooster being strangled, its eyes bulging as if about to pop out, filled with boundless despair and absurdity. He finally understood what kind of being he had provoked. This isn't a fat sheep at all. This is clearly an ancient, ferocious beast in sheep's clothing. His last shred of will to resist completely collapsed, and he turned to run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy cold. He shifted his feet, and his 235% movement speed made him feel like a persistent leech, instantly closing in on waiting for you after the bell spak. The flowing, wind-chasing shadow sword trailed a purple afterimage, gently slicing across the throat of the venomous fangs as if whispering a lover's words. -988. Waiting for you to finish your shift. With his last health bar depleted, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his face filled with regret and resentment. Beside the corpse, a dusty gray necklace and a small pile of coins were found. System: player waiting for you to finish your hours has been killed. Due to their initiation of an attack and being grayed out, there will be no penalty for PvP. The last remaining archer, terrified, let out a scream and scrambled to the alleyway entrance. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at him. This kind of person wasn't worth wasting a skill on. He walked to the spot where the thief Niu is busy had disappeared, bent down and picked up the green glowing wristband and a money pouch. He then walked to the body of waiting for you to finish the bell and picked up the jewelry and coins on the ground. Obtained: vine bracelet, green, high quality X1. Obtained: dull pearl necklace, green, high quality X1. Received: 12 silver coins, 85 copper coins. Chen Ping'an checked the stats. The Swift Shadow bracers and Wolf Soul pendant he was wearing were both blue-grade equipment, with stats much better than the 2 green-grade items but better than nothing. He put them directly into his backpack. After a few flashes, Chen Ping'an completely disappeared into the intricate alleyways of the slum, as if he had never existed. Only the lingering, heavy stench of blood in the air, the 4 unrecovered corpses on the ground, and the filthy ground ravaged by sword energy silently testify to the brief but bloody crushing that had just occurred. Almost at the same time Chen Ping'an left, the Dawn Camp regional channel exploded with activity. The bright red system announcement and the frantic spamming of players instantly drowned out all other information. Regional announcement: red, player waiting for you to finish was killed by player I am a reverse butterfly in the West District slums of Hope City. The incident was ruled a case of self-defense. Regional announcement: red. Player obedient mother was killed by player I am a reverse butterfly in the West slums of Hope City. The incident was ruled a case of self-defense. Regional announcement: red. Player Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter was killed by player Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter in the West District slums of Hope City. The incident was ruled a case of self-defense. You're faster than before. F **ku I'm the reverse butterfly, so what if you're number 1? A sneak attack. UF **G sneak attack. Brothers, remember him. The Fantexy gang will fight you to the death. Waiting for you after the bell. He has a purple weapon, an epic purple longsword. Destroy it. Whoever destroys it gets the purple weapon. Fantasia gang is offering a 100 gold coin bounty. Location: West District slums. Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Holy crap! Kill streak announcements flooding the screen. The No. 1 player appears in the slums. And he's taking on 5 opponents at once. Investing in mother-in-law, a purple epic weapon. It's only been less than a day since the server opened, really. The difference between genius and talent is just 2, the Fantasia gang. Those few scum who stole my monsters in the newbie village, serves them right, they kicked a hornet's nest. Good job, butterfly. God of Magic descends, purple weapon, West District of Hope City. Interesting. Misleading the entire server, a 100 gold coin bounty. Does the Black Serpent gang even have the strength for that? 100 gold coins, 100 copper coins would be more like it, but the purple weapon. Oh, even I'm tempted. The regional channels were absolutely buzzing. The name I am a reverse butterfly and the purple epic weapon were like two bombshells, instantly igniting the greed and madness of countless players. At this moment, Chen Ping'an had already left that filthy killing ground and was standing on the edge of a relatively prosperous street in the eastern district of Hope City. He naturally also saw the Black Serpent gang's clamor and bounty on the regional channel, as well as the blatant information that he possessed a purple weapon. His sneer deepened, carrying a chilling mockery. Turning off the regional channel, Chen Ping'an exerted force with his feet, leaving the clamor of the East District of Hope City behind. He transformed into an elusive gray shadow, heading directly towards the ominous mountains to the northeast of the city. That's where the LV-20 small raid instance Dark Mines is located. Under normal circumstances, the entrance is blocked by a dense horde of wandering mine zombies, LV-18, at least 1,000 at a glance. You can't even get close to the dungeon gate without clearing them out. In the early days of pioneering the wilderness in my previous life, countless ambitious teams fell before they even saw the boss, succumbing to these slow-moving but thick-skinned and incredibly numerous zombies. Their supplies were depleted and they were wiped out in a sorry state. But Chen Ping'an already had a plan in mind. He bypassed the coordinates of the main entrance of the mine marked on the map and skillfully entered a steep cliff with jagged rocks and thorny bushes. The mountain wind here carries a musty, rusty smell and it chills your skin. He stopped precisely in front of a huge, inconspicuous rock riddled with wind-eroded holes and pressed his hand firmly into a very hidden depression at the bottom of the rock. Click rumbled. A dull creak of machinery turning echoed. Beside the rock, a dark, downward-sloping fissure barely wide enough for one person to pass through silently opened up. An impenetrable darkness and an even more pungent stench of decay surged forth as if they were tangible. The cold, damp air, carrying the scent of death, rushed towards us. System, hidden entrance detected. Enter special area, abandoned mine tunnel. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ping'an ducked and crawled inside. The crack slowly closed behind him, completely shutting out the light and noise of the outside world. The passage was narrow and long, with slippery, sticky mud and scattered pebbles underfoot. Only a few mosses on the cave walls, emitting a pale green glow, provided meager illumination. The air was thick with a stench of rust, rotting organic matter, and some kind of aged blood, almost suffocating. After walking for about 10 minutes, the passage suddenly opened up. A huge, natural cave, as if hollowed out by a giant beast, appeared before our eyes. This is the true starting point of the Dark Mine dungeon. The cave was not deathly silent. He. A chilling, low growl echoed through the empty cave, carrying with it endless resentment and hunger. By the dim light of the pale green moss, one could see shadowy figures deep within the cave, numbering at least 100. Most of them wore tattered miners' clothes stained with black grime, their bodies exhibiting a sickly grayness and edema, their skin ulcerated, revealing dark red muscles and stark white bones. Two eerie green flames burned within the hollow eye sockets. Though its movements were slow, each step it took carried a heavy sense of power. Wandering Mine Zombie LV-18. Health 3800. Attack power 88. Defense 28. Skills Rotten Bite Corpse Infection. Deeper inside, several significantly taller and more robust figures could be vaguely seen patrolling slowly. They wore broken shackles and rusted miner's picks, exuding an even more dangerous aura. Those were elite monsters. Zombie Overseer LV-20. At the deepest part of the cave, on a simple platform built of thick logs and rusted iron chains. A massive figure, as large as a small mountain, was facing away from the entrance, breathing heavily. It was dressed in a tattered leather overseer's uniform stained with black scabs, and its exposed grayish-green skin was covered with stitches and swollen pustules. A chain, as thick as a water bucket and with a huge, rusty iron hook at one end, was wrapped around its thick arm, swaying slightly with its breathing. Even just from behind, he exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. Zombie Overseer Barton LV-25 Raid Boss. Health 120,001-20000. Attack power 156. Defense 26. Skills Death Chain Rotting Strike Raging Corpse Howl Pus Burst. Level 25 Boss 120,000 HP. There are also 4 skills that look like they're not to be trifled with. A normal 5-person raiding team can just wait to die against it, then log off and lie down for a day. Level advantage, attribute advantage, and skill mechanics are enough to cause any team with poor coordination to collapse instantly. But there was no fear in Chen Ping'an's eyes, only a frozen calm and a boiling fighting spirit burning deep within. Clear the mobs first, then level up. He devised a strategy instantly. The level advantage of a level 25 boss is too great, fighting it head-on is too inefficient. These level 18 zombie monsters are nothing more than walking experience packs and stat boosters to him. Swift step. With a slight thought, the skill is activated. Buzz, a violent gale instantly enveloped Chen Ping'an's entire body. His figure suddenly became blurry, and his movement speed, already at a terrifying 235%, surged another 50%, directly breaking the 350% mark. Several faint blue afterimages, barely perceptible to the naked eye, trailed along the edges of his body. Roar. The nearest mine zombie was startled. Its eerie green soul flames suddenly turned towards Chen Ping'an, its rotting maw opening to emit a threatening growl. Unfortunately, it's too late. Like a gust of wind merging into the shadows, Chen Ping'an instantly cut into the monster horde with a speed exceeding the reaction limits of zombies. Swift wind slash. The flowing wind-chasing shadow sword erupted with a dazzling deep blue light. A condensed fan-shaped sword aura, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, swept fiercely across the 5 zombies huddled together in front of it. Puff, 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 puff. -780, -723, -785, -712, -755. 5 enormous, almost bursting, golden critical damage numbers popped up simultaneously. The zombies move slowly, and Chen Ping'an's attack speed of 3.675 times per second is almost enough to hit them all. A zombie can be taken down in almost 3 seconds. The 5 LV-18 zombies vanished in less than half a minute, turning into white light and leaving behind only a few silver coins and a small pile of rotting zombie fingernails, gray material emitting a faint green glow. Kill 5 wandering mine zombies LV-18, gain 9,000 experience points. Trigger talent 100x reward boost, quality x100, obtain poisoned zombie fangs, green material x5. Awesome! So awesome, without pausing, Chen Ping'an in his swift step, state, moved like a ghost through the vast and crowded mine hall at high speed. Every time Swift Slash finishes its cooldown, a fan-shaped area of zombies is instantly cleared. -888, -845, golden critical hit numbers like death fireworks rose and fell in the dark mine. The zombies' sluggish attacks couldn't touch his fast-moving figure at all. Occasionally, Rotten Bite would grotz him, but it was instantly pulled back by the 15% lifesteal effect of wind-chasing Shadow Sword, plus 115, plus 181. Chen Ping'an's health bar remained almost full. He's like a tireless meat grinder, efficiently and ruthlessly reaping experience. The LV-20 elite zombie overseers tried to stop them, wielding rusty miners' pickaxes and letting out muffled roars. However, with Chen Ping'an's terrifying attack speed from his 120 points of agility and the unique attack speed bonus of the flowing wind shadow sword, their movements appeared clumsy and laughable. Phantom Slash Combo. Swish. Swish, 2 incredibly fast purple sword shadows pierced through the chest of an elite overseer in an instant. -923, -982, 2 even more exaggerated golden numbers jumped up. Even a level 20 elite monster with 8,000 HP can only last about 10 seconds. Kill Zombie Overseer LV-20 Elite. Gain plus 12000 experience points. 100x increase. 100x reward boost quality x100. Obtain Overseer's Fine Iron Shackles, green material x1. Amazing efficiency. When the last ordinary zombie vanished in a flash of white light, the entire dark mine hall was empty, leaving only the mountain-like figure on the platform deep inside and a few elite overseers scattered in the corners, still undisturbed. Buzz, several thick golden beams of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Chen Ping'an, A vast and powerful force surged wildly into his limbs and bones. System, you've leveled up. Current level, 19. Free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up. Current level, 20. Free attribute points gained, 8. Golden light cascaded over his body like a waterfall, and the level numbers above his head jumped wildly. System, you've leveled up. Current level, 25. Free attribute points gained, 8. 7 consecutive golden rays of upgrade light. Level jumped directly from 18 to 25. Gain 56 free attribute points in one go. Chen Ping'an's thoughts raced. Power, agility, he needed even greater output and speed. Strength plus 28, agility plus 28, boom. A powerful sense of strength fills my entire body. My body also feels lighter and more agile. Level 25, strength 138, agility 160. Physical attack power as high as 428. Attack speed exceeds 4.0 attacks per second. Movement speed has skyrocketed to 272%. An unprecedented sense of power surged within Chen Ping'an's body. The flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand seemed to resonate with his thoughts, emitting an excited chirp, and the purple light flowing on the sword became even more dazzling. His icy gaze, like two drawn swords, pierced through the dim light, locking firmly onto the enormous figure on the platform at the deepest part of the mine, the zombie overseer Barton. Your turn. Chen Ping'an let out a low shout, pushed off with his feet, and his terrifying speed made him like a purple lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, rushing straight towards the platform. Roar! The sleeping Patton was completely awakened by this murderous aura. It suddenly turned around and a furious crimson light burst forth from its huge, single eye on its rotting face. A deafening roar, accompanied by a strong, foul stench, swept through the entire mine. Raging corpse howl. An invisible shockwave of fear spread instantly. Chen Ping'an felt a chilling while trying to invade his mind. His body stiffened slightly and a skull icon representing fear flashed and disappeared in the status bar. System, affected by raging corpse roar, briefly stunned 0.5 seconds. Physical defense reduced by 10%. Woohoo! Patton seized the opportunity and swung his massive chained arm around it. Splash! The death chain, as thick as a water bucket and with a huge rusty iron hook at one end, tore through the air like a venomous python emerging from its den, emitting a piercing shriek, and hurtled toward Chen Ping's chest with lightning speed. The angle was tricky, there was no way to avoid it. In that critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Swift step, cooldown has just ended. Buzz, a raging gale once again enveloped his body. His movement speed instantly exceeded 400%. Just as the giant iron hook was about to touch the leather armor, Chen Ping'an's figure suddenly blurred. Miss. The iron hook, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, slammed into the rock wall behind Chen Ping'an, sending rocks flying and leaving a deep crater. Roar. A flicker of surprise crossed Patton's single eye, as if he couldn't comprehend how such a tiny prey had managed to evade him. Phantom/combo. Chen Ping'an gave him absolutely no time to think. Taking advantage of the brief moment of stiffness when Patton retracted the chain, the person had already pounced on its relatively vulnerable side like a ghost. Swish, swish, the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword transformed into two extremely refined purple lightning bolts, piercing fiercely into the swollen abscess in Barton's waist. 57. 24, two golden damage numbers suddenly popped up, weakness detection triggered, guaranteed critical hit plus 30% extra damage. Patton's massive body staggered violently, letting out a painful and furious howl. Roar! The pain completely unleashed Patton's ferocity. It no longer tried to retract the chains. Its enormous fist, carrying the stench of decay and the howling of the wind, slammed down like a battering ram towards Chen Ping'an beside it. Rotten strike, extremely wide coverage, extremely fast speed. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted slightly. His extremely high movement speed granted him astonishing agility. He suddenly ducked, his body as slippery as an eel, narrowly slipping under Patton's thick arm. Boom! Barton's heavy fist slammed down on the ground where Chen Ping'an had just been standing. The hard black stone ground was as if it had been hit by a cannonball, instantly blasting open a crater more than 2 meters in diameter. Debris flew everywhere like bullets. A powerful shockwave carrying the stench of decay spread outwards, -288 splash damage. Chen Ping'an was hit by the shockwave and his health bar dropped slightly, but the flowing wind shadow sword struck an elite overseer who had been alerted and rushed over, instantly restoring his health to full. +299, Vampire. Swift Wind Slash. Chen Ping'an, who had slipped behind Barton, turned around and swept his sword horizontally. The deep blue sword energy slashed fiercely at Barton's relatively vulnerable knee. -1582, Patton winced in pain, his massive body staggering. The battle has entered a thrilling tug-of-war. Chen Ping'an maximized his movement speed and evasion. He was like a persistent, invasive disease moving at high speed around Patton's massive body, dodging and weaving. Death Chain arrives with a howling hook. Extreme side slide miss. Rotten Strike crashes down with a vicious gust of wind. He ducked and rolled, using Patton's own body as cover. One of the pustules on Barton's body suddenly burst open and dark green venom splattered out like a rain of arrows. As if anticipating this, Chen Ping'an had already created distance in advance. The venom only corroded the ground where he had just stood, producing a hissing white smoke. Every daring dodge was followed by a precise and ruthless counterattack from the flowing wind shadow sword. Either a basic attack with a critical hit, or phantom slash to pinpoint and eliminate weak points, or swift slash for area of effect damage. 88-1851, 92. Golden damage numbers were rapidly appearing above Barton's head like a waterfall. Its health bar plummeted like a floodgate opening. 90,000, 60,000, 30,000. Barton's roars grew increasingly ferocious and his movements became more and more frantic, but he still couldn't truly catch that ghostly purple figure. When Barton's health dropped below 10,000, it let out a final, deafening roar filled with resentment. The pustules all over his body were swelling wildly, and it looked like the final massive pustules eruption was about to begin. This is the moment we've been waiting for, die. Chen Ping'an instantly activated the swift step that had been ready to cool down, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He appeared as if he had teleported directly in front of Patton beneath that enormous single eye. Phantom slash combo. Swish, swish, two purple sword lights imbued with Chen Ping'an's full power and moving at speeds exceeding the limits of vision, pierced through Barton's enormous, scarlet eye with unparalleled precision like venomous dragons emerging from their lair. Theft weakness detection triggered, critical hit, fatal strike, weakness penetration, -5123, -4934. Two unprecedented, almost overwhelming golden numbers of fatal damage exploded into view. Ow. Patton's final, piercing scream abruptly ended. Its massive body suddenly stiffened and its enormous single eye burst open, spraying out a mixture of foul blood and dark green pus. The giant arm, bound by chains, fell limply to the ground with a deafening crash like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade collapsing. Boom! The entire mine seemed to shake. Smoke and dust filled the air. System. Defeat raid boss zombie overseer Barton LV25. Gain 100,000 experience points. System. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Dark Mines raid hell difficulty for the first time. This feat will go down in history. System. First clear reward obtained. Dark Mine first clear treasure chest X1. Almost the instant Patton fell. Buzz. A golden beam of light, more dazzling and magnificent than ever before, seemingly descending from the heavens, pierced through the thick mountain rocks in an instant, illuminating the entire dark mine as if it were daytime. At the same time, a majestic, grand system announcement, resounding throughout the entire city of Hope and even all surrounding newbie areas, flooded the minds of every player. System, server-wide golden announcement. Player I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1 has accomplished an astonishing feat. Single-handedly, he became the first player to clear the raid dungeon Dark Mine hell difficulty. His bravery is unparalleled, his strength is awe-inspiring, he has earned the unique title, King of the Lone Wolf. He has also received the first clearance treasure chest reward. Such a great achievement should serve as a model for all ages. System server-wide golden announcement. Player I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1. System server-wide golden announcement. Player I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1. 3 times in a row, server-wide announcement. golden light shines upon the world. At this moment, the entire world of Doomsday Era fell into a brief silence. The next second, all communication channels, world, region, faction, guild, private chat exploded completely like a sea of nuclear bombs being dropped. World channel, a locally renowned poor guy, holy crap. Soloing a raid, hell difficulty, butterfly god my god. Small blood at the chrysanthemum, dark mine, hell difficulty, solo first clear, how is this possible, cheating, absolutely cheating, report. Pampered by the whole server. Ah, butterfly goddess, no. 1, king of the lone wolf, this title is so cool, I want to be your sugar daddy, I'll warm your bed, I'll shout 666. Sword emperor. Interesting. I am the reverse butterfly, I look forward to meeting you. Bulbul is busy, damn, it's him again, that son of a b***** ch is definitely in the dungeon. Brothers, block the entrance, blow him up. Increase the bounty to 500 gold. A massive amount of information flooded the screen instantly. Shock, admiration, doubt, jealousy, insults, bounties. An outpouring of emotions erupted like a volcano. The server channels even experienced lag. The titles, I am the reverse butterfly and king of the lone wolves, like the most dazzling stars, are truly imprinted in the hearts of all players of Apocalypse Era at this moment. Chen Ping'an at the eye of the storm remained oblivious to all the commotion. The title King of the Lone Wolf has been automatically added to your backpack. King of the Lone Wolf, unique, first clear reward. All attributes plus 3%. Damage to monsters plus 5%. Movement speed increased by 10% when acting alone. Its attributes are still somewhat inferior to the Pioneer title, so I'll keep it in my bag for now and make a decision later. Then, his gaze was fixed on the Dark Mine first clearance treasure chest that had appeared out of nowhere beside Barton's corpse, radiating a mysterious dark golden light. What made his heart race even faster was that a familiar surge of energy, containing boundless power of creation, was suddenly erupting from inside the treasure chest. System. Talent triggered 100x reward boost, quality x 100, first clear chest reward quality undergoes a final leap. Buzz, the treasure chest was instantly engulfed by an indescribable purple-gold light. The light was so intense that it even briefly overshadowed the golden light of the system's server-wide announcement. A massive, breathtaking energy surge swept through the entire mine. The light faded, and the three items floated silently in front of Chen Ping'an, emanating a powerful aura that sent chills down his spine. The first piece was a light and thin leather armor, seemingly woven from the purest shadows. It is a deep, dark purple color with a water-like sheen on its surface and sharp, knife-like edges. Just looking at it, you can feel a chilling, hidden, and deadly aura. Shadowwalker leather armor, purple epic. Location: breastplate. Demand level 25. Physical defense plus 180. Magic defense plus 90. Agility plus 35. Evasion rate plus 10%. Special effects: shadow affinity. Passively increases stealth effect by 15%, affects all classes, and backstab damage by 10%, assassin type skill bonus. Shadow evasion. When hit by a fatal attack, there is a 5% chance to enter a 0.5-second invulnerability state and teleport to a 5-meter shadow behind you, cooldown 120 seconds. Description: the ultimate armor sought by shadow masters who walk the line between life and death, tanned from void shadow threads and the hide of a legendary shadow panther. Light as a feather yet stronger than fine gold, it blends perfectly into the darkness and offers the wearer a glimmer of hope in the most deadly moments. The wearer seems to become one with the darkness itself. The second thing was a small pile. No, a small mountain. 100 strange metal ingots shimmering with a deep, eerie light, icy to the touch, and seemingly containing miniature black hole vortexes sealed within. They were piled together, and the chilling energy they emitted caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Netherworld iron essence, purple material X100, type. Top-tier material for forging, engineering, alchemy. Description: a legendary metal born from the cracks between the underworld and the mortal realm, imbued with the pure power of death and shadow. It is extremely hard and possesses incredible energy conductivity. It is the core material for crafting epic, purple, and even legendary orange, shadow, and death-type equipment, items, and puppets, and is priceless. 100 pieces of netherworld iron essence are enough to drive any top-tier crafting master mad. The third item was a scroll made of an unknown black metal sheet with edges as sharp as blades. The scroll surface is devoid of any text, featuring only a constantly rotating, light-devouring vortex of shadows that evokes a chilling sense of spatial dissection. Skill book, Shadow Strike, purple rare. Class restriction: Thief and its advanced classes. Demand level 30. Effect, active skill. Consumes 100 MP, instantly transforms into a shadow, ignoring obstacles and dashing straight to the target's back, maximum distance 25 meters, dealing 300% weapon damage, always a backstab and inflicting a 2-second armor break, state physical defense reduced by 30%. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, the ultimate assassination skill that every rogue class dreams of. By wielding the power of shadow to its fullest extent, one can transform into a shadow of death, taking the enemy's head in an instant. After learning, you will master Shadow Strike. This skill book is of immeasurable value, enough to establish a top-tier thief's supreme status. Hiss! Even though Chen Ping'an was mentally prepared, he was still stunned by the reward after the 100-fold leap in quality. Purple epic leather armor, explosive stats, incredible special effects. A full 100 pieces of top-tier purple material netherworld iron essence. This is no longer just wealth. It's a strategic resource powerful enough to influence the power dynamics among the top factions in the game. The most outrageous one is this one, Shadow Strike. A rare purple skill book, a thief's ultimate skill. Look at the effects. Ignore obstacles for an incredibly long distance, plus 300% backstab damage and 2 seconds of armor penetration. Throw this out, and it'll absolutely make all the top rogues fight tooth and nail, selling for an astronomical price. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ping'an immediately put on the Shadow Walker leather armor that exuded a deadly allure, replacing the outdated green boar leather armor. Buzz. A cool yet powerful shadow energy instantly enveloped his entire body, as if he had merged with the surrounding darkness. Agility has skyrocketed again. Evasion rate has also surpassed the 50% mark. Equip chest armor. Shadow Walker leather armor purple, physical defense plus 180, magic defense plus 90, agility plus 35, evasion rate plus 10%. Gain the special effects Shadow Affinity, Shadow Avoidance. Then, he carefully stored the invaluable Netherworld Iron Essence Hill and the Shadow Strike skill book, which exuded a dangerous aura, into the deepest part of his expanded 200-slot backpack. The moment he put away the skill book, buzz, a system notification sounded and another incredibly thick golden beam of light enveloped him. System, first completion bonus of a huge amount of experience points. Experience points plus 500,000. System, you've leveled up, current level 26, free attribute points gained 8. System, you've leveled up, current level 27, free attribute points gained 8. System, you've leveled up, current level 28, free attribute points gained 8. Leveled up 3 times in a row, reached level 28, gained another 24 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an added more points, strength plus 12, agility plus 12. His attributes surged once again. He weighed the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand, which seemed weightless yet contained the power of storms and shadows, and his gaze pierced through the darkness of the mine, heading towards the City of Hope. Old Hammer ... it's your turn. Chen Ping'an muttered to himself, his terrifying speed turning his figure into a blurry afterimage that tore through the air, making the rugged mountain roads seem like flat ground. Target, the blacksmith shop next to the central square of the City of Hope, where the furnace roars all day long and the sound of hammering is deafening. Clang, 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 boom. Before you even get close, the violent clanging of metal striking metal mixed with hot air hits you in the face. The area in front of the blacksmith's shop looked like a boiling anthill. Players dressed in tattered newbie gear huddled together, holding up a few pitiful pieces of low-quality iron ore or damaged wolf fangs, shouting at the shop with red faces and bulging necks. "Master, please take a look at mine first. I'm begging you, I just need a tiny bit more attack power to kill monsters. Get out of my way, I've been waiting in line for half an hour. Don't you understand, first come, first served?" Master Chef, can this basic knife be upgraded? What's the success rate? Will it break if it fails? Give me a definite answer. Deep inside the shop, a bald, giant man with a bare, bronze-colored upper body and muscles that looked like they were made of rock was swinging a dark hammer the size of a wheel and smashing it hard onto a red-hot iron blank. Sparks flew, heat waves rolled in, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, sizzling as they hit the red-hot iron. It was none other than the highly respected, skilled, but hot-tempered master blacksmith from his previous life, Old Hammer. Without even raising his head, the old hammer struck with a thunderous roar, drowning out all the noise. "Shut up, all of you, line up. Those using trash materials, get out. Those afraid of breaking during reinforcement, get out too. Stop dawdling like women, don't hold me up while I'm forging." The crowd was intimidated by this imposing presence and fell silent for a moment. Just then, an indescribable sense of oppression, as if it were a tangible force, emanated from the doorway. The clamor subsided eerily and countless gazes instinctively turned towards the doorway. Chen Ping'an walked in, expressionless, parting the crowd. The Shadowwalker leather armor he wore shimmered with a deep, dark purple sheen, understated yet exuding a chilling aura. The purple aura surrounding the flowing wind chasing shadow sword in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own, subtly shifting. A chilling aura, fresh from a battle fought its way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, sent shivers down the spines of the players crowding in front of him, who instinctively parted to make way for him. Old Hammer seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. His large, copper bell-shaped eyes swept over Chen Ping'an, and when his gaze fell on the purple longsword that was clearly no ordinary item, a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. But when Chen Ping'an had a thought, from the expanded, oversized backpack, he pulled out a metal ingot the size of a human head with a whoosh. It was dark and deep, with what seemed like a black hole vortex slowly rotating inside, emanating a chilling and piercing aura. "Hiss!" Old Iron Hammer gasped, his eyes widening instantly, and he even stopped breathing. The heavy hammer in his hand slammed down on the anvil with a loud clang, making the whole shop vibrate. "Netherworld iron essence? And such a large piece, purple. Old Iron Hammer's voice trembled with disbelief. He took a sudden step forward, standing in front of Chen Ping'an. His rough hands wanted to touch it but dared not, staring intently at the metal ingot as if it were a priceless treasure. "Good heavens, I've been a blacksmith my whole life and I've only ever heard of this thing in legends. Kid, no, warrior, where did you get this?" The surrounding players were completely dumbfounded. Staring at the piece of metal radiating a mysterious purple light, their mouths watered and whispers rose like a tidal wave. "Holy crap, what's that?" "A glowing purple ore. Just the name sounds incredibly powerful. Netherworld iron essence, a purple material. Wow, this guy is definitely a pro. Look at his gear, that sword. Wow, it's definitely purple too." Ignoring the surrounding noise, Chen Ping'an calmly placed the Netherworld iron essence on a relatively clean forging table beside him, and then dumped out a large amount of blue materials he had scavenged from the dark mine from his backpack. Poisoned zombie fangs, overseer's iron shackles, tough poison ivy cores, pure wind particles. A dazzling array of colors instantly filled the table, radiating various energy fluctuations. "Master, use these materials to upgrade and strengthen this sword for me." Chen Ping'an's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through all the noise. He pointed to the most dazzling piece of Netherworld iron essence. "The core, use it." Finally, he added, his tone brimming with undeniable confidence. "Enhance it, go straight to +10. Boom. The crowd erupted. +10, holy crap, is he crazy? The failure rate for +5 and above is terrifyingly high. +10, what if the weapon breaks? A purple weapon and an epic one at that. If it drops, my heart can't take it. That's real talent, that's impressive. But +10, that's too difficult, isn't it?" Old Iron Hammer was so shocked by Chen Ping'an's bold words that his eyelids twitched. He looked at the pile of priceless materials, especially the Netherworld iron essence he had been dreaming of. Looking again at Chen Ping'an's calm yet absolutely confident face, he gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching, and suddenly slapped his thigh. "All right, you've got guts. My buddy's going all out today and showing you his skills. But let me warn you, starting at +7, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Don't blame me if it breaks." It's all right, Chen Ping'an uttered only 2 words before handing over the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword. Let's begin. Old Iron Hammer took a deep breath, his expression becoming extremely solemn and dignified as if he were performing a sacred ritual. He carefully secured the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword to the specially made reinforced anvil, then picked up the heavy netherworld iron essence with both hands as if holding a rare treasure and placed it above the middle section of the sword. Start the furnace, melt the gold. Old Iron Hammer roared. Boom! The furnace, already glowing red-hot, was suddenly flung open and roaring flames so hot they distorted the air burst forth. Old Iron Hammer threw the netherworld iron essence into the furnace. A shocking scene unfolded. The cold, purple metal did not melt rapidly under the extreme heat. Instead, it emitted an even deeper, eerie light as if it were devouring the flames. A strange energy fluctuation, a mixture of icy cold and fiery heat, instantly swept through the entire blacksmith shop. Old Iron Hammer's hair and beard bristled, his muscles bulged, and beneath his bronze skin, blue veins rippled like writhing dragons. He swung the massive, dark hammer, its head gleaming faintly with a crimson light. Forged through countless trials, condensed. Old Iron Hammer roared, and his giant hammer, carrying the force of wind and thunder, slammed down hard on the spine of the sword, which was floating above the sword and enveloped in the energy of the furnace fire and the netherworld iron essence. Clang! A sound far louder than any previous strike exploded out, a deafening roar that seemed to pierce the soul. A shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out, knocking several nearby players to the ground. Buzz. The flowing wind-chasing shadow sword suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling purple light. The sword trembled violently, emitting a clear, melodious dragon's roar of extreme excitement. On the spine of the sword, a more refined dragon-shaped pattern, seemingly composed of liquid amethyst, slowly emerged and extended. A more powerful, sharper, and more agile and swift aura suddenly erupted. System. Equipment upgrade successful. The base attributes of the flowing wind shadow sword have been greatly increased. Additional effects have been enhanced. New effect acquired. Netherworld sharpness. Success basic upgrade. A glint of light flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. But this is just the beginning. The main event is enhancement. Old Iron Hammer didn't stop. He grabbed a large amount of blue auxiliary materials provided by Chen Ping'an and threw them into the furnace without even looking at them. The various materials instantly melted into a colorful molten metal which, guided by Old Iron Hammer's skillful hands, coiled around the sword's surging purple light like a serpent. Seal the spirit, strengthen the foundation, enhance. Charge. Old Iron Hammer's hair and beard bristled as he swung the giant hammer once more. This time, the hammerhead was no longer surrounded by a crimson glow but by a layer of pure white light. Enhancement begins, +1. A flash of white light success, the sword's purple light shone slightly, +2. Another flash of white light success, +3 success, +4 success, +5 success, +6 success. The speed is so fast it's breathtaking. Almost instantly, a flash of white light appeared and a system notification popped up. There was no hesitation or difficulty in the middle, it was as simple as drinking water or eating. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, their mouths agape, completely stunned. Am I seeing things? 6 in a row, not a single failure. How is this possible? +6. I just failed twice when I tried to enhance my weapon to +3. Is there a bug in the system, or am I hallucinating? Old Hammer was stunned. He had never experienced such a smooth enhancement process in his entire life. But he didn't dare stop for a moment. The giant hammer, wrapped in white light, slammed down on the +7 with unstoppable momentum. Buzz, this time it's not just simple white light. A dazzling silver beam of light shot skyward from the point where the hammer and sword clashed. The light was so intense that it instantly illuminated the entire blacksmith shop, even piercing through the lintel and reaching into the gloomy sky outside. System enhancement successful, swift wind chasing shadow sword +7. Talent great fortune triggered, a stroke of good luck. This enhancement effect is increased by an additional 10%. +7 successful. The crowd went absolutely wild, the screams nearly lifted the roof off. Old Iron Hammer's spirit soared, his blood boiled, and the giant hammer fell once more, accompanied by wind and thunder. Buzz. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, more dazzling and noble than a silver pillar. System, enhancement successful, +8, a stroke of genius. Effect increased by an additional 10%. Boom! The dark golden pillar of light roared like an angry dragon carrying supreme majesty. System, enhancement successful, +9, a stroke of genius. Effect increased by an additional 10%. It's +9 now. Just one step away from the legendary +10, the entire blacksmith shop was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding, staring intently at the longsword wreathed in purple gold light as if it were about to soar into the sky at any moment, and at the old iron hammer with its massive hammer raised high. Old Iron Hammer's forehead veins bulged and all his muscles were tense to the limit. He let out a deafening roar as if using up all his life force. Break it for me. The massive, dark hammer carries the old Iron Hammer's lifelong skill and conviction. It also carried the heaven-defying luck of Chen Ping'an, great fortune, transforming into a black lightning bolt that tore through space and slammed hard into the connection between the sword's edge and the blade. That's where the core is reinforced. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the next second. Rumble, 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 an indescribable, incredibly thick purple-gold pillar of light, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, suddenly erupted from the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword. With unstoppable, ferocious force, it smashed through the blacksmith's sturdy stone roof. Rubble and debris rained down like a storm. The entire city of Hope seemed to tremble. The dazzling purple-gold light instantly overwhelmed everyone's vision. Countless mysterious runes appeared and disappeared within the pillar of light, vaguely forming the phantom of a giant sword that reached the heavens and stood tall. The sword's cry, high-pitched and clear like the cry of a phoenix in the heavens, resounded through the sky. System, server-wide golden announcement. Player I am a reverse butterfly has, through divine favor and astonishing skill, successfully upgraded the epic weapon flowing wind-chasing shadow sword to +10. Trigger the ultimate blessing, divine blessing. Weapon attributes and effects receive an epic upgrade and awaken the ultimate special effect, Wrath of the Wind God. This is the pinnacle of forging. A divine weapon has appeared. System, server-wide golden announcement. Player I am a reverse butterfly. System, server-wide golden announcement. Player I am a reverse butterfly. 3 times, 3 more times the entire server is flooded with gold. This time, a divine weapon has been unleashed. The purple-gold pillar of light slowly receded. The blacksmith's shop was in a mess with a large, bright hole in the roof letting in plenty of sunlight. On the forging table, the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword floated silently. Its original flowing purple aura has completely subsided, and the sword body now presents a deep dark purple, like the most serene night sky. But upon closer inspection, the amethyst dragon pattern on the sword's spine appears even clearer and more dynamic, as if a galaxy were flowing within it. A layer of pale blue wind, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, seemed capable of cutting through space, swirled around the edge of the sword blade. A restrained yet terrifying sharpness enough to make all things tremble, silently spread out. Wind-chasing shadow sword +10, purple epic divine gift. Slot main hand weapon. Demand level 28. Physical attack 864. Strength +158. Agility +188. Special effects. Wind's Bite +10. When an attack hits an enemy, it deals an additional 1700 points of wind damage and absorbs 50% of the damage dealt as HP. Shadow Chaser +10. Increases attack speed by 50% and the afterimage left when moving is more solid, resulting in a stronger disorientation effect. Netherworld Sharpness +10 ignores 50% of the target's physical defense. There is a low chance to trigger the armor penetration effect when attacking, which reduces the target's physical defense by an additional 50% for 5 seconds. Wrath of the Wind God, Divine Awakening Ultimate Effect. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to summon a raging Wrath of the Wind God, tornado that sweeps across a straight line in front of you, 15 meters long and 3 meters wide, dealing 500% weapon damage as wind attribute area damage to all enemies in its path. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description: the ultimate divine weapon, sublimated through divine bestowal, It transcends the boundaries of mortal iron, its blade sealing within the violent essence of wind and shadow, as well as a trace of destructive power from the netherworld. The sword is drawn, the wind howls, and the sword strikes, seeking to claim the soul. Oh my god. Old Iron Hammer slumped to the ground with a thud, the giant hammer slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. He stared blankly at the large hole in the roof, his head tilted back. Then look at the divine sword floating on the platform, its radiance restrained yet its power overwhelming. His face, covered in sweat and soot, was filled with utter shock and bewilderment. He kept muttering to himself, "A miracle, this is a F******G miracle, my life is worth it." The surrounding players were completely petrified, as if they had been collectively frozen in place. A good 10 seconds passed before the deathly silence was broken by a piercing, shrill scream. "Purple gear plus 10, server-wide announcement, divine effect this is unplayable. Report, I'm reporting this. This is definitely an alien's illegitimate child, a shill, an insider shill. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while playing games. Quickly call for help. I am the reverse butterfly is forging a divine weapon at the blacksmith's shop in Hope City. He's even pierced through the roof." The crowd erupted instantly. Countless communication requests, friend requests, and messages flooding the regional channel rushed towards Chen Ping'an like a tsunami, completely blocking the entrance to the blacksmith shop with players who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Chen Ping'an ignored all of this. He stepped forward and reached out to grasp the suspended sword hilt. Buzz, a powerful feeling of being connected by blood as if controlling one's own arm, instantly surged through me. The divine sword was still as light as ever, but the sense of world-destroying power it contained was incredibly clear. He waved his hand casually. Swish! A pale blue wind blade shot out silently, easily slicing a thick roof slab that had fallen in the distance in two, leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Good. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He looked at old Iron Hammer, who was slumped on the ground, still in shock, and took out 10 pieces of tough poison ivy core and 100 gold coins from his backpack, placing them on the forging table next to him. Remuneration. Concise and to the point. Old Iron Hammer stared at the pile of valuable materials and gold coins, suddenly jolted to his feet and looked at Chen Ping'an with eyes full of awe and gratitude. I dare not accept such praise, I dare not accept such praise. To be able to forge, no, to witness the birth of such a divine weapon is a blessing that I, my old friend, have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Warrior, no master. If you ever need my help, just say the word, my buddy's door is always open for you. He patted his chest, so excited he was incoherent. Chen Ping'an nodded and said nothing more. Under countless gazes of fervor, awe, and envy, he carried the newly revamped flowing wind shadow sword plus 10 on his back. With a flicker of his figure, he moved through the crowded throng like a ghost and vanished instantly at the end of the street. All that remained was a blacksmith shop with a hole punched through its roof, a bald blacksmith so excited he was almost crying, and a group of players still immersed in the immense shock, frantically spamming the chat. Look at the rankings and equipment leaderboards, the game has changed, someone suddenly screamed. Everyone opened the list. Overall ranking on the ladder list, no. 1, I am a reverse butterfly LV, 28 total points. 889,200. Second place, Sword Emperor LV, 19 total points, 102,300. Third place, God of Magic Descends LV, 18 total points. 89,300. Equipment ranking, no. 1, Flowing Wind Chasing Shadow Sword plus 10, Epic Divine Gift Holder, I am a reverse butterfly. No. 2, Shadowwalker Leather Armor, Epic Owner. I am the reverse butterfly. No. 3, Fine Steel Longsword, Superior Holder Sword Emperor, Hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This gap wasn't just insurmountable, it was a cosmic chasm. The city of Hope is now in a frenzy because of a sword and a name. Chen Ping'an shook off those persistent, low-level players and quietly turned into a secluded alley leading to the city center. He leaned against the cold stone wall, shutting out the frenzied clamor outside about divine weapons and butterfly goddess, and opened his character panel, his gaze sweeping over the breathtaking string of attribute values. Strength 295 points, agility 380 points, physical attack a whopping 1105 points. Each attribute update meant he was one step closer to the colossal family power he had in his previous life. Not enough, he murmured to himself, a flame that would never be extinguished burning deep within his icy eyes. The early game advantages brought by the reborn prophet and the heaven-defying talent still seem weak in the face of those behemoths that control massive resources and can mobilize tens or even hundreds of thousands of players to serve them. Later projects that required astronomical sums of gold to launch and the recruitment of top-tier NPC forces all required unimaginable wealth to support them. This is the main city. It's no longer that newbie village where you could monopolize the general store's supply for a whole day with just one gold coin. Wealth, he needs more, and to accumulate it faster. Beside the central square of the City of Hope, a magnificent building stands, constructed entirely of dark gold metal and enormous stained glass windows. The three large, elegant characters above the doorway exude a dazzling, jewel-like quality. Jinlin Pavilion. This is the largest auction house in Hope City and even the entire server in the early stages, a place where powerful players lurk and undercurrents surge. Chen Ping'an did not use the main entrance. He covered his conspicuous Shadowwalker leather armor with a large gray cloak, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. Amidst the curious and inquisitive gazes of several players, he circled around to an inconspicuous employee passageway on the side of the Golden Scale Pavilion and pushed open the heavy metal door. The passageway was dimly lit and the air was filled with a faint scent of incense and metal polish. A middle-aged NPC dressed in a crisp black uniform, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with his hair meticulously combed, was already waiting there. He wore a nameplate on his chest, Jin Suanpan, Senior Steward of Jinlin Pavilion. Distinguished guest, anonymous consignment service this way please. Jin Suanpan's voice was calm and steady with a professional precision, but his gaze lingered for half a second on the faint purple aura of equipment peeking through Chen Ping'an's cloak. He was led into a completely soundproof room. The walls shimmered with a faint runic glow blocking all prying eyes. Without wasting words, Chen Ping'an focused his mind on the backpack. The first thing to be removed was the mountain of low-grade materials, complete high-quality wolf hides, green X18000, sharp wolf fangs, green X1500, tough poison ivy core, green X500, secondary antidote herb, X60000. Oh yeah. These items, which would be considered somewhat valuable by ordinary players, were now being dumped like trash by him, all listed on the auction house at 80% of their market value. All materials, anonymous consignment, lowest price, no reserve price. Chen Ping'an's voice came through the cloak, cold and devoid of any emotion. The pupils behind the abacus lens contracted sharply. Such a massive amount of material dumped at a near-dumping price. The anonymous guest's actions and motives revealed an unusual ruthlessness, but he didn't ask any more questions. He simply operated the floating light screen in front of him very quickly. System, anonymous seller, has listed the item complete high-quality wolf hides, green material X18000 price. 20 silver coins set 20 pelts starting bid, 20 silver coins set buy it now price, none. System, anonymous seller, has listed the item sharp wolf fangs, green material X1500 price. 30 silver coins each starting bid, 30 silver coins each buy it now price, none. A series of system notifications instantly flooded the Golden Scale Pavilion's auction channel and spread at an astonishing speed to the entire Hope City's regional channels. Holy crap, who's gone mad? Wolf pelts for 20 silver a stack, isn't the market price 25 silver? Grab a bargain, hurry, grab them all, as many as you can. Damn it, I just bought the wolf fang for 35 silver. What a huge loss. What's going on? The materials market has collapsed. Panic and ecstasy erupted simultaneously. Countless players who were fighting monsters, doing quests, or even setting up stalls rushed to the auction house or contacted the vault like madmen. The price of low-grade materials plummeted and the market was thrown into chaos. Amidst this chaotic surge, Chen Ping'an retrieved the second item. A metal scroll, its edges shimmering with a deep, dark purple light and its cover emblazoned with a twisted, shadowy vortex pattern, was gently placed on the crystal table in front of the golden abacus. Shadow Strike Purple Rare Skill Book. Class Restriction, Thief and its Advanced Classes. Demand Level 30. This. Chen Ping'an's voice remained calm, yet it carried a resolute determination to sever all ties. Anonymous consignment. Starting bid 100,000 gold coins, no buy it now price. Auction duration 24 hours. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Jin Suanpan paused for a moment, his breath caught in his throat. Starting bid 100,000 gold coins. This is a huge sum of money for some of today's very large families. This is absolutely the highest starting bid in a public auction since the launch of Doomsday Era. But the value of this skill book is enough to transform a top-tier rogue into a true battlefield reaper. He could even foresee that this would unleash a bloodbath that would sweep across the entire server. Clear. Jin Suanpan's voice trembled slightly, his fingers flew across the screen and his eyes were filled with awe. System Golden Scale Pavilion Auction Announcement. Anonymous VIP has consigned an unparalleled treasure, Shadow Strike, Purple Rare Skill Book. Starting bid 100,000 gold coins, no buy it now, auction time 24 hours. This is the supreme divine skill for thieves, possessing it will grant you unparalleled dominance. Fellow powerful figures seize this opportunity. This announcement was like ice water thrown into boiling oil, instantly plunging the entire server into a deathly silence. What followed was a frenzy 100 times more intense than the previous dumping of materials. A purple skill book, starting bid 100,000 gold coins. My god, 300% backstab damage. And it even has armor penetration, who can withstand that? The Thieves' Spring has arrived. What about the Assassin's Guild? What about the Shadow Temple? Come out now. 10,000 gold coins. I couldn't even scrape together a fraction of that if I sold myself. Wow, absolutely a master. This anonymous seller must be the butterfly god who just forged that divine artifact, right? The World Channel was completely ignited. Countless players were stunned by this astonishing move, and feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred swept through every corner like a tsunami. Chen Ping'an ignored the commotion outside. He brought up the auction house's acquisition interface and quickly tapped on the screen. He entered the names of several obscure and rare materials that are currently produced in very small quantities, have unclear uses, and are severely undervalued. Anonymous buyer, void dust, special material quantity, unlimited unit price, 2 gold coins unit. Anonymous buyer, astral shards, special material quantity, unlimited price, 3 gold coins piece. Anonymous buyer, earth core iron, special material quantity, unlimited unit price, 5 gold coins unit. Place an order anonymously, Chen Ping'an said succinctly. These materials will be indispensable core catalysts in certain extremely critical black technology blueprint mission chains and top-level engineering creations in the future. Locking in your investment now at this high price is an absolute sure way to make a profit. The abacus was numb. It was merely mechanically executing instructions. He felt that the person he was receiving today wasn't conducting an auction at all, but rather playing a grand game that would shake up the entire server's economic lifeline. On the third floor of the auction house, in a top-tier VIP box with a superb view, separated by a one-way magical glass partition, the air seemed to freeze. A young man dressed in a plain white swordsman's outfit with a tall and straight figure like a solitary peak stood with his hands behind his back by the window. He had a handsome face with sharp, arched eyebrows that swept upwards towards his temples, but his eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The ID above his head pierced the void like the sharpest sword light. Sword Emperor Yi Gacheng, level LV 18. Behind him, several players with powerful auras and levels above LV 15 stood respectfully with their hands at their sides, not daring to utter a sound. The enormous light screen floating in the center of the private room was displaying the frenzied scene of the Golden Scale Pavilion auction hall in real time. In one corner of the screen was the skill book for Shadow Strike, the one that triggered the tsunami. At this moment, the starting bid of 100,000 gold coins had already been submerged, and the bidding was soaring wildly like a runaway horse. Assassin's Creed bid 110,000 gold. Shadow Temple bid 110,001 gold. Money Empire bids 200,000 gold coins. Scarlet Crusade bid 230,000 gold. Each bid was refreshed, accompanied by deafening gasps and gasps of astonishment in the auction hall. The number of gold coins seemed to have lost its meaning, leaving only a naked clash of financial power between the top forces. Yi Gucheng's gaze did not linger on those astronomical figures for long. His gaze pierced through the noise, firmly fixed on another corner of the auction screen. There, information about anonymous sellers dumping massive amounts of low-grade materials at low prices was being updated at a waterfall-like pace, followed closely by several anonymous listings offering high prices for rare and unpopular materials. Dumping materials, creating panic, and driving down prices. Yi Gucheng's cool voice rang out in the private room, like ice beads falling onto a jade plate carrying a sharp, all-knowing edge. Then he secured several seemingly useless strategic resources at an absolute premium, resources he had precisely identified as valuable. Killing two birds with one stone, striking at the heart of the problem. A brilliant tactic. His second in command, a warrior with the ID Lone City Shadow Guard, immediately stepped forward and whispered, "President, we tried to track down the anonymous seller's information, but Jinling Pavilion's security mechanism is at the highest level and cannot be penetrated. Preliminary assessment suggests that this is highly likely the same person as I am the reverse butterfly, No.1, who previously created a server-wide announcement and enhanced a divinely bestowed weapon. I am the reverse butterfly." Yi Gucheng repeated the name in a low voice, a faint yet exceptionally sharp glint flashing in his cold eyes for the first time, as if a sleeping dragon had opened its eyes. With superior rank, divine weapons at their disposal, and now such terrifying control over resources and far-sighted strategic vision. Is this person a representative sent out by some reclusive family, or is his talent so extraordinary that it can support such a terrifying snowballing speed? His gaze returned to the purple skill book on the screen, the one that had caused such fierce competition among the various factions. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips, a smile devoid of any warmth. The Assassin's Guild's shadow dancer must be furious this time to miss such a divine skill. This feud is now in the making. The noise in the auction hall reached its peak. The price of Shadow Strike, after being driven up by the frenzied bidding of Money Empire and Scarlet Crusade, finally settled at a dizzying number. System Golden Scale Pavilion Auction Announcement. Congratulations to anonymous buyer for successfully winning the Peerless Treasure Shadow Strike Purple Rare Skill Book for 300,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. Like a heavy hammer blow, it struck the hearts of all players. Chen Ping'an hadn't expected to get such a high price. It seems these families are large, who knows, one of them might just get incredibly lucky and awaken an extraordinary talent that can turn lead into gold. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an's backpack, which was piled high with low-level materials, had already been completely sold out, and system notifications filled the screen. Meanwhile, his high-priced acquisition orders quietly absorbed a considerable amount of void dust, astral shards, and earth core iron amidst market panic and chaos. System, all items you anonymously consigned have sold out. After deducting handling fees, you have received 82,870 coins. System, your anonymous purchase order is complete. You have received 120 void dust units. Corresponding gold has been deducted. System, your anonymous purchase order is complete. You have received 85 astral shards. Corresponding gold coins have been deducted. System, your anonymous purchase order is complete. You have received 70 units of earth core iron. Corresponding gold coins have been deducted. Jin Suanpan respectfully presented a card shimmering with dark gold runes, representing the identity of a top-level anonymous VIP of the Golden Scale Pavilion with both hands. Distinguished guest, your auction proceeds and acquired goods have been processed. Here is your voucher, which grants you access to top-tier services at any Golden Scale Pavilion with all transaction fees waived. Chen Ping'an took the card. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. He didn't check the gold coins in his backpack that had skyrocketed to over 300,000, nor did he look at the rare materials he had hoarded. He merely nodded slightly, turned around, and his gray cloak traced a cold, hard arc before disappearing silently into the shadowy passageway of the secret room. The foundation for wealth has been quietly laid. He has single-handedly stirred up the market, and the gazes of certain important figures are already like thorns in their backs. Inside the VIP box, Yi Gucheng stared at the notification on the screen that the anonymous seller's information had completely disappeared and remained silent for several seconds. "Really, you can't find it?" he asked softly, his voice calm and even. The lone city shadow guard had beads of sweat on his forehead and bowed even lower. "Yes, President. The Golden Scale Pavilion is keeping its mouth shut." Yi Gucheng remained silent for a moment, then his eyes flashed with anticipation. What happened to the boss over at the Abyss? Lone City Shadow Guard dared not conceal the truth and quickly replied. A level 10 blue shield dropped. The stats were alright, but the second-in-command took it. Yi Gucheng sighed and then fell silent, silently taking out his weapon, steel longsword +3 from his backpack. In the eyes of Lone City Shadow Guard, Yi Gucheng's sword Emperor ID above his head seemed somewhat out of place in this scene. The Twilight Forest truly lives up to its name. The twisted branches of the towering ancient trees, like the arms of a dying giant, tore the already thin sunlight into fragments, casting only pale spots of light on the thick layer of decaying leaves. The air was damp, cold, and sticky, mixed with the sweet smell of rotting plants and the fishy stench emanating from some animal's den. Even a single breath made one's chest feel tight. Chen Ping'an's figure was like a ghost, making almost no sound as he stepped on the thick layer of decaying leaves. He stopped behind a withered tree that would take 3 people to encircle, his gaze piercing through the dim light, locking onto a small, relatively open patch of woodland ahead. "This is it." Memories of my past life surfaced clearly. Every day at noon, the rare elite phantom leopard will spawn in this area. The phantom heart it drops is the key to unlocking a hidden quest chain, the final reward of which is an accessory that perfectly suits the Wind Blademaster. He glanced at the system time, 11:58, 2 minutes left. Before I knew it, I'd been grinding for 12 hours. It's about time I logged off and grabbed something to eat. Chen Ping'an leaned against the tree trunk, flowing wind-chasing shadow sword +10, casually reclining to his side. The sword's restrained dark purple luster was almost invisible in the dim light. Only a faint blue breeze occasionally swirling around the edge of the blade silently testified to its extraordinary nature. While waiting, he discussed his next steps. Just then, a deliberately hushed conversation and footsteps accompanied by the rustling of leaves being plucked came from the dense forest on the other side. "Lord Augustus, the coordinates are correct, it's that open space ahead." "Yes, hurry up and get there before anyone else. We must get our hands on Phantom Leopard's Heart of the Phantom. By consuming it, my arcane affinity talent will advance further, increasing spell power to 38%. Several figures pushed aside the dense bushes and stepped into the dim light at the edge of the clearing. The leader was wearing a magnificent robe inlaid with mithril runes and shimmering with a pale blue aura. Holding an oak staff topped with a huge ruby, he had a handsome face but an undisguised arrogance. The ID above his head, God of Magic Augustus, LV19, burned like flames, highlighting his prominent position as the third-ranked player on the heavenly ranking. He was followed by 5 people, 2 burly guardian warriors LV18, clad in heavy metal armor and wielding tower shields and one-handed hammers, 2 elemental mages LV18 dressed in dark blue robes and wielding different elemental staves. There was also a ranger LV18 wearing tight leather armor and carrying a short bow. A standard 5-person elite squad, fully equipped, and their level is definitely among the top tier at this stage. Augustus's sharp gaze swept across the open space in an instant, and he naturally spotted the figure in the shadow of the withered tree, almost blending into the surroundings. And beside that man was a uniquely shaped longsword, its brilliance understated yet subtly exuding a dangerous aura. He frowned slightly. Lone wolf, daring to venture alone into the twilight forest and even camp at the Phantom Leopard's spawn point. His gaze swept over Chen Ping'an's head. It was completely empty, there were no IDs or levels displayed. A hint of disdain and a sense of entitlement surfaced on Augustus's face. He's just a lone wolf who doesn't even dare to reveal his ID and whose gear looks so-so. Hello. Augustus slightly raised his chin, his voice carrying a condescending, commanding tone, his staff pointing towards Chen Ping'an. Hey, you over there hiding your head, this place is all booked by the Temple of the Oracle, so get lost if you know what's good for you. The guards behind him immediately stepped forward, and the tower shield slammed to the ground with a dull, defiant sound. The two mages raised their staffs in unison, the tips of their staffs shimmering with elemental light. Chen Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids as if he hadn't heard. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the center of the open space. System time 11:59:45. HMPH pretending to be deaf and dumb. A flash of anger crossed Augustus's eyes and his voice turned cold. This is the last warning. If you don't want to be sent back to the city for free, disappear immediately. Don't force us to clean up the mess. Rubbish. Chen Ping'an finally reacted. He slowly turned his head. Beneath the shadow of the cloak, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes swept across Augustus's arrogant face, a faint, mocking smile curving his lips. You're right. The moment the words fell, the space in the center of the open area suddenly distorted, and the light dimmed for a moment as if it had been sucked away. Immediately afterwards, a tall and lithe purple figure materialized out of thin air. It is a size larger than an ordinary cheetah, with a streamlined body covered in smooth, satin-like dark purple fur and muscular limbs that exude explosive power. The most bizarre thing about it is its eyes, which are pure silver white without pupils and as cold as inorganic gemstones. At the tip of its long tail burned a small cluster of eerie purple flames. Phantom Leopard LV-20 Rare Elite. Health 55,55000. Attack power 288. Defense 65. Skills Phantom Strike, Phantom Claw Strike, Shadow Step, Soul Scream. Chen Ping'an made a move. Under the astonished gazes of Augustus's squad, he shot out like an arrow, leaving a barely perceptible gray afterimage in his wake, and pounced straight at the phantom leopard that had just solidified its body. You're asking for death. How dare you steal my monster? Augustus was furious, feeling as if he had been slapped hard in the face in public. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he chanted incantations continuously. He suddenly raised his ruby staff high, and a blinding, scorching orange-red light instantly condensed at the tip of the staff, distorting the surrounding air due to the high temperature. Flame impact, blast him away. Boom! A blazing pillar of fire as thick as a bucket and carrying destructive power tore through the air with a deafening roar, instantly covering a distance of over 10 meters, and slammed into Chen Ping'an's back as he charged forward. Wherever the pillar of fire passed, even the humid air was ignited, leaving behind a scorching vacuum trail. This flame impact is Augustus' signature single-target burst skill. Combined with his arcane affinity, talent's bonus to fire magic, its power is terrifying. Let alone a lone wolf with ordinary equipment, even a tank warrior of the same level would be seriously injured if he took that hit head-on. A cruel and gleeful smile appeared on Augustus's face, as if he could already see the scene of that reckless lone wolf being blown into a sky full of white light. However, just as the pillar of fire was about to engulf Chen Ping'an, it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He didn't look back, didn't dodge, and didn't even slow down his charge. His body was merely visible. The dark purple light from his Shadow Walker leather armor flashed suddenly. Shadow Evasion Effect, 5% chance to trigger 0.5 seconds of invulnerability upon receiving a fatal attack. Buzz. A layer of shadow shield as thin as a cicada's wing yet indestructible instantly covered Chen Ping'an's entire body. Rumble. The raging pillar of flames slammed into the shadow shield, creating a deafening explosion. The blinding flames and scorching heat instantly engulfed half of the open space, igniting and burning the surrounding decaying leaves and low shrubs. A blinding white number flashed by in the firelight. Chen Ping'an emerged from the center of the explosion unscathed, like a demon god tearing through the flames. The speed was even faster. Only the edge of his gray cloak was slightly scorched by the high temperature. What? Augustus's smile froze instantly, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he cried out in shock. Invincible? That's impossible. What kind of equipment does he have? The mages and warriors behind him were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. The guild leader's all-out attack flame impact didn't even scratch the opponent's skin. Chen Ping'an didn't give the other party any time to react with a swift step. Buzz, a violent gale instantly enveloped his entire body. Movement speed surged another 50% from its already terrifying 272%, directly breaking the 400% limit. Several incredibly solid pale blue afterimages trailed behind his body, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't even detect his true form. His target was no longer the phantom leopard but Augustus. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Stop him now. Augustus finally sensed the deadly threat. His face turned deathly pale and he screamed. At the same time, he swung his staff rapidly, and a thick mage shield, flowing with arcane runes, instantly enveloped his entire body. The two guardian warriors reacted extremely quickly. They roared and activated their charge skill, becoming like two human tanks. With a heavy clang of armor clashing, they swung their single-handed hammers from the left and right, slamming them fiercely into the azure afterimage that tore through the air. "Get out of here!" Chen Ping'an's icy voice was like the pronouncement of death. Facing the attack from two warriors, the flowing wind chasing shadow sword +10 in his hand erupted with a dazzling deep blue light. Swift wind slash. Whoosh! A highly refined, fan-shaped sword aura carrying a violent, all-tearing force swept fiercely towards the two warriors charging from the left and right like the scythe of death. -7011. 88. Two enormous, almost bursting golden critical hit numbers suddenly leaped up. Two LV-18 well-equipped guardian warriors were struck head-on as if by a speeding train. Their armor groaned and cracked and their massive bodies were sent flying uncontrollably, crashing heavily into tree trunks more than 10 meters away with a dull thud. His health bar instantly dropped by more than half and he fell into a state of dizziness. Instantly quit both T's. Chen Ping'an's momentum was unimpeded, instantly bridging the final distance and appearing before Augustus, whose face was deathly pale and whose shield was flashing wildly. For the first time, a clear sense of fear was reflected in Augustus's silvery white eyes. He saw a pair of eyes even colder and more ruthless than those of the phantom leopard. Phantom/combo. Swish swish. Chen Ping'an's arms transformed into two indistinguishable afterimages. Flowing wind chasing shadow sword +10 emitted a clear, excited cry, instantly drawing two intersecting, extremely refined purple sword beams in the air. The sword's edge was aimed directly at Augustus's mage shield. -15,926, -16,952. Two unprecedented, almost overwhelming golden numbers of fatal damage exploded into view. Sizzle. Augustus's prized mage shield, capable of withstanding multiple attacks from warriors of the same level, shattered like a fragile soap bubble, lasting less than 0.1 seconds before bursting into countless points of light. The terrifying sword energy, undiminished in its force, slashed fiercely at Augustus's magnificent robes. -6351, -6935. Chen Ping'an's current maximum attack speed is 6.0 attacks per second. As soon as he got close to Augustus, he unleashed two swift sword strikes. Augustus only saw a blur before his eyes and the long health bar above his head plummeted by more than 2/3 in an instant, like a punctured balloon. Only a pitiful sliver of health remained. His robes were torn, revealing the gleaming inner armor beneath. He was thrown backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Oh no. The sect leader is about to be killed instantly. A female mage rushed forward, instinctively wanting to cast a spell to save them. Currently, the penalty for dying in the game is a 24-hour ban from logging in, which is too much for a clan aiming to climb the leaderboard. Talent sending off friends activated. The female sorcerer Wu Zeshan is not vulgar, patted Augustus on the shoulder, muttering incantations. "We hit it off immediately, how can you leave so suddenly? Let me see you off." After speaking, Augustus was protected by a wind wall and instantly became untargetable. His venomous gaze remained fixed on Chen Ping'an as he floated towards the main city. After sending off a friend was successfully activated, the female mage Wu Zeshan is not vulgar, also turned into starlight and was forcibly logged off by the system. However, Chen Ping'an didn't even watch their performance, let alone feel moved by their spirit of sacrifice. His goal from beginning to end has always been the Phantom Leopard. He withstood the fireball, forced back the warriors, shattered the magic shield, and severely injured Augustus. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Only then did the startled Phantom Leopard let out a threatening growl, transforming into a purple lightning bolt and unleashing a sonic boom that tore through the air as it launched Phantom Strike towards Chen Ping'an, who had his back to it. Sharp claws gleamed coldly, aiming straight for Chen Ping'an's back. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chen Ping'an twisted his body at an incredible angle and slid to the side the instant the claws were about to strike. Sizzle. The claws grazed the edge of his Shadow Walker leather armor, sending sparks flying. -156, it doesn't hurt or itch at all. Die. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. As he turned around, the flowing wind chasing Shadow Sword +10 erupted with an even more dazzling purple-blue light. Phantom Slash Combo. Swish swish, two more sword strikes, both incredibly fast. -16,233 critical hit, weak point attack, fatal attack. The purple sword light pierced with unparalleled precision into the relatively vulnerable junction of the Phantom Leopard's waist, abdomen, and neck. The Phantom Leopard let out a shrill scream, its massive body suddenly stiffened, and its health bar was emptied instantly like a floodgate opening. Boom! The enormous beast's body crashed heavily into the pile of decaying leaves, kicking up a cloud of dust. System: Rare Elite Phantom Leopard, LV-20 defeated, gained 25,000 experience points. System: Talent triggered 100x reward boost, Quality X 100, dropped item quality undergoes a super leap. Obtained Void Phantom Core, Purple Material X1. Chen Ping'an didn't even glance at the other scattered coins and materials that had exploded on the ground. He bent down and picked up the fist-sized, irregular crystal next to the Phantom Leopard's corpse. The crystal was surrounded by a deep, dark purple aura, and its interior seemed to contain countless stars that were being created and destroyed, emitting strong spatial fluctuations. Void Illusion Core, Purple Material. Type: Special Item Quest Item Engineering Core. Description: formed from the spatial origin power of the rare elite Phantom Leopard through an ultimate leap under a mysterious force. Containing pure void power and the laws of illusion, it is a core material for crafting top-tier space-based equipment, special engineering creations, and even certain forbidden summoning rituals, making its value immeasurable. The constantly appearing and disappearing stars deep within its core seemed to connect to another dimension. It felt cool to the touch, and a strange spatial fluctuation spread along his arm. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He quickly put this priceless core into his backpack. Only then did he slowly turn around, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire room. The two guardian warriors struggled to their feet from under the tree, their health bars reduced to only a third. Their faces were filled with horror as they frantically gulped down health potions. The ranger's hand was trembling as he gripped the shortbow. He dared not aim. Chen Ping'an's voice was calm and even, yet it carried a chilling coldness. "Steal my monsters. You think you're worthy." He weighed the flowing wind chasing Shadow Sword +10 in his hand, which seemed weightless yet contained the power of a storm. The blade cut through the air, emitting a subtle but clear hum. "Go back and teach that coward surnamed Ao a lesson he should learn from now on, or I'll kill him every time I see him." Leaving behind these cold words, Chen Ping'an didn't look at the group again. With a burst of speed from his feet, his figure vanished like a gust of wind merging into the shadows, disappearing completely into the deep darkness of the twilight forest in a few flashes, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and deathly silence. The warriors and rangers stared intently in the direction Chen Ping'an had disappeared, then breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Augustus, looking disheveled in the main city, had a grim face. "I am the reverse butterfly, no. 1. Good. Very good." He practically gritted his teeth, forcing out those words, each one laced with resentment and malice. "I will remember this humiliation. The Temple of Oracles and you will be locked in a life-or-death struggle." The thick, pungent smell of decay in the twilight forest still seemed to linger in my nose. Chen Ping'an shook his head, opened the system panel, and logged off. Just then, a semi-transparent system notification popped up in front of the system panel, its edges adorned with mysterious ancient silver runes. System notification. A unique special item fragment of time and space, unique, has been detected and is now available for activation. Effect. Upon activation, 1% of the player character's base attributes strength, agility, constitution, spirit will be synchronously reflected in the player's real-world body. Apply now. Chen Ping'an froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. Feedback on reality? Although I had heard rumors in my previous life that power and resources in the late game could indeed partially affect reality, those were rules that would only be unlocked at least 3 years later and required extremely high achievements. And this fragment, which I'd never heard of before, actually revealed its attributes on the very first day the server opened. Apply. Hesitation, even for the slightest, in such a good opportunity would be disrespectful to the system. Buzz. My consciousness felt like it had been suddenly pulled from deep water. The light inside the helmet dimmed and everything went black. The next second he took off his helmet, opened his eyes abruptly and squinted as the blinding safety roof light made him squint. The familiar smell of fresh paint and engine oil filled my nostrils, and beneath me was the hard, sturdy feel of the reinforced metal bed frame. The massive diesel generator emitted a deep, steady rumble from deep within the basement, the only sound in the entire fortress, which only served to accentuate the eerie silence of the underground space. At the same time, an indescribable, strange feeling instantly swept over my entire body. It felt as if countless tiny electric currents were coursing through my limbs and bones, or as if I were being thoroughly cleansed by a warm current. The muscle fibers seemed to be groaning as they stretched, and a faint crackling sound came from deep within the bones. A completely new sense of power, far surpassing anything before, quietly began to grow and coalesce within him. He clenched his fists instinctively, his arm muscles bulging, and the veins beneath his skin resembled lurking dragons, brimming with explosive power. My body felt much lighter, every subtle movement was more swift and coordinated, and my 5 senses seemed to have become more acute, able to clearly detect the dust particles floating in the air and the most minute vibration frequencies when the generator was running. That's power, a real, tangible strength that belongs to me. Although it's only 1% of a game character's attributes in the fragile early stages of this post-apocalyptic world, it's a real advantage. Chen Ping'an recalled the attribute panel of his character I am a reverse butterfly in the game, and finally concluded that the attributes reflected in reality were Strength plus 2.95, Agility plus 3.8, Constitution plus 0.32, Spirit plus 0.11. It seems the biggest change is that I've become faster. He stretched his stiff neck, walked to the solid alloy wall, took a deep breath and threw a powerful punch. The punch was as fast as lightning. Bang! The dull thud echoed in the cramped core of the safe house. The wall remained completely still without even a dent, but the vibration felt in Chen Ping'an's knuckles was much milder than expected. If it were my old body, this punch would have caused excruciating pain for half a day, even if my finger bones didn't break. Now I only feel a slight numbness. Chen Ping'an's heart burned with excitement. As long as his game character continued to grow stronger, could I become Superman in real life? It's important to know that, apart from a few early job change quests, this game has no level restrictions. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Ping'an hastily tore open several packets of high-calorie compressed biscuits and energy bars, then swallowed them whole with bottled water. With food in my stomach, the mental fatigue surged up even more clearly. Even with slight physical enhancements from playing high-intensity games for over 10 consecutive hours, the mental strain is still enormous. It seems I should consider allocating more points to the spirit attribute in the future. He glanced at the view of the fortress's exterior on the monitor screen. A deathly silence of darkness, with only infrared sensors outlining the desolate suburbs at the foot of the mountains. After confirming that it was safe, he went to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, a sharp, piercing alarm sounded like steel needles stabbing into Chen Ping'an's ears, instantly pulling him from his deep sleep. Woo woo woo. The red alarm lights spun and flashed wildly on the roof of the security building, casting a blood-red glow on the cold metal walls. Warning, warning, high-intensity physical impact detected. Location: main entrance alloy explosion-proof door, threat level high. The cold, synthesized electronic voice repeated rapidly, grass. Chen Ping'an was startled awake. The last trace of sleepiness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a chilling, killing intent. He sprang up like a cheetah, rushing to the control panel covered with monitor screens in just 2 steps. On the main screen, the infrared night vision image outside the fortress entrance is crystal clear. 7 or 8 dark figures were gathered in front of the 20-centimeter thick alloy explosion-proof door with a diamond-patterned surface. The leader had a hideous scar across his face, running from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth. It was Scarface Dragon, Chen Ping'an's biggest creditor. At this moment his face was contorted and his eyes were so fierce that he looked like he wanted to devour someone. Several of his henchmen were frantically smashing the blast door with sledgehammers and crowbars. Clang, 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 the dull thud and the vibrations could be faintly felt even through the thick walls and the surveillance system. But the heavy alloy door on the screen didn't even tremble. The immense impact left only a few shallow white marks and not much paint was even chipped off. Damn it, what kind of lousy door is this? Hard, smash it. Smash it with all your might. Where's the explosives? Put the detonator on. Scarface roared furiously, his spittle almost spraying onto the screen. A henchman cautiously approached. Brother Long. I just got a call, the cops raided our hideout. The explosives were too loud. What if they attracted the cops or even the military? Bullshit. Scarface slapped the henchman to the ground, then snatched a homemade Molotov cocktail from a nearby man. It was a beer bottle stuffed with oil-soaked rags with white smoke still hissing from the mouth. If you can't break it, then burn it. I refuse to believe I can't burn it down. You little brat surnamed Chen, you think you're safe hiding inside this iron turtle shell? Dream on. He slammed the Molotov cocktail into the ventilation opening in the wall next to the blast door. Whoosh. Orange-red flames burst forth instantly, licking at the solid reinforced concrete exterior walls and alloy ventilation grills. Thick smoke billowed out. However, the ventilation grill clearly has a special fireproof layer and air filtration system inside, so the flames cannot penetrate it at all and can only burn futilely on the outside, making crackling sounds. Chen Ping'an, get the hell out here. Scarface Dragon brandished his machete, roaring furiously at the observation hole in the door, spitting everywhere. Paying back debts is a matter of course. You B*******D borrowed money from me and haven't paid it back, and you're hiding. If you know what's good for you, open the door right now, hand over this fortress, and if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Otherwise, once I'm in there, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Chen Ping'an looked at the scarred face on the screen, twisted with greed and anger, and felt only a cold mockery in his heart. Pay me back? I borrowed that money based on my own merit. The target of this group of scum has always been this doomsday fortress he poured everything he had into building. Although Chen Ping'an has become stronger, he has no intention of going out for hand-to-hand combat to show off. He turned and strode quickly to the weapons storage area. On the sturdy alloy weapon rack, the weapons he had acquired from Old Hu at a high price hung neatly. It's said to be able to tame some unruly small animals. Without hesitation, he took down the all-black, sharply styled Condor P1 high-pressure air rifle. It feels heavy in your hand and the cold, metallic texture seeps through your skin. He skillfully attached the silencer, pulled back the bolt, checked the air pressure gauge, took a heavy box of 4.5 mm alloy armor-piercing rounds from the ammunition box next to him and loaded it into the magazine. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered was crisp and deadly. Chen Ping'an, holding his gun, walked to the inside of the main entrance. There is a concealed firing observation port here, constructed of multiple layers of high-strength bulletproof glass and alloy shielding. It features an embedded high-definition periscope optical sight, providing a clear field of view covering the fan-shaped area outside the door. He held his breath and brought his eyes close to the scope. The cross-shaped pattern firmly trapped the scarred henchman who was jumping around near the Molotov cocktail flames, directing his men to continue B******G on the door. A thug with dyed yellow hair and a fierce-looking face. Distance, 15 meters, wind speed, negligible. The target is the exposed torso. Let me test the saltiness on you first. Chen Ping'an pressed lightly with his fingertips. A low, short thud was almost drowned out by the cacophony of shouting and B*******G on the door outside. Through the scope, the blonde thug's body jerked violently as if he had been shoved hard from behind. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the small hole that had suddenly burst open in his chest, blood gushing out. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. He then collapsed limply to the ground, twitched twice and remained still. Yellow hair, what's wrong? A henchman who was swinging a hammer nearby noticed something was wrong and shouted in alarm. His reply was another low, muffled thud. A burst of blood erupted from the henchman's temple and his body fell straight backward. There's a gun inside. The remaining henchmen finally realized what was happening and let out terrified screams, like rats scalded by boiling water, instantly creating chaos. He dropped his weapon and scrambled towards the dilapidated van parked to the side of the fortress. Two more muffled thuds, almost consecutive. The two henchmen at the front of the pack simultaneously suffered a burst of blood from their backs and collapsed to the ground. Scarface was so frightened that his machete clattered to the ground. He scrambled to the back of the dilapidated van, only daring to peek out with half his head, his voice trembling with unbelievable fear. Who the hell is shooting from the shadows? Chen Ping'an, is that you? Are you G crazy, you dare to kill someone? Who exactly is the gangster? Only deathly silence answered him. The fortress stood like a silent, steel behemoth, its alloy gate still standing coldly, not even a crack open. Retreat now, this is a dangerous situation. Scarface Dragon completely chickened out. He roared at his two remaining terrified henchmen and scrambled into the driver's seat of the van. The engine roared piercingly and the van, like a startled wild dog, spun out of control, its tires screeching as they rubbed against the pavement. Then it kicked up a cloud of dust, staggered down the mountain path and disappeared into the thick darkness. Outside the fortress, only a few corpses rapidly losing their temperature remained, along with a mess of tools and a smoldering fire, barely clinging to life in the night wind, emitting faint crackling sounds. Chen Ping'an slowly lowered the gun, his fingers gently tracing the cold barrel. Only after confirming through the scope that there were no other living threats outside did his tense nerves relax slightly. A surge of excitement mixed with the fatigue from prolonged, intense concentration washed over me. He leaned against the cold, hard alloy wall and took a deep breath of the filtered air in the safe room, which smelled slightly of machine oil. A sense of exhaustion kept creeping in, but a feeling of unprecedented peace welled up inside me. This fortress, into which he poured all his heart and soul, withstood the first true test of the apocalypse. What excited him even more was the feeling of new life force within him. The 1% attribute feedback occurred just moments before when I raised my gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. That precise control over the body's minute muscles, that extraordinary stability and reaction speed. They clearly reminded him that the improvement he experienced in the game could actually translate into real-world results. A more fervent light shone in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he murmured to himself. Fragments of time and space. Since there are items that can break the boundary between reality and illusion, there must be many more in the game. Maybe the equipment and skills can be synchronized as well. If I had a Juxian sword in hand, could I blast apart an alien warship? He has even stronger expectations for the future. Not only must you conquer the game, but you must also use the game to forge an invincible body in reality. He glanced at the monitor screen, confirmed that it was safe outside for the time being, and turned to walk towards the rest area. The body needs to recover and the mind needs to relax. Next time he logs on, he'll be even stronger. Chen Ping'an was awakened by the slight humming sound of the safe house's temperature control system. The monitor screen glowed dimly. Outside, all was silent, with only the infrared image outlining the desolate mountainside. The bodies that were at the entrance last night have disappeared. I vaguely remember this being a habit of the Reapers to clean up their colonies. Perhaps they didn't want their colonies to be too dirty, temporarily safe. He murmured something, and only then did his tense nerves relax. After grabbing a quick bite to fill his stomach, Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and put on the Apocalypse Era helmet again. Buzz. Consciousness sank into darkness, and the next second the bustling voices of the City of Hope, the faint hammering sounds from the blacksmith's shop, and the deep roars of monsters in the distance instantly flooded the senses. System player I am a reverse butterfly has logged in. Having just settled in, Chen Ping'an habitually checked the regional channels to see if he had missed any major news during his offline time. Amidst the frantically scrolling information feed, an inconspicuous yet persistently repeated message caught Chen Ping'an's eye. Newspaper boy, where is Chen Ping'an? Is your appendicitis better yet? You promised to help me level up. Chen Ping'an, reply when you see this. This was followed by a series of angry emojis slamming their fists on the table. Li Qiang, Chen Ping'an's memory was instantly pulled back to the first day of frantically raising money before the Reaper invasion. Li Qiang, the rich kid from the next class whose family owns a small factory, is the one who was easily fooled into lending 30,000 yuan by his own lame excuse of suddenly having appendicitis and urgently needing surgery. I think I did promise him back then, saying I'd bring him here once I was well-fed. Future dungeon strategies will only become more and more difficult, and in the late game it's not impossible to get stuck for 10 or more hours if you're unlucky. Moreover, there's the upcoming national war. I need to find someone to run errands for me. Since I need to upgrade my attribute points and strengthen my spirit anyway, it doesn't hurt to bring along an accessory to share some experience. He opened the private chat window and clicked on the private message from Newspaper Boy. I am the reverse butterfly, wait for me by the teleportation array in Hope City Square. I'm going out to grind monsters anyway, I'll take you. Messages are replied to almost instantly. Newspaper boy, holy crap, butterfly god, #1 boss, dad, you're my real dad, but no need for you to come, boss, I'm looking for that grandson Chen Ping'an, he promised to help me level up my account. The words conveyed a sense of overwhelming flattery and trepidation. Chen Ping'an's lips twitched. I am the reverse butterfly, I am Chen Ping'an. A deathly silence fell over the other side for more than 10 seconds. The typing message above the chat box flashed frantically, but not a single word appeared. Chen Ping'an could almost picture Li Qiang's stunned expression on the other end, his eyes bulging out of their sockets and his chin hitting his toes. Finally, the message arrived, bringing with it a sense of bewilderment as if my worldview had collapsed. The newspaper boy, the withered grass camp under the crooked willow tree to the west. Butterfly daddy, no, brother Ping'an. You, what the hell did you buy that cheat from the aliens through? I want to recharge too. I want to improve. It was followed by a kowtowing emoji. Chen Ping'an frowned. I am a reverse butterfly, withered grass, camp. It's been over a day since the server opened and you're still in the newbie village. This Li Qiang, he's not a complete novice when it comes to games, yet his efficiency is simply outrageous. The newspaper boy, well, it's a long story, you'll find out when you get here. The words convey a sense of desolation and utter despair, as if life itself has lost its meaning. Is it because the extracted talent is too weak? This was the only reason Chen Ping'an could think of. Having poor talent can indeed make things very difficult. He shook his head, approached the teleportation officer, paid 5 gold coins and selected his teleportation destination. The withered grass camp, a flash of white light and Chen Ping'an's figure appeared at the dilapidated respawn point of the withered grass camp. The sight before him made his eyes twitch. The sparse grass outside the camp was a scene of utter chaos. A warrior with the ID Fire Deer Hermit, thanks to the minor character in the comments for the suggestion, wielding a wooden sword, blindfolded himself and unleashed a chaotic, indiscriminate hacking spree on a level 1 polite sheep. It was making noises to cheer itself on like it was performing a shamanic ritual. As a result, it accidentally got gored by the ram's horns, causing its health bar to drop drastically. It let out a pig-like scream and ran back to the camp in a strange posture. Another female priest, whose name is Big Prince's Milk, read backwards. Perhaps due to excessive tension, he was spamming healing spells on himself relentlessly, instantly depleting his mana bar. Then, a level 2 raging rabbit that chased after me scratched me with its 2 claws until I was covered in white light, and I happily received a 24-hour rest gift package. Chaotic, inefficient, and full of novice clumsiness and confusion. Ignoring the market-like clamor, Chen Ping'an's sharp gaze swept across the crowd. In an instant, the focus shifted to the crooked, half-dead willow tree to the west. A figure was squatting there with a peculiar style. It was none other than Li Qiang, the newspaper boy. He was dressed in the robes typical of a mage, but in his hand he was conspicuously clutching a rough wooden bow. He was sporadically firing weak arrows at an innocent level 1 slime not far away. Level 3? Are you kidding me? Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words for a moment, so he opened his panel to check his basic attributes. ID. Newspaper boy. Number 594,688. Class Mage, level LV3. Intelligence 8 cannot be increased, Agility 12, Constitution 8, Spirit 5. Health 8848/8848. Mana 150/150. Chen Ping'an, he roughly understood why this guy had been squatting in the newbie village a day or so, abusing slimes. As Chen Ping'an walked over, his tall figure exuded an invisible pressure, as if he had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing Li Qiang, who was squatting down, to shudder and raise his head. After seeing Chen Ping'an's handsome face clearly, especially the purple weapon with its signature purple glow on his back, Li Qiang's once handsome face instantly contorted, his mouth gaping open wide enough to fit an egg, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Ping'an. Brother Ping'an, is it really, you butterfly goddess? Holy crap, holy crap. He was so excited that he became incoherent, jumped up on the spot, and almost threw the wooden bow in his hand. It's me. Chen Ping'an spoke succinctly, his gaze fixed on the bow in his hand. Explain, why is the mage using a bow and arrow and only level 3? Is it unconventional? His voice was filled with deep confusion and a hint of helplessness at being seen as foolish. Li Qiang's face instantly fell and he said in a mournful tone, Ping'an bro, help, if G had a stupid glitch. When choosing a class I thought mages were cool, casting fireballs was so awesome. But I got this awful talent. After saying that, Li Qiang showed Chen Ping'an his disappointing talent as a warrior. Hand of Divine Punishment, S-rank unique. Effect. Basic attacks now deal true damage equal to 1% of the target's maximum health. For every 100,000 points of the player's maximum health, an additional 1% of the target's maximum health will be dealt as true damage. Each successful basic attack grants the player a permanent increase of 1 point to their maximum health. This player's intelligence cannot increase, skills cannot be used, and the attack speed bonus from agility is reduced by 99%. I am a reverse butterfly. Chen Ping'an stared at the line of words, feeling utterly astonished. It's an S-rank talent, and a powerful growth-type skill at that. What incredible luck did Li Qiang have? If it weren't for the side effects mentioned in parentheses, wouldn't any archer who got it be able to wreak havoc? Even assuming it has such side effects, it's still incredibly powerful. If you give a tanky character with 9.9 million HP, theoretically, no matter how powerful the boss is, one normal attack will kill them instantly. But it's bound to normal attack. What is a mage's normal attack? It's hitting with a staff, it's punching with a fist. The damage is pathetically low and the attack speed is as slow as a turtle. I tried hitting a slime with my staff and it was less efficient than its healing. Li Qiang grew increasingly indignant as he spoke, brandishing his wooden bow. I later discovered that shooting with a bow and arrow also counts as a normal attack and can even trigger talents. Although arrows also deal low damage, they are at least a tiny bit faster than hitting with a staff, and the attack range is also longer and safer. That's all I can do. It takes about 100 arrows to kill one monster. Leveling up my asterisk. I've spent more than a day just battling these slimes. My health points have increased by over 8,000 though. Li Qiang's ordeal is practically an alien's malicious attempt to balance out his S-level, godlike luck. A super tanky, growth-oriented talent that should have been treasured and cherished by top guilds has been turned into a bizarre character who spends endless time shooting arrows in the newbie village. After saying that, Li Qiang began his demonstration. He skillfully drew his bow and fired an arrow at a slime with 100% health not far away. Whoosh tilde. -1. A negligible damage number appeared above the slime's head, slowly wriggling. A green +1 mysteriously appeared above Li Qiang's head. So, Brother Ping'an, please take me with you. Li Qiang rushed over and hugged Chen Ping'an's leg, tears streaming down his face. I can't stand this awful place for another second. Take me to the main city, I'll follow you from now on, you tell me who to shoot and I'll shoot them, I'll shoot wherever you point. Chen Ping'an looked at his massive 8849 health bar and pitiful level 3 with disdain. Then look at the Barton, the Trailblazer Camp teleporter LV-15 in the distance, who has a fierce look on his face and is leaning against the camp's wooden fence with his arms crossed. Come with me. Chen Ping'an turned around and strode towards the teleportation officer. Li Qiang followed along eagerly, his face beaming with the elation of finally achieving success. Stop right there. The teleportation officer, Barton, was a burly man with a face full of scars, a booming voice and large, round eyes that glared at Li Qiang. Kid, you're not even level 10 yet and you haven't completed the village exit trial. You're prohibited from using the teleportation array, don't you know the rules? He waved his large fan-like hand as if shooing away flies. Chen Ping'an walked straight up to Barton without stopping, and with a thought he moved forward. Splash! A blinding torrent of golden light appeared out of nowhere. A full 500 gold coins with a melodious yet heart-pounding clinking sound instantly piled up into a dazzling little mountain at Patton's feet. The dazzling golden light even briefly dispelled the gloom of the camp. Patton's fierce expression froze instantly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he stared intently at the real mountain of gold at his feet, his breathing becoming heavy. Several novice players watching the spectacle erupted in deafening gasps and gasps of astonishment. Rules are inanimate. Chen Ping'an's voice was calm and even, yet it carried an undeniable power. People are alive. Could you do me a favor? He pointed to Li Qiang, who was standing behind him, looking on expectantly. Patton's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his facial muscles twitched, and he struggled for less than a second. The next second, a fawning smile instantly spread across his face. He bent over and his voice was so warm it could drip honey. Oh dear, look at what you're saying. Rules are rigid but human relationships are flexible. This young man is clearly exceptional, with a bright future ahead. This is no big deal, leave it to Patton. He rubbed his hands together quickly, waved to Li Qiang and grinned broadly. Come on, little brother, get in the teleportation array. Brother Barton will personally give you a ride. Guaranteed fast and safe. Li Qiang was stunned by the speed of this change of expression and stood dumbfounded on the simple teleportation stone slab. Patton formed hand seals with movements as swift as a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. The teleportation array glowed with a soft white light. Take care, warrior, come visit again anytime. Barton bowed and scraped, bidding a warm farewell to Chen Ping'an's retreating figure, but his eyes remained fixed on the mountain of gold coins at his feet. The white light completely engulfed Li Qiang and Chen Ping'an, central square of City of Hope. As the white light faded, Li Qiang stared at the breathtakingly magnificent metal complex before him, the endless stream of high-level players and the tense yet powerful aura permeating the air. He trembled with excitement. Lord, the main city, I'm finally out. Brother Ping'an, from now on my life is yours. Whoever you tell me to shoot, I'll never miss. Chen Ping'an ignored his declaration of loyalty, turned his gaze to the outside of the city and glanced at the odd mage beside him who had a wooden bow, nearly 10,000 HP, but was only level 3. Let's go, his voice was calm as he took the first step. I'll take you somewhere where you can have a great time shooting. Li Qiang glanced at the purple longsword behind Chen Ping'an, its brilliance restrained yet seemingly concealing a storm, then looked down at the novice wooden bow in his hand, swallowed hard and quickly followed. Brother Ping'an, where should we shoot? Rock Canyon, the monsters there have a lot of health. How thick? Several 100,000 I guess. Li Qiang stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. A monster with hundreds of thousands of HP. I'm only level 3, Brother Ping'an, are you serious? The wind at the entrance to the rock canyon was like a knife stinging one's face. Li Qiang hunched his shoulders, clutching his pitiful beginner's wooden bow and stared at the dark mass of stone figures before him, feeling his calves trembling. These rock guardians are nothing compared to the slimes in the starting village. They average over 3 meters tall with rough, angular rock bodies that creak dully at their joints. With each heavy footstep, the ground trembled slightly. They were so densely packed that they blocked the entire entrance to the canyon. There must have been tens of thousands of them. Several small teams of 5 were cautiously luring a stone golem to a distant open area, using archers or mages to lure it away piece by piece. Then they surrounded him, unleashing a flurry of skillful maneuvers until the stone golem's health bar only dropped slightly. Their levels weren't high, generally around level 15, but they still had the courage to team up and farm the stone golem. For no other reason than that this stone golem, though tanky, is also incredibly stupid. Its skill casting time is extremely long, and if it gets hit by a mage's silence skill, it'll just stand there contemplating life and get used as a punching bag. Anyway, you can eventually wear them down with persistent effort, and you'll get a huge bonus to the experience points you gain. If you get incredibly lucky and get a high-level item, you'll be set for life. Once upon a time, Chen Ping'an was also a master at hunting stone golems and looting gold. View the stone golem's attributes: Rock Guardian LV 32. Health 258,000. Attack power 185. Defense 268. Skill Yo-Yo. When health drops to 10%, it will wrap itself into a sphere and roll in the opposite direction of the enemy, during which it is immune to 10% damage. Unstoppable force. The Rock Guardian crashes into the enemy. The angle cannot be adjusted, dealing massive damage. Shigandang. When the Rock Guardian kills an enemy, it permanently increases its own defense by 10%. Description: this is a clever stone golem, perfect for sharpening swords. Sword Saint Zilan. Brother Ping'an. Li Qiang's voice trembled. Are we really going to kill monsters here? This rock looks harder than the thickest security door in my factory. Chen Ping'an ignored him and walked straight to a blacksmith shop with a tattered hammer sign next to the canyon entrance. The shop owner, Little Hammer, was shirtless, hammering a red-hot iron blank, sweat dripping down his bulging muscles. Little Tai, give me 100 equipment automatic repair tickets. Chen Ping'an's voice was calm and unwavering. Little Hammer looked up and saw Chen Ping'an. His slightly immature yet fierce face instantly contorted into a fawning smile, and he bowed and scraped. Oh my God, Butterfly Goddess, it's you. My dad tells me your stories every day. Here are the 100 repair vouchers you requested, worth 100 gold coins. He deftly pulled out a thick stack of metal cards that shimmered with a pale golden light from an iron box. Chen Ping'an didn't even blink and poured out 100 gold coins. The crisp sound of the gold coins clinking together drew the attention of several nearby teams who were breaking rocks. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Wow, they're really rich. Instead of buying repair vouchers, why not buy some better equipment? Why bring a burden here to die? Bringing girls along is one thing, but bringing men too. Are they some kind of homosexual people from Chengdu? The murmurs drifted over, neither too loud nor too soft. Li Qiang was so embarrassed that his face turned bright red and he wished he could bury his head in the ground. Especially when Chen Ping'an led him towards the entrance of the canyon, the squad saw his LV-3 status above his head and the wooden bow in his hand, and their undisguised laughter grew even louder. A level 3 mage? And with a bow and arrow? Dude, are you in the wrong movie? Haha, you snuck in from the newbie village. These days you see all sorts of weirdos. Hey, you handsome guy, this isn't the way to carry a low-level character. Is this a place for you guys? Don't get trampled into mincemeat by the golems and have to wait to respawn. Chen Ping'an ignored him and directly invited Li Qiang to join his team. System. Player I am a reverse butterfly invites you to join the team. Experience distribution, team leader 90%, team members 10%. Accept. Li Qiang quickly clicked accept. The next second, the team leader's character information popped up in his team panel. I am a reverse butterfly. Level LV28. Class Swift Swordsman Rare. Health 3852-3852. Mana 1021-020. Strength 295, Agility 380, Constitution 32, Spirit 11. Physical Attack 1105. Let's look at the equipment. Main hand. Flowing Wind Shadow Sword plus 10, Purple Epic Divine Gift. Chest Armor Shadowwalker Leather Armor, Purple Epic. Holy crap. Li Qiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared intently at the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword +10, which radiated a restrained purple light. His saliva almost dripped onto his wooden bow. Purple gear, +10, a divine gift, Brother Ping'an, you're like a real father to me. These stats, are these even achievable by humans? Chen Ping'an ignored his flattery and threw dozens of heavy bundles of inferior arrows from his huge backpack, which had been expanded to 200 slots, and threw them at Li Qiang's feet. Use it sparingly, stand on it. Chen Ping'an pointed to a huge, protruding rock platform above the canyon entrance. The platform was 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and below it were countless stone figures. However, the stone figures' heavy bodies clearly couldn't climb up, making it an excellent, safe exit point. Li Qiang scrambled down to the rocks and began huffing and puffing as he climbed up. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the endless sea of rocks below. He swung his hand back and slowly drew the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword from his back. Buzz. The moment the longsword was drawn, a deep yet majestic sword cry resounded throughout the canyon entrance. The sword was dark purple, and the amethyst dragon pattern on its spine seemed to come alive, flowing with a halo of starlight. At the edge of the blade, a layer of pale blue aura, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, silently swirled, cutting through the air with a subtle hissing sound. A terrifying, sharp aura, seemingly emanating from a primordial behemoth, spread out as if it were tangible. Swift step, Chen Ping'an said in a low voice. Buzz, a violent gale instantly enveloped his entire body, transforming him into a faint blue afterimage barely perceptible to the naked eye, his speed soaring to its limit. Amidst the horrified gazes of all the surrounding players, he streaked like a purple meteor into the densely packed army of stone golems below. Is he insane? Charging into a monster horde alone. That's not the way to court death. Look at his sword, purple light, holy crap, it's a purple weapon master. I am the reverse butterfly. Damn, why do I feel like you're subtly criticizing Lao Tzu? Shut up, so what if it's a purple weapon? This is a level 32 stone golem, it's tough and resilient. The doubts and exclamations abruptly ceased. Chen Ping'an moved with ghostly speed through the gaps between the clumsy stone figures. Each swing of the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand brought with it a piercing whistling sound and a teeth-grinding cracking sound of rocks shattering. Swift wind slash. 8811. Minus 3984, 75. Wherever the sword energy struck, terrifying damage numbers spewed like fountains above the dense cluster of stone golems. The netherworld sharpness effect is triggering insanely, ignoring 50% of physical defense. With the added bonus of a 55% critical hit rate and the Great Fortune buff, almost every hit is a critical hit. These golems, which give ordinary teams a real headache and boast a combined physical and magical defense of 268, are as fragile as tofu in front of Chen Ping'an. A single Gale Slash skill can deal 100,000 damage. Even more terrifying is the Wind Bite effect. The attack deals 1,700 points of fixed wind attribute damage, ignoring defense. Each time the attack hits, a green special effect appears above Chen Ping'an's head. His health bar remained as steady as a mountain and was even full most of the time. He rampaged through the monsters as if they were nothing. The stone golem's slow, heavy rock punches were either easily dodged by Chen Ping'an's ghostly movements. Miss. Either you hit him and deal a negligible 300 or so damage, then he's instantly hit by the terrifying lifesteal effect. The stone golem's unstoppable force skill has a casting time of a full 3 minutes. Often, before the skill can even be released, the golem has already turned into a pile of rubble. The yo-yo skill is even more outrageous. It requires you to completely wrap yourself in a yo-yo for only 20 seconds. But they often reveal their stone feet, rolling a couple of times before collapsing to the ground, belly up. Chen Ping'an's sword energy sweeps across, directly hitting a weak point. Holy crap. On the platform, watching Chen Ping'an effortlessly slaughter a group of stone golems, Li Qiang was dumbfounded and his blood was boiling. Brother Ping'an, awesome, I'll shoot it too. He frantically drew back the wooden bow, knocked a cheap arrow, and fired it with all his might at a stone golem below that Chen Ping'an had already slashed down to reduce its health by half. Swoosh tilde. Puff -1, if the defense is not broken, forced HP loss. Triggering the talent Hand of Divine Punishment, adjusted to true damage equal to 1% of the target's maximum health, target health. 2,580,000 right arrow damage, 25,800. Player Newspaper Boy has permanently gained 1 point of maximum health, current health. 8850, 8850. A white true damage number -25,800 popped up. At the same time, a green +1 appeared above Li Qiang's head. The stone golem's health bar visibly dropped a small portion. Although it's negligible compared to Chen Ping'an's DPS damage, it's true damage that ignores defense. Holy crap, it works. It really works. Li Qiang was overjoyed looking at his health bar, which had risen to 8850, his confidence soaring. I can output damage now. Shoot, shoot. Shoot you rock bumpkins to death. Even with his appalling attack speed, Li Qiang still tirelessly fired one inferior arrow after another at the head of the powerless and enraged stone golem below. Although most of the attacks miss, the occasional hit results in a consistent -25,800 true damage and a constant +1 above Li Qiang's head. Defeat Rock Guardian LV32. Gain 50,000 experience points. Triggering Talent 100x Reward Boost, Quality X100, obtain Refined Rock Core Blue Material X1. Team member Newspaper Boy receives +5000 experience points. Defeat Rock Guardian LV32, gained 50,000 experience points. Team member Newspaper Boy receives +5000 experience points. System notifications scrolled wildly in front of them like a screen being bombarded. Chen Ping'an's experience bar visibly increased dramatically. Li Qiang's rank skyrocketed. The whole person was bathed in golden light. LV3 right arrow, LV4 right arrow, LV5. Golden rays shot into the sky from his body one after another. Chen Ping'an got carried away with the killing spree, triggering the Wrath of the Wind God special effect. The flowing wind chasing Shadow's sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling bluish-purple light. The sword trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound of extreme excitement. Rumble, a terrifying cyan-purple tornado seemingly connecting heaven and earth formed without warning and swept towards the straight area ahead. The tornado is over 3 meters in diameter and 15 meters high. Inside, countless condensed, almost tangible wind blades spin and cut wildly, dealing 500% weapon damage as a wind attribute area of effect attack to all stone golems in its path. The additional 1,700 points of wind damage from Wind's Bite will trigger simultaneously. The tornado swept towards the rocky canyon. Puff, 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 -6285, -6657. 52, a dense, almost overlapping mass of huge golden damage numbers started jumping up and down. Splash! The shredded stone golems rained down, releasing a deluge of copper coins, silver coins, and materials. As if drawn by a magnet, it automatically flew towards Chen Ping'an, who had activated the automatic pickup function. Oh my god. On the platform, Li Qiang was so frightened by the devastating scene that he fell to the ground with a thud, dropping the wooden bow from his hand. Is this even achievable by human power? This is practically a natural disaster. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? The DPS is probably 8 million. Tornado, that's the divine effect. The one from the announcement called Wrath of the Wind God. Run away quickly, don't get hit by the wind. The squads that had been mocking them in the distance now all kept their distance. Looking at Chen Ping'an was like looking at a demon god descended to earth. His eyes were filled with extreme shock and awe, and there was not a trace of his previous contempt left. The stone golems that they painstakingly fought for ages to kill were nothing more than slimes in Chen Ping'an's hands, especially in the face of his world-destroying tornadoes. Chen Ping'an forcefully cleared a large vacuum area at the entrance of the canyon. Golden light like a waterfall washed over Chen Ping'an and Li Qiang's bodies. System, you've leveled up. Current level, 29. Free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up. Current level, 35. Free attribute points gained, 8. Chen Ping'an's thoughts raced, and he added all 56 attribute points to his spirit. He needs to keep his mind constantly alert. After the improvement in mental attributes offline, one's rest efficiency will be higher, thus allowing for more energy to be spent in the game. The snowball will keep getting bigger and bigger, and that's how we can truly differentiate ourselves from those super large families. Boom! A powerful mental force filled my entire body. Chen Ping'an instantly felt his mind was clear. Li Qiang on the platform had already reached level 10 and was at a bottleneck in his job change. He put all 35 attribute points he gained from the upgrade into agility. However, due to the limitations of his talent, his attack speed only increased slightly. But he was already very content. With the top-ranked player on the ladder leading him, he'd be willing to fawn over anyone, let alone anything else, and would even feel honored to do so. That feels good, Brother Ping'an. I feel like I'm back to normal. I have to say, Brother Ping'an, we're both too awesome. Hearing Li Qiang's excited shouts, Chen Ping'an glanced at his own stats, which had skyrocketed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. You go back to the main city to do the job change quest first. I'll level up a bit more. Brother Ping'an, I heard things aren't peaceful outside lately. Many players who can't beat others in the game go offline to open boxes and threaten others, directly facing the terror of life and death. Why don't you come to my dad's factory? Our whole family lives in the factory's secret stash. It's very safe and we have plenty of supplies. I even get an ice-cold cola every time I come off the production line. Faced with Li Qiang's invitation, Chen Ping'an shook his head and casually made up a reason that he had returned to his hometown after recovering from appendicitis, thus politely declining Li Qiang's offer. In this life, all Chen Ping'an can entrust to the wall is his back. Having just exited combat and rushing to change his class, Li Qiang clutched the main city teleportation scroll Chen Ping'an had given him, disappearing into the white light of the teleportation array with a few glances back every few steps. Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the deeper part of the rocky canyon. The light there was even dimmer, the jagged rocks cast distorted shadows, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur rubbing against the rocks. The silhouette of a monster, even taller than the rock guardian at the entrance with a metallic dark gray sheen, could be vaguely seen wandering around. Chen Ping'an's lips curled up and a thought crossed his mind. Equipment repair ticket used, equipment durability restored. Buzz, the moment the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword was drawn, a deep and majestic sword cry reverberated through the air. The sword is dark purple with dragon patterns flowing with starlight, and the pale blue wind swirling around the edge of the blade emits a subtle hissing sound as it cuts through the air. A terrifying, sharp aura like that of a primordial beast suddenly erupted. Drink a magic potion to fully restore your mana. Swift Step, Chen Ping'an shouted in a low voice. Ding. The skill, Swift Step, has been upgraded to LV.2, effects improved to consumes 45 MP, increases movement speed by 60% and evasion rate by 25% for 8 seconds, 50-second cooldown. Great, this is what leveling up should be like, not just increasing your character's level. I glanced at the proficiency of Swift Slash again. It was 95%, almost at level 3. The Phantom Slash skill is close to being upgraded. As for the Wild Boar Charge skill, Chen Ping'an chose to forget it after learning Swift Step. The reason is simple. Every time this skill is used, a phantom of a wild boar appears behind the character, which looks quite fierce in the starting village, but after a while it seems rather weak. Buzz. A violent gale instantly enveloped his entire body, transforming him into a faint blue afterimage barely perceptible to the naked eye. At an incredible speed, it crashed violently into the deeper part of the canyon, into that even more dangerous sea of stone monsters. What catches the eye is Rock Warrior, LV36. Deeper still, one can even glimpse the silhouette of a creature suspended in midair, its eye sockets burning with dark red flames and its back covered in stone wings. Level 40 Flame Gargoyle, LV40. Rock Warrior, LV36. Health 358,000. Attack power 225. Defense 305. Skills Ground Smash, Rock Skin, Taunt Roar. Flame Gargoyle, LV40. Health 288,000. Attack power 255. Defense 185. Skills Flame Breath, Diving Thrust, Stone Wing Protection. Chen Ping'an moved with ghostly speed through the dense horde of monsters. His 53% evasion rate made him as slippery as an eel. The rock warrior's heavy stone fists and the gargoyle's swooping claws mostly missed their mark, creating a flurry of misses. Swift wind slash. Hue, a deep cyan fan-shaped sword aura swept out, covering a large area in front. Minus 58, 88, 11, 65, 85. 84, 75. With a physical attack power as high as 1105. Combined with the netherworld sharpness, skills effect of ignoring 50% physical defense and its terrifying 55% critical strike rate. In addition, with god-tier passive skills like basic swordsmanship mastery that boost the attack power of sword-type weapons, even these tough, high-level monsters become as fragile as paper. Wherever the sword energy passed, terrifying damage numbers sprang up like a fountain. The rock warrior's hard rock body was easily torn apart by the sword energy, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. The flaming gargoyle's trajectory was abruptly severed and it plummeted to the ground with a mournful cry. Ding! The skill Swift Slash has been upgraded to LV.3. The effect has been improved to consumes 20 MP, deals 200% physical damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius at a 150-degree angle in front of the user, and has a 5-second cooldown. Damage increased and cooldown reduced from 7 seconds to 5 seconds. Almost simultaneously, Ding, skill Phantom Slash has been upgraded to LV.2 with the effect improved to consumes 30 MP, instantly unleashing 3 sword aura slashes on a single target, each dealing 150% physical damage with a 10-second cooldown. The number of slashes has increased by 1, the damage has increased, the cooldown has been reduced, and it now also has sword energy. It underwent a complete transformation, evolving from a single target skill into an area of effect AOS skill. This is an epic upgrade. Throughout the battle, the wind-chasing shadow sword's wind's bite lifesteal effect triggered relentlessly, never stopping from beginning to end. Plus 1750, plus 1800, plus 1820, the green lifesteal numbers kept jumping above Chen Ping'an's head. No matter how many times the monsters attacked and dealt around 450 damage, his health bar would be full in an instant, as steady as a mountain. Triggering Talent 100x Reward Boost, Quality X100, obtain Refined Rock Core Blue Material X1. Obtained Burning Gargoyle Eye Blue Material X1. Received 85 gold coins. 95 silver coins. The system notifications are flooding the screen. Low-level materials piled up rapidly in my backpack and gold and silver coins poured in. Chen Ping'an was like a tireless killing machine, carving out paths paved with flesh and stone chips in the sea of monsters. Golden rays shot into the sky from his body one after another. System, you've leveled up. Current level 36, free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up. Current level 38, free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up. Current level 40, free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up. Current level 43, free attribute points gained, 8. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an once again invested all 64 attribute points into his spirit. A powerful mental surge washed over his body, instantly making his mind clearer and sharper and dispelling much of the fatigue from the long battle. There are only 55 repair vouchers left. Chen Ping'an frowned slightly as he looked at the thick stack of gold cards in his backpack, nearly half of which had been used up. High-intensity battles against opponents of higher levels consume a great deal of equipment durability, especially when skills are frequently triggered. He was preparing to clear out the mountain of materials piled up in his backpack and, while he was at it, go back and replenish some supplies. He had a feeling that the boss zone in Rock Canyon was about to appear. Fighting the boss is fine, but if you're going to solo it, you should prepare more thoroughly. But at that moment, the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling cyan-purple light. The sword trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound of extreme excitement. Rumble, 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 Wrath of the Wind God effect triggered. A terrifying cyan-purple tornado connecting heaven and earth formed without warning, sweeping towards the deepest part of the canyon with a destructive roar. Puff, 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 85, 57, 52. As the tornado passed, countless densely packed golden damage numbers jumped up and down. All the rock warriors and fire gargoyles along the path were thrown into a meat grinder, their blood, flesh, and stone chips flying everywhere. However, this devastating blow seemed to awaken a terrifying being slumbering at the end of the canyon. Roars. A roar, seemingly from the depths of the earth filled with boundless rage and intense heat, suddenly exploded. The entire rock canyon shook violently. The ground cracked open like a spiderweb and scorching magma gushed out from the fissures, instantly turning a large area into a lava hell. The air was distorted by the high temperature and the smell of sulfur was so strong it was suffocating. At the end of the canyon, in the center of the largest lava lake, a colossal, despair-inducing figure slowly rose. It stands over 10 meters tall, its body entirely composed of dark red, molten rock flowing with lava with golden flames erupting from its joints. The enormous single eye, like the core of a furnace, burned with incandescent light, fixedly on the tiny Chen Ping'an. The terrifying pressure it exuded alone made Chen Ping'an's breath catch in his throat, and a debuff lava pressure, all attributes reduced by 5%, instantly appeared above his health bar. Lava Behemoth Gratoni, LV50 Area Boss. Health 2,500,002, 500000. Attack Power 588. Defense 455. Skill Lava Eruption. Summons a large number of lava pillars to erupt from the ground, knocking enemies back and dealing massive fire damage as well as inflicting continuous burning. Earthquake Tremor. Slams the ground, causing massive stun and damage over a wide area and significantly reduces movement and attack speed. Magma Armor. Passive, reflects a portion of fire damage when attacked by physical attacks. Devour. Opens its massive maw, sucking in targets in a cone-shaped area in front, dealing massive true damage over time. Ignores defense. Description. An ancient elemental lord slumbers in the lava core of the rock canyon, its wrath powerful enough to incinerate mountains. Challenger. Feel the fury of the earth. Insignificant humans, ants. Gratni's thoughts exploded like thunder in Chen Ping'an's mind, the molten lava maw opening and closing, spewing out scorching air and sparks. You have disturbed Gratoni's slumber, you will pay the price for your recklessness. Before he could finish speaking, Gratoni's massive rocky arm, covered in flowing lava, suddenly rose and slammed down towards where Chen Ping'an was. Not a direct attack, but boom! Major earthquake tremors. The moment the giant fist slammed into the ground, a visible dark red shockwave spread out in a ring at incredible speed, covering an area with a radius exceeding 30 meters. Rumble 88. Chen Ping'an felt a terrifying tremor beneath his feet, like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting open. His legs went numb instantly and his brain buzzed. A huge dizziness icon and a slowdown icon lit up in the status bar. You have been affected by earthquake tremor and are now dizzy for 2 seconds. Movement speed reduced by 50%. Not good. A warning sign screamed in Chen Ping'an's mind. He was under control. Almost at the same second that the dizziness took effect, Gratoni's massive lava maw suddenly opened, aimed at the immobilized Chen Ping'an. Inside the giant maw there was churning, boiling, golden-white magma with a temperature so high it distorted space. An incredibly terrifying suction force was instantly generated. Devour. Chen Ping'an's body was uncontrollably pulled by that suction force, flying off the ground and heading straight towards that giant lava maw that seemed to connect to hell. Once sucked in, the true damage per second is enough to completely melt him within seconds. In a moment of crisis, the dizziness ended. Swift step. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes, and he activated his movement skill without hesitation. Buzz, his body blurred into a streak, narrowly escaping the edge of Gratoni's gaping maw at the last second. The terrifying suction force tugged at his cloak, making a hissing, tearing sound. Boom. Chen Ping'an crashed heavily onto the scorching ground more than 10 meters away. Minus 1,055, the scorching ground also caused burns. Roar. The skill missed and Gratni roared in anger, his one eye locking onto Chen Ping'an. The enormous foot rose, carrying immense force and flowing magma, and stomped down like a lava meteorite. At the same time, it swung its other arm and a large area of the ground instantly turned crimson. Lava eruption. Boom, 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 boom. 7 or 8 golden white pillars of lava fire, each over 2 meters in diameter, erupted violently and erratically around Chen Ping'an. They blocked all his escape routes. Above them were colossal, sky-covering feet of lava, and beneath their feet were pillars of deathly fire about to erupt. A decisive victory, depend on, I've run into a tough opponent, my total health is only 3852 points. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted as he drank the health potion while maximizing his super high movement speed and evasion. Health plus 3000, he was like a ghost dancing on a knife's edge, his body suddenly sliding to the side at an incredible angle. Boom! The giant lava foot slammed down, grazing his body, and the scorching shockwave sent him flying. Minus 1222. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet, and 0.1 seconds before the lava eruption pillar of fire shot out, he suddenly bounced backward. Sizzle, scorching lava gushed upwards, scraping against the soles of his shoes, leaving behind a burnt smell. Miss, the great fortune, talent's exceptionally high evasion has proven its worth once again. But Gratoni's attack was like a storm. Lava eruption has an extremely short cooldown. Pillars of fire erupt one after another throughout the canyon. Shockwaves from the massive earthquake swept in intermittently, putting Chen Ping'an in grave danger. He could only rely on swift step and his extremely high base movement speed to move with difficulty, desperately weaving through the gaps of death. Occasionally, use swift slash or phantom slash to leave minor wounds on the boss. Only when the output conditions are slightly better should you use some basic attacks to steal some damage. Minus 6888, minus 7222. The damage numbers were like a drop of water in the ocean on Gratoni's terrifying 2.5 million health bar, barely noticeable. On the contrary, Chen Ping'an's health was slowly but steadily decreasing due to the reflected damage from magma armor and the occasional hits from the aftershocks of skills. The special healing potions in my backpack are being used up one after another. The battle has become an extremely difficult stalemate. The huge difference in level and attributes is now crystal clear. Chen Ping'an was like a hummingbird circling the mountains, putting all his strength into every attack and exhausting his mind with every dodge. This can't go on. Chen Ping'an's eyes were icy, his brain working at high speed, supported by his powerful mental attributes. He dodged the pillars of lava fire while keeping a close eye on Gratoni's movements. Finally, just as Gratoni unleashed another great earthquake tremor and his giant fist slammed into the ground, Chen Ping'an keenly noticed the massive lava core on its chest, which was a darker color than the rest of the body and pulsated slightly like a heart. Weakness. Chen Ping'an's eyes flashed with a sharp light. You only get one chance. In the instant when the shockwave of the great earthquake spread and I was about to be dizzy and slowed down. Swift step. Chen Ping'an roared and at the same time gulped down a bottle of special effect recovery potion. Buzz, a gust of wind swirls around and movement speed explodes again. Despite the impending dizziness, he transformed into a streak of azure lightning that tore through space, charging forward instead of retreating towards Gratoni's massive arm as it crashed into the ground. He needs to leverage his connections. Boom! Major earthquake tremors, shockwave reaches the body, the dizziness icon is lit. Slowdown is now in effect. But Chen Ping'an, using the momentum of his forward charge, slammed his feet onto the massive rock arm that Gratoni had crashed to the ground in the last instant before the dizziness took effect. Bang! Using the momentum, it bounced back, his body shot out like a cannonball, hurtling at an even greater speed straight toward Gratoni's pulsating lava core. Phantom slash, break through. Swish swish. The flowing wind-chasing shadow sword erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling purple-blue light. Three sword energies, refined to their utmost perfection, pierced the deep red lava core with unparalleled precision, like a startled swan tearing through the night sky. PFFT, minus 18,888, minus 19,998, minus 19,996, critical hit, gold, fatal strike. Weakness penetration, ow. Gratoni let out the most piercing and agonizing scream since the start of the war. The entire canyon trembled at its mournful cry. Where the lava core in his chest had been pierced, blinding white gold magma gushed out like blood. Its massive body staggered backward and for the first time the health bar above its head visibly plummeted. Effective. Chen Ping'an was greatly encouraged, however Gratoni, whose weakness had been exploited, went completely berserk. "Aunt, you have angered Gratoni, feel the wrath of the world." Its single eye instantly turned from incandescent white to a blinding crimson. It pounded its chest frantically with its fists, spewing lava like a torrential downpour. The temperature throughout the canyon suddenly soared to its limit. The ground shook violently, countless huge cracks spread out, and even thicker and more terrifying golden-white pillars of lava fire shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The coverage area reached a terrifying radius of 50 meters. There was virtually nowhere to hide. Lava eruption frenzy, a true dead end has arrived. Chen Ping'an looked at the pillars of death fire rising into the sky from all directions, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Swift step is on cooldown, there's nowhere to dodge. We have no choice but to gamble. Good luck, it's up to you." Chen Ping'an pinned his last hopes on talent and luck. With a bottle of special effect recovery potion in his mouth, he charged towards a relatively sparse gap in the pillars of fire. Puff, 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 minus 1545, minus 2438, plus 3000, minus 2775. His health bar plummeted like an avalanche, drained instantly, only 12 drops of blood left. "Special recovery potion, I just took it and the cooldown hasn't finished yet." They were about to be swallowed by lava. They're definitely going to die at this critical moment. Buzz. The Shadow Walker leather armor on his chest suddenly burst forth with a deep, dark purple light. Shadow avoidance. When hit by a fatal attack, there is a 5% chance to trigger forced invincibility. A layer of shadow shield as thin as a cicada's wing yet indestructible instantly covered his entire body. Boom, boom, boom. The subsequent pillars of lava fire slammed into the shadow shield, unleashing a deafening roar. Chen Ping'an was thrown back like a rag doll by the blast wave, crashing heavily to the ground. His health bar was reduced to a mere sliver, but they survived. Now. Chen Ping'an's eyes were sharp as knives as he endured the excruciating pain and rolled over to his feet. Sensing its master's indomitable fighting spirit, the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand once again erupted with a blood-drinking cyan-purple light. At this moment, Gratoni was experiencing a brief energy lag and immobilization due to unleashing his berserk ultimate attack. The Wrath of the Wind God ended. Chen Ping'an used a flash to appear behind the lava behemoth Gratoni, unleashing an attack speed of 6 times per second. Minus 8659, 94. 25, it's here! After only a few strikes, the flowing wind-chasing shadow sword in his hand began to tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The raging cyan-purple tornado, which has a 5% chance of being summoned, has returned. This time, it carried all of Chen Ping'an's power and will, like a roaring spear of the wind god, striking with unparalleled precision at Gratoni's severely damaged lava core. Minus 158,888, critical strike, fatal strike, weakness pierce, Wrath of the Wind God, an unprecedented, terrifying damage number that nearly burst the field of vision exploded into view. Gratoni's massive, mountain-like body stiffened abruptly and the crimson light in his single eye dimmed and went out instantly. It let out a final, unwilling, low whimper. Its core shattered completely, its body, flowing with magma, crumbled inch by inch, turning into countless burning boulders that collapsed with a deafening roar. It crashed heavily into the lava lake below, splashing up a shower of scorching lava. System: defeat the area boss, Lava Behemoth Gratoni, LV50, gained plus 150,000 experience points. Buzz: just as Gratoni's massive body collapsed with a roar, turning into burning boulders. A system announcement that resounded throughout the entire Apocalypse Era server, flooding the minds of every player. System: server-wide golden announcement. Player: I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1 has accomplished an astonishing feat. Single-handedly, they have become the first player to defeat the area boss Lava Behemoth Gratoni, LV50, unrivaled in bravery with astonishing strength. Earned the unique title, Lava Conqueror. Received the first clear reward chest. Such a feat should be a model for all ages. System: server-wide golden announcement. Player: I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1. System: server-wide golden announcement. Player: I am a reverse butterfly. No. 1. 3 times in a row, the entire server is bathed in gold. The announcement is absolutely stunning. The entire server fell into a brief silence once again before erupting into a tsunami far more powerful than the previous first clear of the dungeon. World Channel Tang Niu teaches you how to make a bowl of mixed noodles. Holy crap, level 50 area boss, first solo kill, butterfly god, are you trying to defy the heavens? The god of magic's dog, lava behemoth. Soloing it, is this for real? How is this possible? Report must report. Sword Emperor Rock Canyon.He looking to buy swordsman weapons from across the server, price private. Obedient moms. He's definitely still in Rock Canyon, brothers gather, bomb him, 1,000 gold bounty. Chen Ping'an, standing in the center of the golden light, remained oblivious to the server-wide storm that was about to erupt once again. His gaze was fixed intently on the wreckage of Gratoni. That enormous treasure chest that appeared out of nowhere, radiating a dark golden light like lava. Lava behemoth first clear treasure chest is here. System. Talent triggered 100x reward boost. Quality x 100. First clear chest reward quality undergoes a final leap. Buzz, the treasure chest was instantly engulfed by an indescribable intense light that seemed to be a mixture of lava and golden light. The light was so domineering that it even briefly overshadowed the golden light of the system's server-wide announcement. A breathtakingly powerful surge of energy swept across the entire canyon. The light faded and the three items floated silently in front of Chen Ping'an, emanating a powerful aura that sent chills down his spine. Obtained, Heart of Lava, Orange Legendary Material X1. Obtained, Gratoni's Lava Bracers, Legendary Orange X1. Obtained Skillbook Lava Armor Purple Rare X1. Received 50,000 gold coins. Golden Legend. Chen Ping'an was utterly shocked. In my previous life I wore equipment of this level when I was almost level 200. At this point, experience was finally added to his resume. System, you've leveled up, current level 44. Free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up, current level 45, free attribute points gained, 8. Golden light cascaded over his body like a waterfall, his level number jumped wildly above his head. System, you've leveled up, current level 48, free attribute points gained, 8. Leveled up 5 times in a row, reached level 48, gained 40 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an's spirit increased by 40. Immediately afterwards he looked at the 3 unusual-looking rewards in his backpack. The first thing that catches the eye is a fist-sized, solid gold crystal that seems to contain a miniature active volcano, constantly spewing out pure flames and the power of the earth. Just by sweeping a thought over it, one can feel the world-destroying energy within. Heart of Lava, Legendary Orange Material. Type, Core Materials Forging Engineering Alchemy. Description. The life and power core of the lava behemoth Gratoni contains the purest essence of fire and the laws of the earth. It is the ultimate material for forging and enhancing legendary, orange fire and earth equipment, constructing top-tier engineering golem energy cores, or performing certain forbidden rituals involving the essence of the elements. Its value is immeasurable, enough to ignite a war of gods. Chen Ping'an's heart stirred when he saw the words constructing a top-tier engineering puppet energy core in the description. If I were to bring this into the real world in the future, I could find a way to create a puppet so that when I'm playing games wearing the helmet, I wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed. At least I'd have someone to look out for me. Suppressing my years of tech geek fervor, I continued to look at the second piece of equipment. The second item was a pair of wristbands with a ferocious design, as if they were naturally cast from cooled and solidified dark red magma. The watch face is adorned with flowing golden red lava patterns, radiating terrifying high temperatures and an unparalleled defensive aura. Gratoni's Lava Bracers, Legendary Orange. Location, wristband. Demand level, 45. Physical defense, plus 320. Magic defense, plus 280. Strength, plus 45. Constitution, plus 40. Special effects, Lava Barrier. Passively increases all elemental damage reduction by 20%. When attacked, there is a 15% chance to generate a lava shield in front of the user, absorbing damage equal to 15% of the user's maximum health, 30-second cooldown. Earth Pulse, passive, while standing on the ground regenerates 0.5% of maximum health per second. Duration of crowd control effects is reduced by 20%. Description. A legendary bracer forged from the core essence of a lava behemoth, imbued with the weight of the earth and the fury of lava. The wearer is like wearing a mobile volcanic fortress combining offense and defense, standing firm and unyielding. That's great. Putting everything else aside, just the 20% increase in all elemental damage reduction from lava barrier means a swordsman, can temporarily act as a tank. As for Earth Pulse, it reminded him of a guy who always shouted, "As long as we live, the tower will stand." Finally, there was a skill book crafted from some kind of fiery red metallic sheet, its cover imprinted with pulsating flame runes. Skill book Lava Armor Purple Rare. Class restrictions, Warrior and its advanced classes Earth Made. Demand level 45. Effect, active skill. Consumes 150 MP to condense a layer of flowing lava armor on the body surface, lasting 30 seconds. While the armor is active, physical defense plus 300, magic defense plus 150, immunity to low-level fire damage, and reflection of 20% of damage in the form of fire damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Description: top-tier defensive skill, transform into a lava giant, gaining unparalleled protection and damage reflection capabilities. It's a life-saving skill that every tank MT professional dreams of. Let's take a look at the reward title. Lava Conqueror, unique title, first kill reward. Acquisition requirements: be the first player to solo kill the area boss Lava Behemoth Gratoni, LV 50. Effect: strength plus 3%. Physical fitness plus 3%. Damage dealt to fire and earth-type monsters increased by 10%. Fire resistance plus 100. Special effect, Lava Emblem. When the title is activated, a circle of slowly flowing dark red lava runes will appear under the character's feet, emitting a faint aura of heat and pressure. Visual effect, no actual attribute bonus. Description: this is proof of a hero who conquered the lava core of the rock canyon and single-handedly slew the elemental lord Gratoni. It symbolizes unparalleled power, unwavering will, and absolute control over the forces of fire and earth. The one who wears this title will command the respect of even lava wherever he goes. In comparison, its attributes are rather average and it might only be useful in special dungeons. Chen Ping'an put it directly into the backpack compartment and then without any hesitation immediately put on the Gratoni's lava bracers, which exuded terrifying high temperature and heavy aura. Buzz. A scorching yet powerful force instantly surged into his arms, spreading throughout his entire body. It was as if an unbreakable connection had been established with the earth beneath my feet. Physical and magical defense have skyrocketed. The sense of power and strength it brings is unprecedented. Equip bracers, Gratoni's lava bracers, orange, physical defense plus 320, magic defense plus 280, strength plus 45. Constitution plus 40, gain the special effects Lava Barrier, Earth Pulse. As for the Lava Armor skill book, Chen Ping'an chose to learn it directly. After all, at this stage, Chen Ping'an's only decent piece of armor is his breastplate. Having more defensive measures is always a good thing. You never know when your enemies might come to attack. Ding, you have learned the skill Lava Armor, current skill level, LV.1. Ding. You have triggered the hidden achievement quest, Conqueror of the Rock. Quest objective, kill 10,000 monsters consecutively in Rock Canyon and reach level 50. Chen Ping'an's eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. The mental exhaustion from the continuous high-intensity fighting overwhelmed him. No, I can't sleep yet. He bit his tongue hard, the stinging pain bringing a moment of clarity. My gaze swept across the quest panel, and the hidden achievement quest Rock Conqueror, shimmering with a dark gold light, was clearly displayed at the very top. Kill 10,000 monsters consecutively in Rock Canyon and reach level 50. Progress 9876, 10,124 more needed. My level is also stuck at around level 48. Go back to the entrance and grind the mobs until you reach level 50. Next time you log in, you'll immediately be promoted to the second class. He dragged the flowing wind chasing shadow sword, its tip slicing across the scorching lava ground, leaving behind hissing white smoke, and charged towards the canyon entrance. The entrance to the rocky canyon is no longer a perilous place inhabited by monsters but has been transformed into a grim killing field. The densely packed players, like a swarm of black ants, completely blocked the not-so-wide valley entrance. On the left is the elite group of the Hall of Oracles, all dressed in dark blue robes and wielding staffs of various colors, numbering no less than 3,000. Augustus stood on the highest slope at the forefront, his handsome face contorted with extreme humiliation and resentment. At the tip of the ruby staff in his hand, elemental light flickered erratically. He was roaring at several core mages around him, his spittle almost hitting their faces. "Everyone, pay close attention, keep your eyes wide open. That be ****** stole my monster and dared to humiliate me. If I don't get his purple weapon today, I'll change my name. That be ****D just killed the area boss for the first time. He must have other good stuff on him. The loot will be used to compensate the brothers who died last time. The guild will take 30% of the rest. We won't treat everyone unfairly. Let's crush him." "Yes, Chairman." The mages under his command were stirred up and became excited, shouting loudly, and the elemental light on their staffs shone even brighter. On the other side, the atmosphere was tense and somber. In particular, the nearly 1,000 players dressed in uniform silver-gray light armor and carrying longswords stood silently like a silent steel forest. The guild emblem above their heads is a silver sword piercing the sky sword pavilion. Guild leader Sword Emperor Yi Gacheng, dressed in a plain white swordsman's outfit, stood tall and straight like a solitary peak, alone at the front of the formation. Beside him, his deputy Lone City Shadow Guard was quietly assigning tasks to several squad leaders. Maintain the wedge formation. Warriors should stand in front with shields, swordsmen should be ready to charge and interrupt, and rogues should protect the mages in the back row. Once the target appears, listen to my command and focus fire. The primary target is that sword, pick it up as soon as it drops, understand? Clear. The platoon leaders responded in hushed tones, their eyes sharp. While waiting, the two chairpersons chatted intermittently. "God of Law, President Yi, your men are quite composed. That kid's been in there for so long, causing such a commotion, even making an announcement. He must have reaped huge benefits." "So who exactly is he?" "Sword Emperor, unknown. He is ruthless and decisive in his actions, and his technical skills and awareness are top-notch. More importantly, his growth rate is ridiculously fast. God of magic." "That's more than outrageous, that's practically cheating. I used all the resources of my entire family. Dozens of brothers with experience-boosting talents took turns leading me, and the guild warehouse was fully stocked, and I still only reached level 25. And him, the announcement clearly states that he was the first to kill a level 50 area boss. How the hell did he do that? Even a rocket couldn't move that fast. Sword Emperor, it's truly unbelievable. The level advantage is secondary. The key lies in what he obtained. Number 1, first clear of the raid, rare class swift swordsman, and that plus 10 epic weapon. Each of these requires incredible luck and terrifyingly precise pre-planning. It was as if he already knew how to take each step, where the treasure was and where he could become stronger the fastest. God of magic, damn, now that you mention it, I think it's weird too. It's like he's using a cheat code that lets him see through the entire map. And his damage, you saw it when I fought him last time, right? He killed both of my tanks in 2 hits. That's not the output a level 20+ player should have. Even with a purple weapon, it's impossible, unless his talent is something no human could possibly obtain. Sword Emperor, talent, that's the only explanation. And it must surpass S rank. It might even be the only one, a heaven-defying talent that has never appeared before. 100x EXP, unlimited drop rates, or directly boost stats. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain how he could so overwhelmingly dominate guilds like ours, which have such a large user base in terms of resource acquisition and level progression. God of laws, damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why did this kind of bullshit luck fall on his head? I mobilized my entire clan and guild, working tirelessly for 2 whole days without food or drink, and we're still not as good as this lone wolf. Did the game balance get eaten by a dog, Reaper you? Sword Emperor, luck is also a part of strength, although this luck is too astonishing. However, even the most extraordinary talent needs to be transformed into actual combat power. Today is the day to test the limits of his ability. Surrounded by thousands in a dead end of the canyon, he had no chance of escape. That sword will surely change hands. God of Laws, HMPH, it better be that way. I'm going to crack open his head today and see what's inside. Smash him until he's completely naked. Don't let me down at the crucial moment, Sword Emperor, rest assured. Once the sword is drawn, there's no going back. Private chat ended. Yigacheng tapped the hilt of his rending wind, blue high-quality LV.10 sword lightly with his knuckles, producing a soft tap-tap sound. When he saw the God of Law looking at him, he nodded slightly and returned the smile. This Augustus was nothing but a fool. What normal person would put a mage in the front lines? Regardless of the outcome of this collaboration, I should stay away from him in the future. Being stupid is contagious. Wait a little longer. Yigacheng's voice was clear and cold, like ice beads falling onto a jade plate. He was speaking to the Gucheng shadow guard beside him, but it also seemed to be speaking to himself. The commotion deep within the canyon is too great. The announcement has been made. He must have gained something. The current situation is unknown. Rushing in rashly, given the narrow terrain, would only make us vulnerable to his exploitation. The last trace of struggle deep in his eyes was completely frozen. Make sure he comes out before you act. Target. Lock on that sword. If things become unfavorable, prioritize your own safety. As expected of the Sword Emperor, he's not some fool blinded by greed. Divine weapons are important, but the foundation of Sword Pavilion is even more important. However, the option of if things are impossible had been reduced to its limit in his mind. Chen Ping'an slashed and hacked his way through the enemy lines, and wherever his sword light passed, the remaining rock guardians and flame gargoyles fell like wheat being harvested. With a 100-fold increase in quality, experience points, materials, and gold coins flowed into the inventory like water. Golden light burst forth. System, you've leveled up. Current level, 49. Free attribute points gained, 8. System, you've leveled up. Current level 50. Free attribute points gained 8. Ding, hidden achievement quest Rock Conqueror completed. Reward. Rock Crispy Metal green. Trigger a 100x mass leap. Ultimately, you will receive the reward Heart of the Rock Metal, purple epic. Chen Ping'an's spirits lifted, and he immediately invested the newly acquired 16 attribute points back into his spirit. The powerful mental energy washed over me like a clear spring, instantly dispelling most of my fatigue and making my mind clearer and sharper. Let's take a look at the attributes of the new metal. Heart of the Rock Metal, purple epic. Location metal. Demand level 50. Strength plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Special effects immovable as a mountain, passively increases physical defense by 10%. When attacked, there is a 5% chance to trigger Stone Guardian, granting immunity to all physical damage for 3 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Description: a testament to unwavering will, the wearer appears to merge with the earth, their defenses becoming indestructible. The attributes are decent. With a thought, Chen Ping'an replaced the Elite Hunter badge and put it into his storage slot. Open the panel. The biggest boosts are to Spirit, Physical Defense, and Magic Defense. Spirit 187 points, Magic Defense 551 points, and most terrifyingly, Physical Defense a whopping 662 points. Anyone who didn't know better would think Chen Ping'an was playing a tank class. Just as he was about to log off, Chen Ping'an noticed a deafening commotion coming from the valley entrance directly in front of him. Chen Ping'an walked to a protruding boulder and stood still, where his view suddenly opened up. Before me stretched a vast, dark sea of people, an endless expanse. The deep blue robes of the Hall of Oracles and the silver-gray light armor of the Sword Pavilion were clearly distinct, like two steel torrents about to merge, their murderous aura blocking the only way out. Countless gazes, filled with greed, murderous intent, and gloating, instantly locked onto him like tangible arrows. I am the reverse butterfly, you finally G came out. Augustus's roar, amplified by magic, echoed through the valley, carrying a twisted sense of pleasure. Today is your death day, blow him up. Target locked, warriors advance, mages prepare to focus fire, rogues stealthily flank. The calm command of Lone City Shadow Guard rang out in the Sword Pavilion camp, and nearly 1,000 longswords were drawn simultaneously, their cold light illuminating half of the canyon. Chen Ping'an's heart sank and he instantly understood his predicament. A massive blockade, a true desperate situation. To make matters worse, Chen Ping'an had just escaped a fierce battle against monsters when a system notification clearly appeared before his eyes. Combat status: you can log off or use a return-to-town item after 15 minutes out of combat. 15 minutes? In the face of tens of thousands of bloodthirsty, hungry wolves, even 15 seconds is too long. What to do? Charge and head first? Faced with the combined fire of thousands of mages and the encirclement of warriors, even with orange-tier gear, you would be instantly blasted to dust. Retreat. The depths of the canyon are a dead end. The lava lake is still boiling. Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind, which was enhanced by mental power. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze rapidly sweeping across the terrain at the valley entrance, the enemy's distribution, their professional composition. The canyon entrance is narrow, shaped like a funnel, limiting the number of enemies that can enter at once. The mage group from Hall of Oracles was positioned at the front, eager for revenge. The warriors of Sword Pavilion stood in neat formation but seemed to be awaiting Yi Gacheng's final command, showing a momentary hesitation. The valley entrance is flanked by jagged boulders and steep slopes. An extremely audacious, almost insane plan took shape in an instant. But Chen Ping'an, always cautious, had eyes like a hawk, still scanning left and right within the Hall of Oracles camp, searching for a certain player. Wu Zetian is not mediocre, the healer player with the talent of sending friends away. The A-rank talent that sent God of Magic Augustus back to the main city last time. Simply place your hand on the person's shoulder and chant the incantation. We hit it off immediately. How can you leave so soon? Let me see you off. This allows objects to be transmitted over short to medium distances. The teleportation array was closed during the national war in the previous life. All large guilds will specifically recruit players with this talent to send teams responsible for teleportation and transporting important resources. It did have a remarkable effect at first, especially in some stalemates. Suddenly, dozens of high-level players with full health and mana would appear out of nowhere, enough to turn the tide of battle. Players generally respect members of the send-off team, since using the send-off wind talent will force the caster offline, which has a tragic nature. It turned out that this friendship talent had a side effect. That is, any player who is teleported by friendly strike will have their attributes permanently reduced by 10%. Who the hell would dare use this? In an instant, the members of the Send Friends team were branded as traitors and lackeys, incurring the disgust and even persecution of most players. Being teleported away didn't bother Chen Ping'an. The real issue was that he really didn't want to get involved in something that would cause him to lose attributes. After confirming that the player Wu Zetian is not mediocre, is in the Oracle Hall faction. Want to beat me up? Then let's see if you're tough enough. Chen Ping'an temporarily changed to the Lava Conqueror title, instantly increasing his fire resistance by 100. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and instead of retreating, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. With a burst of terrifying speed, he actually launched a fierce charge towards the dark mass of the Oracle Hall, Mage Vanguard, whose magical light had already begun to shimmer. You're asking for it. Focus fire, blast him to ashes. Augustus was overjoyed and swung his staff down fiercely. In an instant, countless fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and arcane missiles rained down like a storm. Scorching heat, icy cold, and tearing energy rays intertwined to form a web of death, instantly engulfing Chen Ping'an's charging figure. The terrifying magical fluctuations caused the air itself to groan in agony, as if it were about to collapse under their weight. It's over. Yi Gacheng closed his eyes slightly, seemingly unwilling to see the divine weapon fall into the hands of the people from the Hall of Divine Oracles. Their own people were unable to approach because of the distance. However, just as this destructive energy was about to engulf Chen Ping'an, lava armor. A cold, low shout pierced through the roar of the spell. Buzz! A layer of viscous, scorching, dark red armor, seemingly composed of flowing magma, instantly covered Chen Ping'an's entire body. The armor's surface was covered in flowing golden red patterns, radiating terrifying heat and an aura of indestructibility. For 30 seconds while the armor is active, Chen Ping'an gains plus 300 physical defense, plus 150 magic defense, immunity to low-level fire damage, and reflects 20% of melee physical damage. Dual defense prices surged again, boom 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 boom. Countless spells crashed violently against the lava armor, unleashing a deafening series of deafening roars. Blinding light and turbulent energy completely engulfed that area. Minus 188, minus 222, minus 201, minus 255, a series of densely packed damage numbers popped up above Chen Ping'an's head. Damn it, I just changed my weapon. When did the damage become so low? Immunity, how come my fireballs are immune? Holy crap. Look at the level rankings, this person just reached level 50, we're only around level 10. The level difference is huge, plus their equipment and skills are overpowered. Don't worry, there are plenty of us, let's just do it. However, something even more shocking happened to the Hall of Oracles Mage Core. The instant those spells struck the lava armor, golden and red light surged wildly across its surface. Puff, 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 lava armor reflection effect triggered. The Hall of Oracles mages who were casting spells regardless of their distance all simultaneously had bursts of scorching flames erupt from their bodies. It was as if their spells were twisted by an invisible force and retaliated against them. Damage numbers like a plague sprang up wildly within the dense array of mages in Hall of Oracles. It was soon engulfed by the raging flames generated by the chain reaction. Ah. What happened? My fireball hit myself. A piercing, unbelievable scream instantly replaced the incantation of the spell. The hundreds of fragile mages in the front row were cut down like wheat, their health bars instantly emptied, turning into blinding white light and forcibly logged off. Equipment, potions, and materials exploded all over the ground like petals falling from the sky. The vanguard of the entire Hall of Oracles, Mage Force, collapsed instantly. We've been plunged into an ocean of death and chaos. Swift step, amidst the chaos, Chen Ping'an's icy voice rang out once more. Buzz. A raging gale enveloped his entire body. He bore the marks of his tattered lava armor and a health bar that was only a quarter full yet slowly recovering under the earth pulse effect. Like a purple lightning bolt tearing through chaos, it crashed into the oracle formation which had been created by the instantaneous death of the frontline mages. Stop him! Augustus's eyes widened in fury and his voice cracked. But it was too late. Chen Ping'an's goal wasn't to kill anyone but rather to disrupt the entire battlefield. Phantom slash combo. Swish, swish, swish. The three condensed purple sword energies did not slash towards the player but instead slammed into the huge, precarious rocks on the steep slopes on both sides of the valley entrance. Boom, 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 gravel poured down like a torrential rain. In an instant, it blocked most of the already chaotic valley entrance and separated the Hall of Oracles from the Sword Pavilion vanguard warriors who were slower to react and were about to press forward. Damn, the road is blocked. Watch out for falling rocks. Don't push, where's the mage, quickly clear the stones. Exclamations, curses, and the roars of a broken command filled the air. The 10,000-strong formation in the narrow terrain suddenly descended into chaos and under Chen Ping'an's deliberate guidance completely turned into a boiling pot of porridge. Chen Ping'an moved like a ghost through the gaps in the chaotic crowd at high speed, his high evasion rate allowing him to narrowly avoid most of the attacks. He occasionally swung his sword not to kill, but to precisely sever command nodes that were trying to reorganize or to push panicked players into more crowded areas, causing a stampede. The lifesteal effect of Wind's Bite is triggered insanely. With the continuous healing from Earth Pulse, he managed to maintain a precarious health bar amidst the chaotic ocean. Listening to the wails around him, Chen Ping'an felt a strange sense of intoxication. Yi Gucheng, what are you waiting for? Attack! Augustus roared furiously in the direction of Sword Pavilion. On the high slope, Yi Gucheng's face was ashen. He looked down at the completely out of control situation, at the purple figure that was creating chaos like a slippery eel in the crowd of thousands, and then at the rending wind in his hand, its light dimming. The allure of the divine weapon remains intense, but the current situation. If Sword Pavilion gets caught up in this chaotic meat grinder now, the losses will be incalculable and they may even be overwhelmed by the rout of Oracle's troops. Reason ultimately triumphed over greed. Jianzhi belongs to. Yi Gucheng's voice, carrying a cold decisiveness, resounded throughout his own camp. Maintain formation, retreat, get out of the combat zone. This is not a safe place to linger. President. The lone city shadow guard is unwilling to accept defeat. Execute the command. Yigacheng was resolute. He glanced intently at the figure in the canyon who had caused such chaos, his expression complex, which ultimately turned into a chilling apprehension. I am the reverse butterfly, we will meet again, that sword will ultimately belong to me. Without further hesitation, he turned and led several thousand elite troops of the Sword Pavilion, retreating swiftly and orderly like the receding silver tide. Yigacheng, you coward, you be *****D. Augustus watched his allies retreat and was so angry he almost vomited blood. His Hall of Divine Oracles has completely spiraled out of control, thrown into chaos by Chen Ping'an with countless members trampling on each other. Chen Ping'an keenly observed the retreat of Sword Pavilion and the complete collapse of Divine Oracle. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and his target instantly locked onto the figure leaping and roaring on the distant hillside, Augustus. Augustus! Chen Ping'an gulped down a bottle of special effect recovery potion, instantly restoring his health bar to a safe level while simultaneously raising the flowing wind chasing Shadow Sword high. I've said it before, from now on, you'd better keep your head down in my presence otherwise. A bluish-purple light rapidly gathered on the sword's body. I'll kill you every time I see you. The wrath of the wind god has finally been triggered. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A raging tornado connecting heaven and earth swept up dust, debris, and even the mangled remains of players that filled the canyon. Like a raging dragon of destruction, it swept fiercely towards the high slope where Augustus was, following the direction of Chen Ping'an's sword. Augustus's pupils contracted sharply, and he only had time to let out a desperate roar before he was completely engulfed by the devastating purplish-blue storm. -26,888, -28,012, -27,652, a terrifying array of golden damage numbers jumped wildly along the storm's path. The Oracle Command Center on the high slope was instantly wiped out. After the storm, the high slope was a scene of devastation, with only scattered white light and equipment and potions strewn about. The entire command structure of the Hall of Oracles was uprooted. Without its command center, the already chaotic remnants of the Hall of Oracles completely collapsed, scattering in all directions, crying out for their parents and trampling each other. They only regretted not having pinched their legs when creating their characters. A deadly trap where 10,000 men surround you. In just a few minutes, Chen Ping'an, single-handedly using his newly acquired skills and orange-tier equipment, took advantage of the terrain and the enemy's greed and confusion to completely turn the world upside down and utterly disintegrate the enemy. Chen Ping'an stood in the middle of the chaotic valley entrance, his clothes slightly dirty. Scattered equipment and lingering white light lay beneath his feet while terrified fleeing soldiers surrounded him. He was slightly out of breath, looking in the direction where the Sword Pavilion group had left. The lava armor on his body slowly dissipated, revealing the dark purple luster of the Shadow Walker leather armor. Yigacheng, you, with your SS-level talent sword heart clarity, are always so cautious. Want this flowing wind-chasing shadow sword? Don't worry, I'll sell it to you willingly. As soon as the battle ended, I am the reverse butterfly's figure transformed into a white light and disappeared from the spot. As soon as I took off my helmet, the cold air of the real world, mixed with the metallic and oily smell unique to the underground fortress, rushed into my nostrils. Chen Ping'an shook his groggy head and, forcing himself to stay awake, rushed to the control panel covered with monitor screens. My finger flew across the screen, and a dozen different night vision images from various angles were displayed and zoomed in. The desolate mountains surrounding the villa appeared as a lifeless, dark green outline under the infrared camera, with no movement except for the ripples caused by the night wind blowing through the withered grass. Temporarily safe. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and an irresistible sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He staggered and collapsed onto the reinforced metal bed, instantly falling into a deep, baby-like sleep. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sword Pavilion Guild in the City of Hope in Doomsday Era, a completely different scene unfolded. Jianj Garrison, the magic crystal ball in the core council chamber, is projecting a video clip that is being played repeatedly. In the scene, the figure with the ID "I am a reverse butterfly" was under the concentrated fire of thousands of mages, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of dark red flowing lava armor. He was bombarded with a barrage of spells, but the damage numbers that appeared were pitifully low. Then, an even stranger scene unfolded. In the mage formation of Hall of Oracles, hundreds of players in the front row simultaneously exploded with fire-reflecting damage, turning into patches of white light. "Stop!" Yi Gacheng, who was sitting in the main seat, suddenly raised his hand, his voice as cold as ice. The scene freezes on the moment when I am the reverse butterfly, with her tattered lava armor and only a quarter of her health remaining, still charges into battle fearlessly. The council chamber was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Several Corps Division commanders turned pale, and the Deputy Lone City Shadow Guard swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Guild leader, we've compiled the attribute screenshots sent by our spy Dark Raven in Hall of Oracles." Lonely City Shadow Guard posted an information panel on the guild's public chat. The panel clearly displays the key attributes of I am a reverse butterfly: LV 50 health, 6880 mana, 5320. Basic attributes: strength 360, agility 380, constitution 98, spirit 187. Combat attributes: physical attack 1128, physical defense 662, magic defense 551. Attack speed 3.94 attacks second. Movement speed 272%. Critical hit rate 55%, evasion rate 53%, accuracy rate 128%. All the high-ranking members of Sword Pavilion, including Yi Gacheng himself, had their eyes fixed on that incongruous number. Spirit 187. 187 points of spirit. A platoon leader cried out in alarm, breaking the silence. Why would a sword master like him need such high spirit to increase mana? He's spamming skills and never seems to run out of mana. Are you crazy? I feel like adding even a single point to spirit is a waste of attribute points. Wouldn't it be better to just stack those attribute points into strength or constitution? His physical defense is already 662, adding more constitution would make him an iron turtle. Could this be the secret to how he could withstand a barrage of attacks from mages and even reflect damage back? Some speculated that the voice carried an element of uncertainty. Are you all blind? 55% critical hit rate, 53% evasion, 128% accuracy. Do you think these are stats a normal person could have? It's definitely just selling cheap stuff to aliens. People of Chengdu, please don't speak. Yi Gacheng's fingers tapped unconsciously on the cold handrail, making a soft tap-tap sound. His handsome face, usually cold and aloof, was now replaced by an extreme confusion and a shock that seemed to have overturned his understanding. He stared at the glaring 187 spirit, his mind a jumble of thoughts clashing violently. As everyone knows, the Swift Swordsman is an extremely agile attack class, pursuing movement speed, attack speed, and critical hits. If one strike misses, the enemy will flee 1,000 miles away. Strength is the foundation of output, agility is the guarantee of survival and mobility, and physical fitness is the bottom line for tolerance of mistakes. Spirit, what's that? This is something only mages and healers need. Rock Conqueror title, bonus to fire and earth damage, lava armor skill. Yi Gacheng murmured to himself, something in the depths of his eyes seeming to shatter and then reform. He withstood the spells thanks to his exaggerated magic resistance and special armor skills. The damage reflection effect was a special skill effect. Since the mental attribute itself doesn't directly participate in defense or attack, then what is its purpose? He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. We're going in the wrong direction, we're all wrong. The core of this game isn't just about the obvious attack and defense. What? Everyone was stunned. You only saw him withstand the damage, saw him kill that idiot Augustus. Cough cough, that pro-mage. Yi Gacheng's voice carried and barely suppressed excitement, even trembling slightly. But you didn't see the more fundamental things, from the starting village, the speed at which he leveled up, the efficiency with which he acquired top-tier equipment, his calm judgment and precise execution when facing a massive attack from thousands. He abruptly pointed to the attribute panel of I am the reverse butterfly on the screen. Would someone who can solo a level 50 regional boss within days of the server opening and escape unscathed after being surrounded by thousands of players have their attribute points allocated aimlessly? The 187 points of spiritual energy, when applied to him, must possess an irreplaceable, terrifying value that we have yet to comprehend. This is very likely the core foundation supporting his terrifyingly rapid, almost prophetic development. It's working, everything's working. A collective gasp filled the council chamber. The president's words cleaved a rift in their preconceived notions about the game. Perhaps mental attributes are linked to some hidden mechanism, greater insight, faster skill acquisition. A near-fanatical light gleamed in Yi Gucheng's eyes as a bold, almost insane idea took shape in his mind. Let's go to Shadow Rift to fight that level 35 Shadow Assassin. I want to experience firsthand what it's like to stack spirit. President. The lonely city Shadow Guard was completely stunned, looking at the flames burning in the eyes of their usually calm and composed guild leader. Shadow Assassin, incredibly high agility, poisonous attacks, and can even create clones. Our main squad's average level is only 22, going there would be suicide missions. Sana. Yi Gucheng suddenly stood up, a sharp aura bursting forth. He drew the rending wind sword from his waist, its blade pointing directly at the gate of the camp, his imposing presence overwhelming. Before, I was delivering vegetables because I didn't understand. Now I get it. Attribute points, how can they be such an inconvenient thing? All troops listen to my command. His voice was firm and resolute, carrying an unquestionable determination. Target Shadow Rift, the lair of the Shadow Assassins. All melee fighters, put all your free attribute points earned from leveling up into spirit. Not a shred of strength, agility, or physical prowess can be spared. Now, immediately, let's go. The Jianj garrison was instantly thrown into chaos. A group of warriors and swordsmen who were used to charging into battle and focusing on strength, agility, and constitution looked dejected and reluctantly poured their precious attribute points into the useless spirit bar. Seeing their pitiful mana points barely increasing on their screens, each of them inwardly groaned. The guild leaders gone mad. How the hell are we supposed to fight monsters like this? Deep within the Shadow Rift, a chilling wind howled and ghostly figures loomed. Roar. With a sharp screech, a black figure, fast as a ghost, darted through the 20-man main force of Sword Pavilion, leaving behind afterimages and green poison damage numbers. It's a level 35 rare elite Shadow Assassin. Hold on, priest, dispel. Damn a clone, which one is real? Where's the warrior taunting? Pull him away now. I can't take it, its attack speed is too fast. The poison stacks up too fast. The team chat was in chaos, health bars fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster, and danger lurked everywhere. Despite Yi Gucheng's composed command, the huge gap in levels and attributes, coupled with the team members' extreme unfamiliarity with spirit points, made the battle exceptionally difficult. President, we can't hold on any longer, let's retreat. Lone City Shadow Guard took a backstab, his health bar instantly reaching 0, and he screamed in agony. Get out of here, Maya ****. Yi Gucheng's eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had lost everything. He stared intently at the elusive, shadowy figure, abandoning all defense and movement, focusing all his attention on the wind slash in his hand, letting out a beast-like growl. Look carefully, you be ****D. He abandoned parrying and dodging, pouring all his mind, will, and even some mysterious spirit into the sword in his hand. The sword moves with the heart. Where the heart goes, the sword follows, triple thrust. He roared, his body transforming into a resolute white light, recklessly crashing into the Shadow Assassin's true form. At this moment, Yi Gucheng was as if he had been blessed with incredible luck. Puff, 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 88 -1912 -1978. 3 unprecedented, almost overlapping, enormous golden critical strike numbers exploded above Shadow Assassin's head, extremely fast, precise to the millimeter. Shadow Assassin let out an incredulous scream as his health bar was instantly emptied by the sudden triple critical hit. The black body stiffened for a moment, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Several blue glowing items and a large amount of coin materials were found. the entire Rift Valley fell silent instantly. All the members of Sword Pavilion stared in disbelief at Yi Gucheng, who stood holding his sword and breathing slightly, then looked at the corpse of Shadow Assassin on the ground, their minds blank. Did you see that? That feeling, that complete focus, as if time slowed down, the feeling of being able to anticipate its every move. This is the spirit, this is the direction of Lao Tzu's enlightenment. The essence of spirit lies in the addition of the divine element here. He tapped his temple lightly with the hilt of his sword. Holy crap, a triple critical hit, one kill, it can't be a coincidence, can it? A warrior muttered. Guild leader, what was that move you just made? The healer girl's eyes lit up. Could it be that mental state really affects critical hit rate and hit detection, even? Does it affect combat instincts? Looking at his high 12 points of spirit on his stat sheet, Lone City Shadow Guard felt for the first time that this attribute wasn't so useless after all. Yi Gucheng didn't answer. He bent down and picked up a skill book that Shadow Assassin had dropped, his eyes burning with an unprecedented flame of ambition. I am the reverse butterfly, you just wait, I'll get your sword from you sooner or later. A spirit-based sword emperor, I'm going to be one too. In the real world, there are underground safe houses. Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes, the glaring overhead light making him squint. The extreme fatigue brought on by deep sleep is swept away, replaced by a clear mind full of energy. After my energy levels increased and this effect translated into reality, I now feel refreshed after only 5 hours of sleep. Log in, find your mentor Lorraine, it's time for your second job advancement. Chen Ping'an put on the helmet, a playful smile playing on his lips. I just wonder if that cunning old fox Yi Gucheng will go crazy increasing my spirit attribute after seeing my attribute chart. The spiritual sword emperor has quite a unique style. Let's see how long you're going to keep your SS talent sword heart clarity hidden. After going online, Chen Ping'an first went to the Golden Scale Pavilion in the central square of Hope City. He revealed the card that shimmered with dark gold runes, representing the identity of a top-level anonymous VIP of the Golden Scale Pavilion. Upon seeing this, the guard at the door changed his expression drastically and rushed inside. Soon, Senior Butler Jin Suanpan, with a beaming smile, welcomed Chen Ping'an into the VIP room. Oh, I am Reverse Butterfly, long time no see, your popularity has been soaring lately. What brings you here today? I'd like to sell something, you can decide the price. I have urgent business to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. After saying that, Chen Ping'an laid out all the unused materials he had obtained from the rock canyon. They quickly filled half of the VIP room. Jin Suanpan felt as if he had touched an electrical wire, his whole body went numb. This is all top-grade material worth at least 1 million gold coins. Lord Reverse Butterfly, are you sure? These junk materials aren't very useful, can you list them on the auction house for me? After saying that, Chen Ping'an turned and left, leaving Jin Suanpan, who was still in a daze, standing there. As I walked, I opened my friends list and there was only one lonely friend, the newspaper boy. The screen shows that he is already level 22 and has changed his class to a battle mage. I am a reverse butterfly. Kaingzi, focus on developing your character during this time. If any large guilds recruit, go for it. I'll invite you over after I establish my guild. Newspaper boy, Brother Ping'an, you're like my own father. There's nothing more to say, as long as it's something Father Ping'an arranges. I am a reverse butterfly, I'm going for my second job advancement, talk to you later. Newspaper boy. I've only completed one transformation and you're already on your second, no wonder you're called Peaceful Father, best of luck. Chen Ping'an closed the chat window. Without stopping, he walked straight through the bustling crowds in the central square of the City of Hope and turned into a dilapidated alleyway that had been eroded by time and was almost unrecognizable. Deep in the alley, the low-ceilinged dojo with its crooked wooden sign bearing the words Swift Wind still exudes a lazy, laid-back vibe. Windrunner Lorraine. The middle-aged mentor, who always looked like he hadn't slept properly, was slumped on the threshold, sipping wine from a greasy gourd. Oh, you're back. Lorraine didn't even lift her eyelids, her voice hoarse from a hangover, lazily drawing out the words. You're making quite a racket, kid. The server-wide announcements are like they're free. The noise woke me up 3 times over. Halfway through his sentence, his murky gaze inadvertently swept over Chen Ping'an's wrists, and the pair of wrist guards, as menacing as cooled lava and flowing with dark gold patterns, instantly captured his full attention. Vda. Lorraine's cheap liquor suddenly spurted out in a stream, and he sprang up from the threshold like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The gourd slammed to the ground with a thud, the spilled wine gushing out, but no one cared. He rushed to Chen Ping'an in 3 strides. His eyes widened, staring intently at the pair of wristbands radiating terrifying heat and a heavy aura. His fingers trembled, wanting to touch them yet afraid to, his voice trembling with disbelief. G. Gratitonis, lava bracers. Holy crap, you little brat, you actually killed that old turtle coiled in the lava? I heard the announcement and I thought it was just a coincidence of names. You not only killed it but you also exposed its most treasured possession? Chen Ping'an simply nodded calmly, casually sharing the wristband's attribute panel. The orange light stung Lorraine's eyes. Gratoni's lava bracers, legendary orange. Location wristband. Demand level 48. Physical defense plus 320. Magic defense plus 280. Strength plus 45. Constitution plus 40. Special effects. Lava barrier passively increases all elemental damage reduction by 20%. When attacked, there is a 15% chance to generate a lava shield in front of the user, absorbing damage equal to 15% of the user's maximum health, 30-second cooldown. Earth Pulse, passive, while standing on the ground regenerates 0.5% of maximum health per second. Duration of crowd control effects is reduced by 20%. Description: a legendary bracer forged from the core essence of a lava behemoth, imbued with the weight of the earth and the fury of lava. The wearer is like a mobile volcanic fortress, combining offense and defense, standing firm and unyielding. Lorraine gasped, her mouth agape wide enough to fit a duck egg. It took her a long time to close it. She then patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder forcefully, so hard that Chen Ping'an staggered. Good lad. The first time I saw you, I knew you were a troublemaker. I never imagined you'd cause such a huge commotion. You even overturned that old tortoise, and this luck ... it's unbelievable. After expressing his feelings, Lorraine's expression gradually became serious. He bent down to pick up the wine gourd that had rolled into the corner, took a big gulp, wiped his mouth, and looked at Chen Ping'an with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. The equipment is good, but equipment is inanimate. People are alive. True strength lies here. He poked his chest hard with his finger. When you changed jobs last time, I gave you a wins token. Do you still have it? Chen Ping'an immediately pulled out the object from the corner of his backpack. It was warm to the touch, made of an unknown material, and exuded an ancient aura. Lorraine accepted the token, his rough fingers tracing the intricate patterns on it, a hint of reminiscence and complexity flashing in his eyes. This thing involves a deeper level of power within the Swift-Wind Sword Master lineage, and it is also the key to the Sword Chi realm. The second advancement is not simply a matter of increased strength, but rather a profound understanding of the essence of wind and sword. He looked up, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed intently on Chen Ping'an. I wouldn't tell this to anyone else, but you're the only one who has some of my old-fashioned flair. So I won't hide it from you. Now there is an opportunity, a trial that may allow you to truly touch the edge of sword chi. However, this trial is extremely dangerous. Failure will result in serious injury at best and at worst. The possibility of never being able to change jobs or improve oneself again in this lifetime. Moreover, the trial grounds will strip you of all external power and you will return to your most primal state. Tell me, are you willing to accept the trial of the Immaculate Wind? Accept the hidden class advancement quest, the Immaculate Wind. Mission requirements: survive within the wind's desolation for 24 hours and defeat the final guardian. Mission failure penalty: permanently lose eligibility to advance to the Swift-Wind Swordsman rank, level cap locked. Warning: the trial space will strip all equipment and items except basic weapons, retaining only basic attributes, talents, and skills. A series of cold system notifications flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind, carrying an undeniable and resolute tone. This is the moment I've been waiting for, a realm I've never reached in my previous life. Chen Ping'an had a premonition that if he could pass the Immaculate Wind trial, the benefits it would bring would far exceed his expectations. Without the slightest hesitation, his eyes remained sharp as ever, except. Good. A glint flashed in Lorraine's eyes and he abruptly raised the token of wind high in his hand. Buzz. The token suddenly burst forth with a blinding blue light, and countless tiny wind blades appeared out of thin air, spinning wildly around the token and emitting a sharp shriek. A sudden gust of wind rose from the ground, making the dilapidated wooden doors of the temple rattle loudly and causing Lorraine's robes to flutter wildly. Remember, you must keep your mind pure, focused only on the wind and the sword. 24 hours, either emerge from your cocoon and become a butterfly, or be doomed. Lorraine's voice sounded somewhat ethereal in the strong wind, yet every word struck Chen Ping'an's heart like a hammer blow. The next moment, the token's light reached its peak, transforming into a thick beam of cyan light that instantly engulfed Chen Ping'an's figure. A violent sense of weightlessness and spatial distortion washed over me, as if I had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. Chen Ping'an held fast to his senses, resisting the dizziness that threatened to tear his soul apart. I don't know how much time passed, it felt like just a moment, yet also like 1,000 years. Bang. With a sudden stop, Chen Ping'an landed heavily, staggering a few steps before regaining his balance. The gale and the light vanished instantly, replaced by a deathly silence that was chillingly bleak. He immediately looked down at himself. The stylish Shadow Walker leather armor on his body had disappeared, replaced by a faded, rough cloth beginner's outfit with no attribute bonuses. The reassuring weight and sharp aura of the flowing wind chasing Shadow sword on his back had vanished, replaced by a rough, uncomfortable wooden sword that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. He quickly brought up his equipment and inventory. Equipment slots: breastplate, ragged coarse cloth, no attributes. Weapon: rotten wooden sword, attack power 2. Metal: heart of stone metal, purple epic status. Sealed grade. Backpack section: completely empty, not a single copper coin or potion was left. Only 3 special items remain, lying forlornly in the corner: Heart of Lava, orange legendary material, void phantom core, purple material, and fragment of time and space, unique, all in an unusable grayed out state. The talent bar is still there. The titles 100x reward boost, god level luck, pioneer, and lava conqueror, sealed, are all highlighted. The skills basic sword mastery, swift step, phantom slash, swift slash, and lava armor are also present in the skill bar. On the attribute panel, the basic attribute values such as strength, agility, constitution, and spirit have not changed, but without all equipment bonuses, combat attributes such as attack power and defense have plummeted to an extremely low level. Strength 115, agility 111, constitution 13, spirit 178. Physical attack 212, physical defense 53, magic defense 150. Attack speed 3.75, attack second, movement speed 251%. Critical hit rate 55%, evasion rate 38%, accuracy rate 128%. Hiss. Even with Chen Ping'an's strong will, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw this panel. This isn't a trial, it's practically being stripped naked and thrown into hell. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. This is an incredibly eerie space. The sky was a solidified leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, only a depressing gloom. Beneath my feet lay the same dark, hard, and cold rocky ground stretching to the horizon. A thick, deathly stillness filled the air. There wasn't even a breeze, as if sound had been swallowed up by this space. There are no monsters, no NPCs, and no landmarks. There was only boundless emptiness and deathly silence, and above them a giant countdown hourglass made of pure blue light silently flowing with fine sand. Trial countdown 23:59:48. Trial countdown 23:59:47. Trial countdown 23:59:46. Time ticked by, and the oppressive feeling weighed heavily on Chen Ping'an's heart like an invisible boulder. Strip away all external forces, return to the origin. Comprehend the essence of wind and sword. Lorraine's words echoed in his mind. Chen Ping'an gripped the light, flimsy wooden sword in his hand as if it would break at the slightest touch, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. This piece of junk only has an attack power of 2, using it to kill monsters, that's like tickling them. His gaze swept over the skill bar. Swift Step allows you to run, but can you actually escape? Phantom Slash can be used, but 3 hits with this broken wooden sword might not even outdamage the monster's health regeneration. Swift Slash has a wider range, but its attack power. Lava Armor is a defensive skill, but it consumes too much mana. With his pitiful amount of mana, how many times can he use it? An unprecedented pressure enveloped him. Without overwhelming power from divine equipment in this desolate region, all he could truly rely on was his own body and the combat experience and talent he possessed. Huff. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The panic in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by an icy calm and an almost beast-like vigilance. He stopped looking at the despairing attribute panel and instead scanned the desolate gray space with the sharpness of a hawk, not missing a single movement. The greatest fear is the unknown danger, but fear only hastens death. He held the light wooden sword horizontally in front of him, assuming a basic swordsmanship starting stance. All muscles were tense and the mind was highly focused, capturing any subtle energy fluctuation in the air. SHH, 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 the hourglass of the countdown flows silently. In the deathly silence, time seemed to stretch out. Every second felt like an eternity. Chen Ping'an stood motionless like a stone statue, only his slightly rising and falling chest and sharp, knife-like eyes proving that he was still alive. Without warning, the dark space 100 meters ahead began to distort violently like ripples on water. A violent, chaotic, and destructive energy surge erupted like a tsunami. Roar. A deafening roar, as if from a primordial beast, ripped through the deathly silence. The dark energy converged wildly, instantly coalescing into a gigantic outline 5 meters tall, entirely composed of chaotic energy. It had no fixed shape, like a constantly churning and roaring gray hurricane, with countless twisted, limb-like or tentacle-like things stretching and waving within it. Each swing produced a piercing whistling sound and subtle ripples in the air. A pair of crimson giant eyes composed of pure, violent energy opened in the eye of the hurricane, locking onto the tiny Chen Ping'an. A suffocating, terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of the level 50 lava behemoth Gratoni, crushed down as if it were a tangible force. Wind's Wraith LV. Status: extremely frenzied. Description: a terrifying existence formed from the chaotic energy and violent will accumulated over millennia within the desolate wind realm. It is the ultimate obstacle on the path of those undergoing trials to comprehend the immaculate wind. Its very existence is a desecration and distortion of the purity of the wind. Roar. The wind demon let out another earth-shattering roar, its massive energy body suddenly contracted, and then it crashed into Chen Ping'an like a cannonball. It moved so fast that it left only a blurry afterimage on the gray ground. Wherever it passed, deep furrows were plowed into the hard ground and gravel shot out in all directions like bullets. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly descended upon me. It's here. With the rotten wooden sword held horizontally in front of him, Chen Ping'an's muscles instantly tensed like steel wires. The 5-meter-tall wind demon, composed of pure chaotic energy, rushed towards him at such speed that it was only a gray shadow. The wind pressure it generated was like a tangible giant hammer, slamming hard into his chest. Cough. Chen Ping'an groaned, a sweet taste rising in his throat as if his internal organs had been displaced by the shock. Driven by instinct, my body rolled awkwardly to the side and backward, almost skimming the ground. Boom. The massive energy body of the wind demon slammed heavily onto the spot where he had just been standing. The hard, dark gray rock floor was blasted open like tofu, creating a crater over 3 meters in diameter. The rubble rained down like a storm, striking Chen Ping'an with resounding thuds and taking away a negligible amount of health. -1, -1, -1, the damage numbers kept jumping up. Although they weren't high, they were like a death knell. Even more terrifying, a chaotic and violent mental shock like an invisible sharp cone pierced Chen Ping'an's mind along with the aftershocks of the evil spirit's roar. Buzz. My brain felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. It went completely blank for a moment. A strong feeling of dizziness and nausea surged up, and everything in front of my eyes seemed to be spinning. The high evasion rate provided by great fortune seemed to have no effect in the face of this pure mental attack. Roar. The wind demon's attack missed, and its two crimson energy eyes became even more ferocious. Its massive body suddenly spun around. A massive energy tentacle as thick as a bucket and compressed from pure gray hurricane energy swept across the room like a giant whip, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Its speed was extremely fast and its coverage area was extremely wide, completely blocking all of Chen Ping'an's dodge angles. There's no way to avoid it. Chen Ping'an's pupils shrank to pinpoints. In that critical moment, he almost exhausted all his strength and willpower and roared out, "Swift step." Buzz, a pale blue gust of wind, instantly enveloped his entire body. With his attributes plummeting, the 435% increase in movement speed after the buff is his only lifeline. He slammed his feet into the ground, his body shooting backward like an arrow, narrowly missing the edge of the destructive energy tentacle. Sizzle, the chaotic wind blades emanating from the edges of the energy tentacles like countless sharp razors, instantly tore through the tattered, defenseless cloth garment he was wearing. More than a dozen deep, gruesome wounds exposing the bone were left on his bare chest and abdomen. Blood spurted out instantly. 88, a huge, shocking damage number suddenly popped up. Chen Ping'an's health bar plummeted by more than 2/3 in an instant, like a floodgate being opened. Only a pitiful sliver of blood remained, stubbornly shimmering. A wave of excruciating pain washed over his entire body, causing his vision to blur and almost making him faint. Huff and huff. He crashed heavily onto the rocks more than 10 meters away, each breath aggravating his wounds and bringing excruciating pain. He struggled to get up, but found his body incredibly heavy and stiff due to excessive blood loss and the aftereffects of the mental shock. Is it over? With their equipment stripped away and stats drastically reduced, is there truly no chance of victory against this terrifying monster, who is on a completely different level? A chilling sense of despair crept into my heart like a venomous snake. Only a few minutes have passed in the 24-hour countdown. Is it really going to end here? Job change failed, level locked. Having been given a second chance at life, can't I even take this one step? Chen Ping'an, you are just a mortal after all. Just at the crucial moment when Chen Ping'an was about to undergo his second transformation. The god of law, Augustus's handsome face was now twisted like a demon, and the veins on his neck were throbbing. The white light at the City of Hope's respawn point hadn't completely dissipated when a piercing roar of laughter stabbed into his ears. Look at the pinned post in the world chat, the fall of the god of magic, Augustus's 3 consecutive desperate facial expressions. Hahaha, holy crap, that last emoji, I screenshotted it. I'll use it for taunting in Guild Wars from now on. Hall of Oracles recruitment ad. The guild leader leads the charge, dying in a rhythmic fashion. Join now and receive the guild leader's signature emoji pack. Augustus's vision went black. The world chat was flooded with images of him being swallowed by the wrath of the wind god, Tornado, his face contorted in utter terror, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a fist. High definition, uncensored, 360-degree loop playback. Some people even went so far as to Photoshop the text "I'm a newbie" onto his phone. I am the reverse butterfly. I'll fight you to the death. Augustus's roar echoed at the resurrection point, making the few newly resurrected mages tremble. He abruptly pulled up the guild management panel and the glaring red numbers on it lashed at his face like a whip. Hall of Oracles, online members. 5897120000. In the Battle of Rock Canyon alone, plus the subsequent rout and trampling, more than 6,000 members of the guild were forced offline. Less than 1 in 10 of the core elite team remains. How huge must the loss be? With a grim face, he charged into the war hall deep within the guild's territory like a wounded Tyrannosaurus Rex. The heavy obsidian door slammed shut behind him, shutting out the noise and prying eyes of the outside world. In the hall, the remaining dozen or so core members were trembling with fear, not daring to utter a sound. The air was so oppressive you could wring water out of it. Say. Augustus's voice sounded as if it had been pulled from an ice cellar. He slammed his hand on the heavy black iron conference table, leaving a clear, charred handprint. Are you all mute? I've been spending a fortune supporting you, giving you resources. I'm not letting you be treated like quails. If you don't come up with a plan today, you can forget about ever working in Oracle again. Dead silence. Only heavy breathing could be heard. In the corner, a rogue player with the ID Dark Raven stood up with a stiff upper lip. He was thin, but his eyes revealed a shrewd and cunning nature. Chairman, please calm down. The brothers are doing their best to rally the defeated soldiers and stabilize morale. Rock Canyon, we were careless. We didn't expect that I am the reverse butterfly to be so sinister. Nonsense. Augustus grabbed a crystal ball and threw it. Dark Raven nimbly shrank its neck and the crystal ball shattered into pieces against the wall. What I want to hear is how to kill him, how to loot all his gear to wash away my shame. Not you bragging about how awesome he is in front of me. Dark Raven swallowed hard, a sly glint in his eyes. President, a head-on confrontation is probably not an option for the time being. That guy is elusive. His level and equipment completely outclass ours, but... He paused deliberately, building up the anticipation. My subordinates used all their informants and actually uncovered something interesting. He pointed his finger into the air, bringing up a blurry video projection and displaying it on the guild's public chat. The scene shown is the entrance to Rock Canyon, amidst the flying stone corpses. A mage dressed in a beginner's robe, carrying a pitiful wooden bow, the newspaper boy. He was crouching slyly on a towering rock platform, shooting arrows bew at the high-level monster below. The exaggerated LV3 and nearly 10,000 health bar above his head were extremely jarring in comparison. This kid. Augustus frowned, his face full of disdain. What does a level 3 piece of trash have to do with I am a reverse butterfly? President, look here. Dark Raven fast forwards the video. In the scene, I am the reverse butterfly, having cleared out the monsters, flashed and appeared directly below the rock platform. He looked up and seemed to say something to the newspaper boy on the platform. Immediately afterwards, the newspaper vendoress face instantly lit up with an almost fawning ecstasy, and the two started teaming up. And Dark Raven lowered his voice, a hint of smug satisfaction in it. Our people found in the newbie village Kukau camp that this newspaper boy had been frantically searching for someone named Chen Ping'an. Considering the timing, it was shortly before I am the reverse butterfly appeared in Rock Canyon. The two know each other offline, their relationship is very close, Chen Ping'an. As Augustus pondered the name, the violent rage in his eyes was gradually replaced by a cold, calculating intent. He suddenly stood up, his scarlet mage robes billowing without wind, and a wave of scorching heat swept through the entire hall. Good, very good, I am the reverse butterfly. I can't beat you for now, I can't do anything to you. But you must have someone you care about, right? A cruel smile spread across his face, revealing gleaming white teeth, and his voice was like a viper's hiss. Dark Raven, here's double your guild points. No matter what methods you use, bring this newspaper boy to the guild for me. Remember, it's please, make him come willingly. He deliberately emphasized the word please, the threatening meaning of which was self-evident. Yes, Chairman, I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. Dark Raven's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Others. Augustus surveyed the entire room, his tone chilling. Recruit people for me, throw money at them, prioritize resources for the core team. Level gear, I need to level up as fast as I can. Sword Emperor, that hypocrite is unreliable. Last time he swore he'd never regret his sword strike. I swear to God he'd regret it. He's just pretending. Next time we meet, I'll burn them all to ashes. He suddenly pulled out the new weapon he had just bought at the cost of his entire fortune. A staff that is entirely crimson red with a huge flaming gem embedded at its top. Augustus slammed it hard onto the ground. A scorching wave of air suddenly spread out. Burning Soul Staff, purple epic. Slot main hand weapon. Demand level 25. Spell attack 315. Intelligence plus 35. Spirit plus 20. Special effects. Flame amplification. Increases fire spell damage by 25%. Soul burn. When an attack hits, there is a 15% chance to inflict the soul burn status on the target, causing them to lose 1% of their maximum health per second fire damage for 5 seconds. During this time, the target receives 30% less healing. Description: forged from earth core iron and the core of the salamander lord, the staff flows with an inextinguishable inferno. Wielding it can incinerate the soul. See that? Augustus stroked the flowing flame patterns on his staff, his eyes filled with madness. This is just the beginning. I am the reverse butterfly and that sword emperor. Your good days as swordsman are over. I'll show you what real firepower suppression is. This is just the beginning. Dark Raven, get to work. The rest of you come with me to the blacksmith. This burning soul has to be even stronger. He needs a resounding victory. Even if it's just to enhance the light of success, temporarily dispel the shadow of the crushing defeat in Rock Canyon, and revive the crumbling morale. Southwest of the City of Hope at the edge of the Twilight Forest, whoosh tilde. Puff -1, if the defense is not broken, forced HP loss. Triggering the talent hand of Divine Punishment. Adjusted to true damage equal to 2% of the target's maximum health. Target health, 18,500 right arrow damage, 370. Player Newspaper Boy has permanently gained 1 point of maximum health. Current health, 12,251 2250. Li Qiang skillfully drew back the inferior shortbow he bought from the system shop, and a wooden arrow limply struck the rear of a level 15 crazy rabbit. Tisk, another no critical hit. Li Qiang pursed his lips and gulped down a bottle of cheap spring water. I used to drink carbonated beverages while playing online games on my computer, but in this world I can only temporarily replace them with spring water. Ever since being guided to level 10 by his father, Ping'an, and completing his battle mage class change, his bizarre S-rank talent hand of Divine Punishment has completely transformed him into a healing machine. Fighting monsters. It's all thanks to that 1% of maximum health as true damage for scraping. His current health has reached 12,250 points, several times more robust than other tanky warriors of the same level, and his attack has also increased by 2%, but his efficiency is still abysmal. Sai, when is Ping'an going to create a guild? I'd love to be a mascot, maybe even pick up girls. I'm definitely not going to be in the top 100 that the aliens are talking about, so living for the moment is the best policy. Burp. Li Qiang mechanically shot arrows while idly scrolling through his friends list at the lonely ID I am reverse butterfly, which always displayed in special map. When will this ever end? Hey. A new friend request suddenly popped up in my friend list and the ID sounded pretty good, Tsukikij Seika. Note, hey bro, leveling up in the wild must be tough, you're all alone, wanna team up? Our team needs a strong DPS. Li Qiang's eyes lit up instantly. Powerful output? Are you talking about me? Although my output method is a bit unusual, I'm still someone who's been protected by Ping'an. He happily clicked accept. Moonlight Serenade immediately sent a cute emoji. Hi there bro, we're farming black wolves in Duskwood at coordinates 952, 777. The drop rate is amazing. Wanna join? There's a female priest here. There's a girl there. Li Qiang immediately perked up, completely forgetting his father's admonition to develop discreetly. Coming right away. He put away his wooden bow and ran excitedly toward the coordinates provided by the other party. The forest was dimly lit at dusk, and the tall, ancient trees twisted their branches, casting eerie shadows. The further you go, the higher the level of the monsters become and the quieter it gets. When he ran breathlessly to a clearing in the woods near the coordinates, he froze. The open space was completely deserted. There wasn't a single wolf hare, let alone a group of girls. Where did everyone go? Li Qiang scratched his head, opened his friend list, and wanted to ask Moon Shadow's song. Just then, a dozen figures silently emerged from the shadows of the tall bushes and ancient trees all around. They were all wearing black cloaks that concealed their ids and faces. Their movements were swift and professional, instantly forming a tight encirclement that trapped Li Qiang in the center. A chilling killing intent permeated the air, making it seem as if the air itself had frozen. The leader of the men in black stepped forward, and from beneath the hood came Dark Raven's deliberately low, hoarse voice with a metallic scraping quality. The newspaper boy, is that right? Our president invites you. Please come with us. Sword Chi space? Chen Ping'an's will was on the verge of collapse. It seems like I really can't keep going. Buzz, a cold, sharp pain filled with endless hatred and betrayal, suddenly erupted from his chest, right in the heart area without warning. It wasn't a physical wound, but a deep, agonizing pain originating from the depths of the soul. The gloomy, desolate landscape before them instantly distorted and shattered. Instead, what remains is the horrific scene of blood and fire intertwined on the final battlefield of the previous apocalypse era. He was seriously injured, victory was in sight, and he was only one step away from reaching the top of the ladder. All his strength was exhausted in the battle with the final boss. His body swayed precariously, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his sword. How similar this is to our current situation. At that moment, a familiar, warm scent with a faint fragrance approached him. Ping'an, hang in there. It's he, Yuanyuan, the person he trusted and loved most. With tears in her eyes and her voice choked with sobs, she seemed to be using all her strength to support his swaying body. At that moment, he, as always, entrusted her with his trust and his back without reservation. However, the cold, destructive blade pierced his unsuspecting back without any resistance. It emerged from the front of the body. Hot blood splattered onto He Yuanyuan's face, which was streaked with tears but now covered with resolute tears. Excruciating pain, incredible betray. He turned around with difficulty and saw a pair of eyes filled with endless pain and despair, as if they bore the weight of the entire world, yet cold and resolute. I'm sorry, I had to. Her lips moved, speaking silently. Why? The heart-wrenching question he had posed before his death in his past life exploded like a thunderclap in Chen Ping'an's mind, which was on the verge of collapse. Why? An indescribable surge of resentment, rage, and a will to survive that transcended the boundaries of life and death erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for millennia. The excruciating physical pain, the mental dizziness, and the chilling despair instantly overwhelmed me. Ugh! Chen Ping'an suddenly raised his head and let out a mournful roar like a wounded lone wolf. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. That wasn't madness but a chilling flame ignited by extreme pain and anger, frozen for millennia. The pain of betrayal is 100 times greater than the damage caused by the wind spirit. Having been given a second chance at life, how could I possibly fall at the starting line again? How can we allow ourselves to be slaughtered again simply because we are weak? Strength, only strength, pure power. It does not depend on any external things but only on the power of one's own will and belief. Wind, sword, I am the wind, I am the sword. An indescribable realization struck him like lightning, cleaving through his chaotic mind. The wind is not chaos, it is freedom, it is protection, it is the will to break all shackles. He stared intently at the wind demon that roared again, waving more energy tentacles as it lunged forward. His hoarse voice carried an unprecedented firmness and coldness. You twisted and chaotic monstrosity, you dare call yourself wind. Break it from me. There were no dazzling skill effects, no earth-shattering spectacle. With only an indomitable will and a renewed understanding of wind, Chen Ping'an gripped the decaying wooden sword tightly in both hands and fiercely slashed out at the storm of energy tentacles lashing at him from all directions. This sword strike was clumsy, slow, and completely haphazard, yet it carries with it a resolute will to sever destiny and shatter illusions. A miracle has happened. The seemingly indestructible gray tentacles, imbued with terrifying and chaotic energy, melted away with a hissing sound the moment they touched the decaying wooden sword, just like a red-hot iron piercing snow. The small section of the energy tentacle that was touched instantly dimmed and became unstable, although it was only a negligible little impact. Although more energy tentacles continued to lash out at Chen Ping'an, bringing forth new blood and excruciating pain. But this small success was like the first spark ignited in the darkness. Chen Ping'an's eyes were frighteningly bright. He completely abandoned his defenses, ignoring the excruciating pain that was engulfing him. All he could see was the rotten wooden sword and the chaotic energy that kept surging towards him. He was like a madman, clumsily but persistently swinging his sword again and again, feeling it with his body and guiding it with his will. With each swing of the sword, the decaying wooden blade came into contact with chaotic energy. A faint, yet incredibly pure sense of wind flowed into his body and merged into his will. It was a kind of power that had been stripped of all violence, chaos, and destruction. Only the most primal, freest, and sharpest essence of wind remains. Your understanding of wind has deepened. Your proficiency with swift step has increased. Your understanding of wind has deepened. Your proficiency with gale slash has increased. Your understanding of wind has deepened. Your phantom slash proficiency has increased. System notifications flooded his mind like a screen full of notifications, but Chen Ping'an remained completely unaware. His movements gradually became fluid amidst pain and enlightenment. With each swing of the decaying wooden sword, a faint, almost imperceptible yet undeniably present, pale blue aura began to emanate. This airflow was extremely weak, far less dazzling than when enhanced by equipment, yet it possessed an indescribable purity and penetrating power. The wind spirits seemed to sense a threat, and their attacks became even more violent and chaotic. Countless chaotic energy blasts rained down like a storm, and enormous energy claws tore through space, causing the entire dark space to tremble under its roar. Chen Ping'an was like a small boat in a stormy sea which could capsize at any moment. His coarse cloth clothes were already tattered rags, and his exposed skin was almost entirely covered with deep wounds that revealed the bone and scorch marks from energy burns. He was almost covered in blood, and every movement left a trail of sticky blood on the ground. His health bar showed only 1 point of health remaining. He was forcibly holding on with an extraordinary willpower that pushed him to his limits. The wind spirit's attack seemed to have no effect on him. It turned into a pale blue stream of energy and was absorbed when it reached him. Chen Ping'an's mental state had long been exhausted to the limit, and he was experiencing excruciating pain in his brain as if being stabbed with needles. But the sword in his hand became increasingly steady. The wisp of pale blue energy that clung to the decaying wooden sword grew clearer and clearer, more and more concentrated. Time passed by second. Countdown. 000100. 60 seconds left? The wind demon seemed to realize that time was running out. Its massive energy body suddenly contracted to its limit, and all the chaotic energy collapsed inwards, condensing into a gray-black energy core that was only the size of a fist, yet exuded an aura of destruction. The space around the core twisted and collapsed, groaning under the unbearable pressure. Destruction storm. This was its final, decisive blow. He compressed all his chaotic will and energy to the extreme, unleashing a devastating, indiscriminate annihilation eruption. The area covers the entire core of the Forbidden Zone. Chen Ping'an sensed a deadly threat. This attack was unavoidable, unstoppable. In his current state, touching him would mean certain death. Roar! The wind demon let out its final, destructive roar, and its gray-black core of destruction was about to explode. At that very moment of final annihilation, all the pain, exhaustion, and struggle in Chen Ping'an's eyes faded away, leaving only an extreme coldness and emptiness. It was as if he had completely merged with the sword in his hand and the faint yet pure wind around him. He slowly raised the rotten wooden sword in his hand. The sword tip was aimed directly at the destructive core that was about to erupt. There was no roaring, no howling. Only one whisper, utterly calm yet containing a resolute determination to sever all ties, resounded in the final silence before destruction. The wind shouldn't be like this. I am the storm. Let it end. Buzz. The pale blue aura that had been swirling around the decaying wooden sword suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. It was no longer a faint current of air, but had transformed into a pale blue sword aura that was condensed to the extreme, seemingly capable of cutting through space. This sword energy had no earth-shattering momentum, only an extreme speed and sharpness. It disregarded the barriers of space, arriving a fraction of a second before the core of destruction erupted, striking first despite being a latecomer. It pierced the very center of that gray-black energy core, the most unstable point. Puff, a crisp sound so faint it was almost negligible. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The wind demon's destructive roar suddenly stopped as if its throat had been choked. The gray-black core containing the power to annihilate everything suddenly became covered with spider-web-like pale blue cracks. The next moment, splash splash. Like shattered glass, the core of destruction, along with the massive energy body of the wind demon, was completely disintegrated and shattered from within by that extremely pure pale blue sword aura. In an instant, it transformed into countless tiny gray specks of light like a silent rain of stars drifting away in the gloomy space. System, congratulations to player I am a reverse butterfly for successfully defeating Wind's evil spirit, unique. System, hidden job advancement quest completed, Immaculate Wind. System, congratulations on comprehending the true essence of Sword Chi. You have successfully advanced to the only hidden class for swordsmen, Storm Sword God. After the player completes the subsequent hidden quests, the hidden class advancement path will be closed for all servers. System, as the first player to advance to the hidden class, Storm Swordsman, you have received the server-wide unique title, Wind Arbiter. System, you've leveled up, current level 51, free attribute points gained 15. System, you've leveled up, current level 52, free attribute points gained 15. System, you've leveled up, current level 53, free attribute points gained 15. A series of golden lights washed over Chen Ping'an's battered body like a waterfall, leveling up like crazy, level 51, level 52, level 53. I finally stopped at level 56, I leveled up a full 6 times, I gained 90 free attribute points, even more amazingly as levels increase and professions advance. His horrific, deep wounds, revealing the bone, healed rapidly under the golden light, scabbing over and falling off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Torn muscles reconnect, and an overdrawn spirit is like a dried-up riverbed being filled with spring water. An unprecedented sense of power, more powerful and refined than when he was equipped, surged and roared within him like a giant dragon awakening. His tattered, coarse cloth clothes disintegrated and vanished automatically in the golden light. Instead, a set of close-fitting battle armor, seemingly woven from flowing cyan gales, appeared intermittently, radiating an incomparably sharp aura. The rotten wooden sword in his hand had also vanished, replaced by a long sword, its entire body a deep blue-green, its blades seemingly compressed and condensed from a flowing hurricane with tiny wisps of wind and thunder dancing along its edge, appearing in his hand. Class Storm Swordsman, Swordsman's only hidden class. Occupational characteristics: each level up grants 15 free attribute points. All wind-based skills are enhanced by 50% and their cooldowns reduced by 30%. Comprehend Wind Spirit passive increases strength attribute proportionally to one's agility attribute. Each point of agility provides an additional 0.5 points of strength. Comprehend Storm Sword Aura passive. Normal attacks and all sword skills are imbued with the Sword Aura effect, ignoring 30% of the target's physical defense and have a chance to inflict the tear effect continuous bleeding. Acquire professional skills. 3 Chi return active LV.1 cost 200 MP. Effect: forcibly extracts 20% of the 3 basic attributes of a single target, strength, agility, and constitution, and temporarily adds them to the user for a duration of user's spirit points minutes. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Description: where the storm arrives, all 3 elements return to me, with each element waxing and waning. Victory or defeat is decided. Dragon's Imperial Guest, active LV.1 cost 300 MP. Effect: summons the phantom of the storm dragon god's will to possess you for 30 seconds. During the possession period, all attributes are increased by 20%, agility by 50%, and physical and magical defense are increased by an additional 100%. Cooldown 30 minutes. Description: Storm Dragon God, heed my command, ride the winds, impervious to all magic. Wind's Judgment passive activates when the Wind's Judgment title is equipped. Effect: increases damage dealt to wind elemental monsters enemies by 25% and reduces wind elemental damage taken by 25%. Immune to all low-level wind-based crowd control effects such as slow and knockback. Description: wielding the power of storms, judging all things in the wind. System: your title Pioneer Unique has been upgraded to Pioneer Storm Sword God exclusive Unique. Effect: all base attributes permanently increased by 20%, including a 50% increase in agility. Experience gained from killing monsters and completing quests permanently increased by 50%. Wearing requirements: this item is exclusively for the registered user. No. 1 automatically activated and cannot be dropped. Rumble: As Chen Ping'an successfully changed jobs, this desolate and gloomy wasteland began to tremble violently. The solidified leaden gray of the sky shattered inch by inch like a mirror. A huge crack appeared in the hard rock beneath their feet. The spatial barriers that bound everything were violently torn apart from within by a newly born, raging and pure storm of will. Blinding sunlight streamed in through the crack. Chen Ping'an's figure bathed in the shattered sunlight, and the lingering golden light slowly floated up. The phantom of the storm sword in his hand quickly solidified, radiating a chilling aura.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.